Guys, look. What the hell is this? Is this like some kind of bear or what? Is this thing able to talk? Is this thing bamboo Bigfoot or what?
Get the hell out of my forest, dumbass. Nobody talks to me like that and gets away with it. Watch this. Man, that panda was way tougher than I thought. Busted my rib good.
All right. I lost the fight, but not the damn war. Whoa, check that out. Some weird swamp with a cabin and a boat. Got to see if they got snacks or at least Wi-Fi. Cool, a creepy shack and a mystery beer can. Perfect. All right, the beer is cold. Looks like I'm crashing here tonight.
Yep, stuck here tonight. This storm's got anger issues, and so do I.
Look at that, lake's slapping the dock like it owes it money.
Holy crap, look at this weather mess. This ain't a storm, it's a full-on apocalypse. Gonna get blown away any second now.
I don't know if I'm gonna make it through this. If I do, see you tomorrow.
Yo, first time at Epic Universe. Someone tell me where the vibe's at, because I'm trying to get lost in Hogwarts or something, no cap.
Bruh, I just walked into Mario's hood. Where my boy Luigi at? I'm trying to race something for real, for real.
Why-oh! Is that Toothless or my cousin Nessie trying to cosplay again? I knew she moved to Florida.
Yo, I just saw Wolfmon back there, bro. If I go missing, tell Nessie I loved her, but she owed me 20.
Love you, Nessie.
Hiyo, Ministry of Magic, here I come. Hope they got Wi-Fi and butterbeer, because I ain't trying to get stuck in Azkaban.
Hey, Chad, I'm clocking out of Epic Universe and my feet barking louder than Cerberus. Y'all let me know, where's the next mission? Waffle House, lock.
What's up, everybody? How we doing tonight? So good to see everybody. Yes. Hey, what's up, Mr. Steve Hilliard? How you doing? Mr. K, Mellow Cat, Barbie World, None Your Business, Serenity, Tika, Tiberius. Yeah, and then Trumpinator comes in hard and fast with the he's number one on the donation and hasn't even started yet. What's wrong with him? There's nothing wrong with you. Nothing at all. Because he knows that that for every $50 that gets donated, there's an hour added on to the show. He knows how that rolls. So he wants to get started right away. So right now we're $10 into the goal and only 40 more to go to add an extra hour. And Sharon Tyler, how you doing? Salty C, Zelliot, Gilly, what's up? All right, man. What's going on? What's the haps, people? What's new? Anybody know anything good happened to today? Did anybody see anything? Is anybody aware of anything? What? How did that happen? What's going on? Damn. Oh, all right. 26 people on YouTube. Mother Pepion. Hi, y'all. Shopping at Costco with you tonight. Well, that's cool. You got the phone with you at Costco. Putin. Yeah, don't forget the like button. Putins. Yeah, we're going to get to the Putin stuff. It's just not going to be like number one on the list. It's going to be a little bit. I listen every night while I do my crafts. Well, that's cool. That's cool. I appreciate it. Not much. Just a couple of guys up in eight in Alaska. Yeah, flying over Alaska Summit was neat. That's cool. Hey, Catherine K. How you doing tonight? All right. Hillary. Let's get this show on the road, shall we? Breaking news. An Obama judge just unilaterally struck down. Why does it do that? Why does it make me small? Unilaterally struck down and ended President Trump's policy that eliminated DEI at universities. She's now ensuring that federal funding to schools with DEI. U.S. District Judge Stephanie Gallagher thinks she is the president. It has to stop. Yeah, look at this. I mean, she must be ignoring SCOTUS's ruling that said that, basically that you can't discriminate. The real question is, have I recovered? I'm good, Steve. I'm good. I went last night. I think I did 6 hours, 5-6 hours last night. So I'm good. I'm good. I had a nice nap today from say like 1 in the afternoon till about 4. So I'm good. I'm ready to go. Federal judges legislating from the bench again. Unelected activists overriding elected leadership to force DEI indoctrination on schools. Education Department memo rightly targets race-based discrimination disguised as equity, but Gallagher's ruling proves judicial overreach remains unchecked. This isn't about fairness. It's about preserving a billion-dollar diversity bureaucracy that lines consultants' pockets while dividing students. Real education reform starts with merit-based systems, not race-obsessed social engineering funded by taxpayers. Until we defund this ideological capture of academia, schools will keep prioritizing activism over excellence. Oh, whoa. See the courts and bureaucracy and taxpayer dollars intersect. And then Trump-inator is just like really coming with another 10 and says he's real good. Real good. Yeah, thank you so much. So he's the first two. Wait, the first 2 super chats was Trump-inator. Huh. Okay. Wow. That's real nice. Nice shirt. Thank you. You like it? I like it. It's one of them Fred Perry's. If you know, you know. This says U.S. District Judge Stephanie Gallagher in Maryland has ruled that the Department of Education violated the law when it threatened to cut federal funding from an educational institution that continued with DEI initiatives. Federal judge scraps Education Department directives removing DEI from schools. What do you know? Look at that face. Are we living in a judicial dictatorship? The entire premise of democracy is that through peaceful means, we can have a revolution every election and change the direction of government. This is a district judge standing athwart that reality. We need to begin impeaching that. Yes, I agree. And there was a story that I saw, which I don't know if I'll get to it or not because I didn't have it in my links, but now the New York Times, like I saw the other day, the New York Times said, saying, basically the New York Times was talking about like, oh, they thought the military would pull a coup on Trump or something. And now they're basically saying the opinion piece out saying that, you know, they need to abolish the Senate and get rid of the Electoral College and pack the Supreme Court because that's the only way that Democrats can win or something. It's like that's democracy. Democracy to them is, I guess, is just what Democrats winning, I guess, is democracy. Anything else is fascism. It's not Democrats, it's fascism. I don't know. That the education department couldn't cut federal funding nationwide because activist judges blocked enforcement at every turn. Gallagher and others issued injunctions that protected the DEI grift from coast to coast. Trump's team had the bright policy threatening funding threatening funding cuts to force schools to end race-based hiring and admissions, but unelected judges weaponized procedural delays and constitutional challenges to shield taxpayer-funded discrimination machine. The real scandal: schools kept burning through the federal dollars on diversity consultants and racial equity training while courts enabled the scam. Every injunction meant more wasted tax money flowing to administrators who divide students by skin color instead of teaching excellence. Congress needs to strip federal courts of jurisdiction over educational funding decisions. When judges can override executive branch enforcement, bureaucrats win and taxpayers lose every time. Trump says that's how they have been winning. We just didn't realize it. It's possible. It's possible. And U.S. District Judge Stephanie Gallagher blocks Trump administration from cutting federal funds from schools to continue with DEI initiatives. Why are judges forcing taxpayers to fund discrimination? Good question. Yeah, well, to them, winning is just, you know, that's everything. And the only way to win is, you know, total power and control. Let's see what it says. On February 14, 2025, the United States Department of Education published a Dear Colleague letter explaining the new administration's position with respect to diversity, equity, and inclusion principles and federal anti-discrimination law. A few weeks later, they issued an announcement that would require states and school districts to affirmatively certify their compliance with their interpretations of Title VI, Students for Fair Admissions v. Harvard, within 10 days. Those documents and whether they created new legal obligations or merely restating existing law have been the focus of litigation. Although this court found to the contrary at an earlier stage, the government continues to insist the letter merely reminded the funding recipients of their of the responsibilities. Yeah. Basically, so what happened here is, they said, hey, there was this ruling from the Supreme Court saying you can't discriminate, you can't use race, you can't discriminate, you can't do this stuff. Basically that discrimination was illegal. The Supreme Court said no more discriminating in higher education. But these judges just think like, no, I don't have to listen to that. The Supreme Court wasn't talking about this discrimination. We're going to say this isn't discrimination. This is diversity, equity, and inclusion. So we're going to discriminate, but we're not going to call it discrimination. We're going to call it something. I don't know. So, a federal judge strikes down 2 Trump administration actions aimed at ending diversity programs at schools and colleges. They're called discrimination programs. They're not diversity. If you have a program to boost a certain race, that's discriminating against other races. Judges legislating for the bench again. This ruling preserves DEI slush funds that indoctrinate students with divisive ideology while taxpayers foot the bill. The Education Department's freeze targeting race-based discrimination, masquerading as equity, but activist courts prioritizing political agendas over fiscal responsibilities. This mirrors the Supreme Court's USAID blunder, where unelected justices blocked $2 billion in savings to protect foreign aid and over domestic needs. When bureaucrats weaponize Title VI to punish schools, rejecting critical race theory, it's not civil rights, it's ideological extortion. The funding these programs isn't about discrimination, it's stopping government-funded brainwashing. Wow. So we have now also, I want to just point out that Julio Scissors came in with a 10 without anything to say, and then Trumpinator had to go, well, no, he's not going to outdo me. I'm going to come in with a 10 too. So that's Trumpinator with 3 10s and Julio with 1 10. So that's 4 10s. So that means $10 more in any way, shape, or form. And we go an extra hour on top of the 2 hours. Somebody wants a long show tonight. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. Mm-hmm. Wait a minute. Trumpinator, what are you doing here? Coming with another 10? So that way it's 50? Right, we got the 50 already? So we got the goal? Wow. Okay. I guess I'm gonna have to another 10. So that's $50. So that's the goal has been met. And so that means we are at a 3-hour show now, and we'll have to And then Catherine K with another 10. So she should have waited though, because I had to restart the goal. So now we're 10. Man, well, I'm going to have to redo it. We already got one, so hold on. We got 50 in 15 minutes. Yeah, we got actually 60 because we got 10, 20. We got Catherine K. So I'm going to have to start another goal. And we're going to do the same thing. Set the timer is actually going to be another hour only because we're going to do it 1 hour at a time. Or actually, no, we're at 10. Actually, I'm going to do 3 hours because we got 3-hour show. We just started, so it's going to go for another 3 hours. Let's keep it 3 hours. Let's go again. Just start it again, and I'm gonna have to take 10 off that one. So it says 0 and 5, but I know we're 1 behind. So we got one already from Catherine K. Very generous. Yes, Catherine K came in with a 10. So that's that means we have $60. So we are $40 away from a 4-hour show. So wowza. Thank you, everybody. You guys must really enjoy hearing my sultry tones, my dulcet voice. I think that's what it's called. I don't know. I'm not sure. Nice puppy. Oh, thank you. I think. Yeah, and so it's another judge to get overruled on appeal. Yes. Dulcet. Random judge, look at me. I am the president. No. Look at me. I am the president. No. They believe that's true, I think. So let's see. We're going to read this AP story because, well, why not? Judge strikes down Trump administration's guidance against diversity programs at schools and colleges. Look, they got this woman with the braids, with the woman at work. One woman can make a difference, but together we can all rock this world. Come on now. Really? Oh, look at this Colin Blinkley. A federal judge on Thursday struck down 2 Trump administration actions aimed at eliminating diversity, equity, and inclusion programs at the nation's schools and universities. In her ruling, U.S. District Judge Stephanie Gallagher in Maryland found that the Education Department violated the law when it threatened to cut federal funding from educational institutions that continue with DEI initiatives. The guidance had been on hold since April when 3 judges blocked various portions. The ruling Thursday followed a motion for summary judgment from the American Federation of Teachers and American Sociological Association. Oh, well, I appreciate that, Trumpinator. Trumpinator says, yes, I value you. There's no other reason. You are part of the answer to changing this country. I greatly appreciate it. I'll do my small part, whatever it is, hopefully, whatever I could do to change a couple minds here and there and have a conversation. That's all that would make, would make me couldn't make me happier for that. Hello, Lynn. How we doing? Yeah, we're seeing more non-Americans taking more and more roles. Too soon, America will be voted away. Yeah, we have a story coming up. There's another judge who is anyway, another foreign-born. Yeah, spread the word. That's all you got to do. Spread the word. I spread the word like peanut butter. I put it on thick. The case centers on 2 Education Department memos ordering schools and universities to end all race-based decision-making or face penalties up to a total loss in federal funding. The Supreme Court said they can't use race. It's part of a campaign to end practices the Trump administration frames as discrimination against white and Asian students. The new rulings orders the department to scrap the guidance because it runs afoul of procedural requirements So Gallagher wrote that she took no view on whether the policies were good or bad, prudent or foolish, fair or unfair. They're enforcing a Supreme Court ruling that said this is the law and you can't do it anymore. Kind of seems, yeah. Unelected black robe tyrannical judges try again. Yes, they do. Lower court inferior tyrannical black robe judges. Gallagher, who was appointed by President Trump, rejected the government's argument that the memo simply served to remind the school that discrimination is illegal. I could swear I read somewhere else that this judge was appointed by Obama. Tracking the lawsuits against the Trump administration. Hundreds of lawsuits have been filed during President Trump's second administration, challenging his executive orders as well as other actions. Agency cuts, partially or fully blocked. Court left in effect, pending. Look at this, birthright citizenship, DEI, DOJ, education, federal workers, immigration. Look at all these rulings. It initiated a sea change in how the Department of Education regulates educational practices and classroom conduct, causing millions of educators to reasonably fear that their lawful and even beneficial speech might cause them to, or their school to be punished. See, now that's her taking a political opinion that she thinks the speech would be beneficial. She lied when she said she takes no steps. And they're lawful. No, you can't discriminate. Discrimination is illegal. Democracy Forward, a legal advocacy firm representing the plaintiffs, called it an important victory over the Trump's attack on DEI. Threatening teachers and sowing chaos in schools throughout America is part of the administration's war on education, and today the people won. And we'll see. We'll see what happens on appeal. A statement from the Education Department on Thursday said it was disappointed in the ruling, but the judicial action in joining or setting aside this guidance has not stopped the ability to enforce Title VI protections for students at an unprecedented level. The conflict started with a February 14th memo declaring that any consideration of race in admissions, financial aid, or hiring, or other aspects of academic or student life will be considered a violation of federal civil rights law. Because it is. You can't discriminate. The memo dramatically expanded the government's interpretation of a 2023 Supreme Court decision barring colleges from considering race in admissions. The government argued the ruling applied not only to admissions but across all education, forbidding race-based preferences of any kind. Educational institutions have toxically indoctrinated students with false premises that the United States is built upon a systemic and structural racism and advanced discriminatory policies and practices, wrote Craig Traynor, the acting assistant secretary, Department of Office of Civil Rights. A further memo in April asked state education agencies to certify they were not using illegal DEI practices. Violators risked losing federal money and being prosecuted under the False Claims Act. In total, the guidance amounted to a full-scale reframing of the government's approach to civil rights and education. It took aim at policies that were created to address long-standing racial disparities. The Supreme Court said you can't do it anymore 2 years ago, saying those practices were their own form of discrimination. Yes, they are. Current discrimination doesn't get rid of past discrimination. It's just fucking discrimination. These memos drew a wave of backlash from states and education groups that call it illegal government censorship. Oh, so telling people they can't discriminate is censorship. Okay, I get it. In the lawsuit, the American Federation of Teachers, which we don't need teachers unions, we really don't. There's absolutely no reason. It's just a scam to wash money to give it back to Democrats. Said the government was imposing unclear and highly subjective limits on schools across the country. Well, it's not subjective. Don't discriminate. How is that subjective? Don't discriminate. It's not subjective. It says teachers and professors had to choose between chilling their constitutionally protected speech in association or risk losing federal funds. Wow. This is I can't believe how are they saying telling a school you can't discriminate is chilling their speech? Wow. The Associated Press education coverage received financial support from multiple private foundations. Oh, of course you do. So you're getting paid from all these people, probably. So no wonder you wrote this. You look at this guy. Here's the court listener thing. So it was filed in last updated August 15th. It was filed in February. Yeah, they're all commies. Okay. Here's the memorandum order. It's 76 pages long, but this one is one page, so I think I'm going to do this one first. Yeah, AFT, that's Randy Weingarten. It's a AFT et al. Versus Department of Education. For the reasons stated in the accompanying memorandum on this 14th day of August, plaintiff's motion for summary judgment is granted as to counts 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, and denied as to count 4. Oh. The government's motion construed as a motion for summary judgment is granted to count 4 and denied to all other counts. Judgment is entered for plaintiffs on count 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6. Judgment is entered for the government on count 4. The colleague letter is vacated. Oh, so they could just, this judge could just tell them they can't send a letter. How isn't that chilling the speech of the people who wrote the letter? Reminder of legal obligations undertaken in exchange for receiving financial assistance request for certification. The reminder of legal obligations undertaken in exchange for receiving federal financial assistance and request for certification under Title VI and SFFA versus Harvard is vacated. So this judge just vacated a Supreme Court ruling. That doesn't work that way. You're a district court judge, you fucking idiot. You don't get to vacate the Supreme Court's ruling. Oh, you spelled jeans wrong. It's Jeans. Jim, you're the Sydney Sweeney of talk and information. You've got good jeans. Yes, I wear. Well, I don't want to get into the brands that I wear. Lucky, number 7. Here's the whole order. So, it says on February. February 14th, they published a Dear Colleague letter. It would require states and school districts to affirmatively certify compliance with their interpretation of Title VI and Students for Fair Admission. Well, what interpretation are they supposed to do? They're the one that doesn't exist? These documents, whether they created new legal obligations or merely restating existing law, have been the focus. Although this court found to the contrary in an earlier stage, government continues to insist this letter merely reminded them, the funding recipients, of their obligations. This is weird. In April, the court stayed the letter. In the same order, the court declined to rule on the certification requirement because plaintiffs failed to plead facts relating to the certification. Around the same time, similar lawsuits proceeded in other courts. The District Court for New Hampshire granted a preliminary injunction. Yeah. District Court for DC denied a motion for preliminary injunction as a letter, but granted a nationwide preliminary injunction to the certification requirement. The case presents an unusual posture. The government concedes that there's no administrative record, but for a handful of recently initiated DEI-related investigations, they have no new factual developments since this court's ruling. The party submissions largely mirrors the preliminary injunction briefings. Well, you told them they couldn't enforce it, so what the fuck are they talking about? Oh, you don't have any proof of anything you did. You told me I couldn't do it. It's like, what do they want them to ignore them so then they can say they contempt the court? I mean, that's what it seems like. They keep issuing weird things trying to get the government to just tell them to F off. The court will construe a motion for summary judgment. As to the letter, the parties essentially asked the court to decide the same issues on the same record for a second time. It should come as little surprise the court reaches the same conclusion as to the merits. In the interest of judicial economy, where the court has reached the same conclusion after considering the issues anew, it largely repeats its previous analysis verbatim. Basically, the case illustrates the following procedures is so important. The stringent procedures outlined by the APA are not hollow gestures designed to manufacture. So they keep doing this APA. The APA, this has nothing to do with the APA telling them that you have to follow the law. You can't discriminate. It's not the APA. Holy shit. It's not an administrative procedure to say follow constitutional amendments. Oh, I didn't know. It says genies are fundamental. Genies are fundamental to hereditarily, essentially passing from parents to offspring, determining traits and characteristics. Anyway, so we're gonna have to wait and see what happens with this. It basically is, wackadoo judge who I'd like to know, certification is held unlawful and vacated. I know you spelled it right. I just read it wrong. I know you spelled it right. I know you spelled it right. I read it wrong on purpose. Have I read about the University of Chicago financial woes in the Compact Online magazine? No, I haven't. I haven't seen that. Must have slipped past me. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that. I'm sure that's going to get appealed. I'm sure it's going to get put on hold. Something's going to happen because we have a Supreme Court ruling that says basically says that colleges can't do this anymore. And all they're doing is saying, hey, colleges, you can't do this anymore. And they got this just saying, you can't tell them they can't do this anymore. So it seems very, seems like district court judges are continuing to be insane. But on to the next story. We have some corruption to talk about. Breaking news. The Democrat New Orleans DEI mayor, LaToya Cantrell, has been indicted by a federal grand jury after an FBI corruption probe accused of repeatedly accepting bribes, including New Orleans Saints tickets from a city inspector in exchange for ignoring misconduct. The judges have been unelected kings for decades. Yeah, the DeGins. We were talking about them last night. DeGins. Hey, Shark Man, how you doing? Yes. So it's 30 minutes into the show, and I know I don't want to sound like a broken record here, but we have 60 people watching. So I'm going to say we're 60 people watching, and we already have $60 in donations that have come in. So we are going 3 hours, and we're $10 towards a fourth hour. So if another 40 comes in before we get to 3 hours, then we'll go a fourth hour. That's how that works. For every $50 that comes in, we go an extra hour. Up into about probably 8 hours is probably maybe, I don't know. We'll see how far we can go, how we can get it. Get it, girl. Mm-hmm. Wow, she looks very angry. How much of her $5 million was bribes? Oh, wow. Says Cantrell's net worth of approximately $5 million reflects her financial success and responsible stewardship of public resources. What would her having $5 million have to do with her stewardship of public resources? That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Maybe someone can explain it to me. Hey, Joe. Nice to see you again tonight. Yep, FAFO, definitely. Hey, Terry, how you doing? Breaking, New Orleans Mayor LaToya Cantrell has been indicted by a federal grand jury after an FBI investigation for corruption. Yeah, another progressive mayor that was corrupt. A shocker, I know. 60 people, 52 likes. The old man shtick works for Jim. It does. The nice old man really works. It's better than being a grumpy old man, right? A crotchety old man. What are you doing? Give me a like. No one likes when he hears that. Democrat corruption is finally being prosecuted. Mayor Cantrell has been accused of accepting bribes on numerous occasions, including being bribed with New Orleans Saints tickets from a city inspector to look the other way. I'm sure I'm gonna use my superpowers. Oh, they're gonna say it's racism, and they're attacking her because she's black. That's what's gonna be said. Well, I was reliably told by Democrats that this never happened. You're telling me that Democrats lied? Really shocking, isn't it? Prosecuting Democrat mayors across America for corruption is a game changer. Props to the FBI for this work. Keep it up. That's right. Keeps its ups. No, we don't. That has nothing to do with this. NOLA Creamery Indictment. Oh, this is cool. 1 pint. That's cool. That's cool. Hey, Derek, what's going on? How you doing? Live. Heat advisory in effect. Indictment accuses New Orleans Mayor LaToya Cantrell of fraud schemes using city funds for a personal relationship. Hey, Casey, how you doing tonight? Prosecutors allege 15,000 WhatsApp messages, 14 trips costing $70,000. Pressure on and New Orleans Police Department probe.
Home is a
Home.
reflection of
It's a
you.
reflection of you.
It all starts with service.
We're seeing tonight. There's still some elevated shower and storm
What?
activity across parts of the southeast. You see a little bit of a turning up here across the Georgia-South Carolina border.
Cantrell indictment. Former Nagin prosecutor Cantrell indictment marks historic first. Mayor Cantrell Vappy indicted. Oh, another one. Historic charges following year-long investigation. Cantrell indicted. Analysts warn of service decline, image fallout. A political analyst explains why the indictment of the mayor may lead to diminished city services for residents. Mayor LaToya Cantrell and the New Orleans City Council have maintained a combative relationship throughout her final term, frequently clashing over issues. It's false allegations. That's right. You remember that one? The super mayor. We got a new super mayors. False allegations. Yes. No, it's not Florida. I don't know what that was all about. That was New Orleans, maybe. And you're saying Good Logic has diggers. Any name for the people in Jim's chat? Well, I mean, Robert Gavea has the Watchers, and I like the Watchers. I like that because I like people who are paying attention. But maybe we'll call ourselves the Noticers. We notice things. We're the Noticers. We put people on notice. We're the Noticers. I don't know. That's false allegations. It's thunderstorms right now in Central Florida. Okay. Oh. Frequently clashing over issues such as executive spending and trash pickup in the French Quarter. But following Cantrell's criminal indictment, several council members expressed sympathy for her family and urged the public to withhold judgment. The onlookers, that could work. Look, I put out a statement, and I'll continue to say this, and I think all the lawyers who reached out to me feels very strongly about the fact that just because you've been indicted doesn't mean you're guilty. And the mayor, like everybody else, is presumed innocent until proven otherwise, said the New Orleans City Council member Joe Gary Russo. The Geminators. Yeah, you're right. It could have been a worse typo, you suppose. It really could have been a worse typo. Could have been a really, really bad typo. The listeners. These are all good suggestions. We're gonna have to keep this. We're gonna have to bandy this around until we figure it out. Despite a history of tension between the mayor and the council, public gestures of support were necessary, said Dillard University political analyst Robert Collins. Let's see. Is this gonna play an actual thing, or is this gonna? Oh my lord!
Robert Collins
Wow,
from Dillard University.
that was loud as all heck.
Your point about the mayoral candidates was that eventually they're going to have to address this, in your opinion?
Well, they're going to have to address it. So in addition to the statements that they put out today, what's going to happen is they're going to go to public forums. They're going to get questions not just from the press, but also from citizens, because citizens ask questions at these
you
forums.
say.
And so they're going to have to sort of be careful about how they answer, because on the one hand, you don't want to appear that you're piling on. You don't want to appear happy about it, even if you have personal disagreements with the mayor, because the mayor has a family, she has a daughter, and so you want to show some compassion for that.
You can get a little caught up in the moment. It's obviously this is a huge event in the city of New Orleans. This happened in Nashville, very similar circumstances. The world did not stop. So, sometimes you'll hear about public corruption, and the mayor's not been convicted of anything, but public corruption has been a longstanding issue in Louisiana. So an argument, I guess, is made on the one hand that this somehow reinforces that. But this is not a pattern of massive bribes to build something somewhere. It's
not massive bribes, just little picayune bribes, little picayune things.
People that work for the city, that are civil servants, that are going to show up every morning and they're going to do their job. So your services will still get delivered tomorrow. So it's not like the city government is all of a sudden going to stop. The city council will continue to have meetings. The civil servants will show up, police officers will show up and do their jobs. So no, it looks bad for the city. So it certainly doesn't help our image to be on national news with this. You know,
We do need a secret handshake, don't we? That way we know when we're in public that we can identify each other when we have these big meetups.
In the city
When I rent a stadium and everyone shows up to
these
cheer.
public corruption cases before. We've survived them. We will survive this public corruption case as well.
We will survive.
5 months left of her term.
I'm surprised they didn't break into that song. I will survive. Hey, hey.
Indictment. But this is a mayor who hasn't been as accessible or visible, let's say, you know, in the past year or so. So will this change how she governs at all?
No. So of course, you know, the cynics would argue, well, she wasn't really governing before, so it doesn't
wasn't
really
really
matter that she's going to govern now. You know, some people would argue that she basically checked out.
What does he mean by some people?
2 years ago, because she hasn't been actively doing the job of mayor, especially if you look at her schedule. She's not really putting a lot of hours in the office. So a lot of people would argue she's not really working that hard right now, and so you know you're probably not.
Hi Lisa, how you doing?
Any change of that? So I don't see any radical changes in the operation of City Hall.
We do have a statement from Royce Duplessis, which will.
Well, that's pretty sad, isn't it? That he doesn't see any changes, and he says she hasn't really been doing the job anyway for 2 years. Well, who's been running the city then? What's she been doing? And they're like, no big deal that they're have a mayor that's not doing the job and nothing's really going to change. So basically, even if she was in prison, she could still be the mayor because she doesn't do nothing but take bribes, I guess. And they're cool with that. Because if you remember, New Orleans was what the last mayor, Mayor Megan, I think it was, said it was a chocolate city. And it was, remember when Katrina came and they had all those undercover police that didn't exist on the payroll that they were paying people, and they didn't have, you know, they didn't have people to actually do the job. That was New Orleans, yeah. Use guys. Yeah, that's sad.
Bring up, and maybe we'll see if he kind of sticks with that same theme, which is that this is a sad day for the city of New Orleans. He says Mayor Cantrell is entitled to a fair trial, but more importantly, as a father, my heart breaks for her child. Very similar statement to what we saw from the council members and the other mayoral candidates this evening, taking, in some cases, a message of sympathy for the mayor's family and also a pretty neutral position otherwise.
And all of them, you know, pointing out innocent until proven guilty. You know, no one can rush to judgment. I mean, yes, there's an indictment, but the mayor has not said her side of the story yet, really.
Yeah, I mean, you know, exactly. You know, certainly
1.21 gigawatts.
Regardless of what you feel for them, you always feel bad for their family. This is always terrible for the immediate family and the extended family. And of course, we want to stress that the mayor enjoys the presumption of innocence, as do all citizens. And so we have to wait, and she will have her opportunity to defend herself.
I promise you guys that we will take a list of names and I will make a poll, and we will have a poll to decide what the name of the chat will be, okay? Because I kind of like J.H. Swalbeck's, the Jim's Jiggers with a J, not anything else. Not Diggers with a D, but Jiggers with a J. I kind of like that because that's cool. Or Jim Jury. Jim's Jury. I don't know. I mean, these are all good names. I don't know, man. But we'll have to do a poll to figure it out. You know, we'll have to do a poll to figure it out because nobody should have that much power that they get to decide what they're called. You know? Although since Joe's got the diggers and diggers use shovels, I guess if we're scraping to get to the truth, we could call it Jim's hose, because he used a hoe to scrape. That was a joke, okay? That was a joke. Oh, the polars, the juggernauts. How about the jiggernauts? Polars.
In court and to give her side of the story, and that's fair.
See, the polars is close to polar bears.
The council has been strained, obviously, to put it mildly. Vetoes overridden. Some of it had to do with the travel.
Sounds nasty. Yeah, I know. That was a joke.
It's not
all right.
that she's got 5 months left. It's, you know, who supported the mayor yesterday who doesn't support them today, or her? And I'm sure there are some people. People come and go in their opinions. But at the end of the day, it's not like this.
I mean, I guess we could use the other word for it.
No,
spades. We could say Jim's spades.
The mayor's numbers were already low, and I mean, and I think people have made up their minds. I mean, people who thought that the mayor was doing a bad job or was doing something unethical or unlawful, they're already in one camp. They've already made up their mind. The mayor's supporters, there are not a lot of them, but she does have some supporters, and she has some strong supporters.
Wait, she doesn't have a lot of supporters. Then how did she become mayor?
The mayor.
What's the feedback you get from those?
I know. Careful. I know. I'm being very careful.
Critical of the administration.
Sure.
What do you hear?
And I've heard, certainly my share of complaints, again, because of
kind of goes with the territory.
Because of my analysis.
Trying to be funny.
The mayor,
crooked, definitely,
mayor, but
definitely
the mayor
crooked.
has told an immediate family member of mine that I should keep my name out of her mouth when she saw her at a public event. And
what?
And again, that comes with being a member of my family. I understand that.
Yeah, not a lot of supportors. That's weird, right?
That I'm getting,
right? To say the mayor doesn't have a lot of supporters, then how did she become mayor? She was elected mayor. She had to have supporters to be elected mayor. Are they saying that they stole the election? Because that's the only explanation that you would have for somebody who doesn't have a lot of supporters who became mayor. I mean, that's like saying, that I don't know. I don't get it. I don't know. We're gonna ballot stuffing. Oh, we have a ballot stuffing story today too. We do have a ballot stuffing story. A guy caught on video stuffing a Dropbox. So not in this town. It's in Michigan. So yeah, these news people are brought up too. Yeah, do you see how that guy said that too? Like that the mayor told a family member of his to tell him to keep the mayor's name out his mouth. I mean, what's he gonna slap him in the face like Will Smith did to Chris Rock? The Slim Jims. Hey, that's not bad. That's like that's like the old thing. Google. Oh, I know. The shot I did the other night was actually in a jigger. That's a 2 ounce. It's actually a 2 ounce, right? A 2 ounce shot glass is a jigger, correct? I think. Or maybe I'm wrong. But I think that's what it is. Yeah, I think that's what it is. We had put your name on the side and hand them out for your friends. That's not a bad idea, actually. But the Slim Jims, though. But here's this funny thing about Slim Jims, I asked this guy one time if he wanted some beef jerky, and he said, no, do you want some chicken stupid? We take all kinds, man, and I don't know. Oh, man, there was a story I didn't get to. Maybe we'll get to it later if we go long enough from last night that we didn't get, or maybe the night before last, about Ozempic. Turns out that Ozempic is really screwing people up. It's causing problems with their thyroids and everything. So you got to be real careful. Hey, what's up? What's up, Patrick? How you doing? Slim Jims and Jim's Jiggers. Yeah, I kind of like the Jiggers one, and here's why. Because, like he said, I could do merch actually, and I could actually do a gift, if I actually ever get big enough and have enough members on either YouTube or locals or something, I could actually give away shot glasses with something on it or something like that. And also, jigging is a type of fishing. Yeah, that's right, where you put hooks and you do that stuff. And what's the other one called? It's noodling, when you stick your arm in the catfish's mouth. But we don't want to be Jim's noodlers. No, that don't sound good. No. Ozempic shrinks your heart too. Yeah, it's really bad. Mm-hmm. JYT Posse. Yeah, oh yeah, Will Smith gets jiggy with it. Yeah, it's true. Man, we got all these good ones, man. All these good ones.
Mayor supporters think, that our coverage was unfair, our investigation was unfair, but I expected that. I of course think our investigation was right down the middle. We dealt with facts. We dealt with evidence. Anybody that watches me, I'm not a partisan. I'm neutral on these issues. So I feel very comfortable that the investigation that I worked on with Lee.
And I promise you guys, if I ever say I'm going to give away a gift, I will actually give away the gift. I'm not calling out anybody in particular, Nick.
I think a fair analysis, if you wanted to be perfectly fair about things.
It's been like 2 years I've been waiting on that gift.
We don't have massive budget upheaval. Now that's sometimes the mayor doesn't have a lot to do with that.
The sad thing is probably she won't get prison time. She'll probably get probation or something. But she should get prison time because she took more money than George Santos, and George Santos got 8 years. So
a dramatic drop in the crime numbers, especially the homicide numbers.
I mean, she did hire the chief.
Exactly, it's her hire.
Right.
And so from that point of view, when you talk to supporters of the mayor, why do they like the job she's doing?
Well, they like the job she's done.
I did place the order online for the P.O. box, and I didn't realize P.O. boxes were so expensive. All right, like for a large P.O. box, it's like $600 a year for a P.O. box. Like for a 22-inch by 12-inch P.O. box, I was like, wow, that's a lot of. But I don't know. I guess it is what it is. You got to. But I just have to go to the post office and fill out the paperwork. But I placed the order online. I didn't realize I still have to go and take. Yeah, it's expensive. I was shocked. But, I don't know. So we'll see. I don't know.
Because like you said, they think she should take credit for the huge drop in crime. And I think that's fair. They think she should take credit for the Super Bowl going off, relatively well. I mean, obviously we had the terrorist attack right before it on Bourbon Street, but certainly as far as the city's image worldwide came off very well during the Super Bowl, and so they think she should receive full credit for that. So their argument is that she's faced headwinds.
I weigh 200 pounds.
Entire 8 years.
I'm 6 foot tall, 200 pounds.
People like me have been against her. Even though I'm not against anybody, they would say the city council has been hostile to her. So they would argue that she's had a very tough job and that she's done the best that she can with a very tough job, and that she deserves credit for the Super Bowl, credit for the crime reduction, and that history is going to show her being a good mayor.
Wait. Wasn't there like someone that got wasn't there like a thing at the Super Bowl or something, or was that what was it? It was Noreen. Where a guy like ran, wasn't there like New Year's Eve? What was it? Something happened where a guy ran through a bunch of people? Didn't that happen in New Orleans? Must be nice. You've been trying to break myself. I've been trying to get back down to 180. I mean, when I was in the service, I weighed 135 pounds. So I was thin like a rail. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the post office has the application, but you still have to verify in person. Yeah, I got to bring like IDs and stuff. And yeah, it was Bourbon Street, right? Where the person got ran over and they're giving her credit for that. I don't get it. It was right before the Super Bowl, right? Wasn't that a week before the Super Bowl? So I don't understand this. It's like, what am I hearing here?
Well, obviously it's difficult to get over an indictment.
And part of the obstacle, I guess you would say, that she's going to confront, or her attorneys will confront, is if you just look at the map of the Eastern District of Louisiana, this is not an Orleans Parish jury.
But some could argue that's a positive in her favor. If she has such a low approval rating in the city of New Orleans and you get jurors who are from outside of Orleans Parish, that could potentially work in her favor.
I guess you would look at it and say that Orleans is blue and everything around it except maybe St. James is red. Now, to Meg's point, those are the parishes. So Assumption Parish all the way up to Washington, down to Terrebonne, over to Plaquemines. That's the jury pool will come from that potential area. You could have somebody who has to drive from Houma every day to attend the trial. But to Meg's point, The person
Yeah, I don't
who
understand. They're giving her credit for the Super Bowl when a week before and when that
They're
happened.
not worried about the quality of life issues, and if they're strictly looking at this as this is a romantic relationship,
When you were Sergeant
between two
Glorious
people,
Fit,
maybe that
fit
juror
Lean
has
Mean
had a
Fight Machine,
situation
185
similar
now,
in their
above that
life,
level.
maybe they're not so worried about, I'm going to convict her because she was trying to get, spend time with her lover. I mean, that could work in her favor in that regard.
It could give her a fairer shot than if it was just an Orleans Parish jury, even though I would point out, and I think Joe pointed this out in his analysis, and I would tend to agree with this, those rural parishes and those suburban parishes tend to be very conservative, and they tend to be pro-prosecution. So, it might all balance out. Yes, they might.
What he didn't say, but he wanted to say was that those rural parishes tend to be a different shade of melanin than her. So, all right. Indictment accuses Cantrell Vappy of years-long fraud scheme. Who's Vappy? A New Orleans Police Department officer, Jeffrey Vappy, used city funds to conceal a personal relationship. Oh, wait, so were they together? Were they like dating? Is that it? Yeah, those barriers were out of commission for months. Nobody knew. Yeah. That's what they say about the 5-year-old when they do a good poopy. She tried their best, did a good job. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. So did this people have a, is that it? She had a relationship with the cop? Timelines event leading to the mayor's indictment, a detailed look at the investigation, see what 11 charges she faced. So these are all different stories? Let's see. Okay. Let's see. So is this a story here? Indictment accuses the mayor of fraud scheme using city funds for personal relationship. 15,000 WhatsApp messages, 14 trips, close to 70,000. Well, so that's, I think, if I'm not mistaken, George Santos got 8 years for 80,000. So she should get at least 7 years, right? Superseding indictment alleges mayor and police officer Jeffrey Vappy carried out a years-long fraud scheme and used city funds for personal purposes, including concealing a romantic relationship. Whoa. While Vappy was on the mayor's executive protection detail, prosecutors say the pair exchanged more than 15,000 WhatsApp messages. Vappy had an affair with the mayor. Okay. Photos and audio clips in 8 months, arranged at least 14 domestic and international trips, and charged over 70,000 in travel to the city as Vappy claimed on-duty hours. The filing alleges they used WhatsApp to intimidate subordinates, harass a citizen, delete evidence, mislead investigators, and give false statements to a federal grand jury. Well, giving false statements to a federal grand jury, that's a problem. Yeah, she's got a lot in common with Fannie and Nathan Wade, work, romance, and Strait again. Yeah, you see that a lot with city governments, and stuff like that, local governments. They get a little bit of power and they just think they can do whatever they want. The 18-count indictment also alleges Cantrell pressured then interim superintendent Michelle Woodfork to halt an internal NOPD probe of Vappy, sought his reassignment to her detail despite findings against him, and concealed responsive records from a grand jury subpoena, including WhatsApp communications. Cantrell is denied wrongdoing. Vappy previously pleaded not guilty in the case. Yeah. 5 key takeaways. Alleged year-long fraud scheme. Prosecutors say LaToya Cantrell and former officer Jeffrey Vappy used public funds to cover salary, travel, and expenses for personal activities, often together at the Upper Pondella apartment or on trips. Or is that not Pondella? It's a Pontalba Apartments, whatever that is. The 15,000 messages. Indictment alleges Cantrell and Vappy exchanged more than 15,000 messages, pictures, and audio clips in 8 months. I wonder if any of them pictures were risque, as they say, including instructions to intimidate subordinates, delete evidence, and lie to investigators. Wouldn't that be a conspiracy to tamper with evidence and stuff too? So it would be more. There should be a lot more charges, shouldn't there be? If they're telling people to delete evidence and lie to investigators. I mean, that's witness intimidation. That's tampering with evidence. I mean, that should be a lot more charges than just these. So what's going on here? The 70,000 in travel costs allegedly accompanied Cantrell on at least 14 domestic and international trips, with city travel costs exceeding 70,000. Pressure on the police department leadership. Prosecutors claim Cantrell pressured then interim New Orleans Police Department Superintendent Michelle Woodfork to halt an internal investigation into Vappy and later reassigned him to her detail despite findings against him. New Orleans is horribly corrupt. Yeah, horribly corrupt. Like I said, there was that guy, I want to say, what was his? Ray Nagin, right? Ray Nagin, wasn't that his name? And he ended up going to jail after Katrina when they found out all the money he had stolen, if I'm not mistaken. The indictment says they were both warned their conduct was illegal, yet concealed records from a grand jury, falsely claimed use of disappearing messages before news broke, and manually deleted thousands of prior WhatsApp messages. Phew. Well, yeah, I mean, well, did she use a hammer? Because that's what Hillary's team used. They used a hammer to destroy the devices. Police chief. Yeah. Cantrell's indictment marks the first time in New Orleans history a sitting mayor has faced criminal prosecution. She was previously denied wrongdoing. Well, yeah, I think they didn't go after Nagin until he left office, if I'm not mistaken. Out of at least 12 of the 16 jurors voted to indict Cantrell. Well, that's what it takes. Indictment accuses them of years-long fraud scheme, timeline of events. Oh, it says 11 charges. Okay, so let's see. What 11 charges? Mayor indicted.
The Summer of Performance event is on at Naples Acura. Lease the Integra for just $309 a month, or drive the all-new ADX for just $359 a month.
Where is that
Naples
sound
Acura,
coming from?
Delivering the car and the experience.
Right, John, thank you. And we're with Matt Coleman, former assistant U.S. attorney, main prosecutor in the Nagin case. We were both listening to the news conference right now, pretty much saying what we already knew about this case, Matt. But you're saying right now,
where is the sound coming from?
And perhaps what sort of impressions are made by all sides in this case as we move toward trial?
Okay, it was on this for some reason. It was here.
Good evening once again. I'm John Snell.
And I'm Meg Gatto. For the first time ever, a sitting mayor of New Orleans is under federal indictment.
An 18-count indictment accuses Mayor LaToya Cantrell and her former bodyguard, Jeffrey Vappy, of conspiracy, wire fraud, among other charges, also perjury. Chief investigative reporter Stephen Stock reports the mayor accused of lying to a grand jury.
John, that's right. This 44-page indictment contains detailed allegations that prosecutors say show LaToya Cantrell and Jeffrey Vappy developed a personal and intimate relationship over the years and implemented a scheme to defraud the city and the NOPD. The feds say this happened while Vappy was on duty, getting paid by taxpayers to protect the mayor. The indictment alleges Cantrell and Vappy took 14 different trips together to places such as San Francisco, New York, Martha's Vineyard, and Los Angeles, costing city taxpayers more than $70,000 just for Vappy's travel expenses, separate from Mayor Cantrell's own travel cost. According to the indictment, around October 2021, Vappy went to Scotland with Cantrell and later sent her a WhatsApp message, which is a free encrypted phone messaging app. Vappy's message allegedly said the Scotland trip was, quote, where it all started. The indictment also points to another message Cantrell sent Vappy. The times when we are truly alone traveling is what spoils me the most. The feds alleged beginning in October 2021, while carrying on a personal relationship, Cantrell and Vappy attempted to disguise it by making Vappy's interactions with the mayor appear to relate to his official duties. The indictment says Mayor Cantrell canceled a fall work trip to Miami in 2022 and instead booked a personal trip to Martha's Vineyard to spend time with Vappy while he attended a conference as a representative for the Housing Authority of New Orleans, HANO, a position Cantrell appointed him to serve. The indictment includes WhatsApp messages from the trip to Martha's Vineyard. Vappy messages, hey, baby, I'm going to go to lunch with the guys and come be with you at the end of today's conference. Later, Cantrell, so that is about 3:30. You will be done? Vappy, meaning we get out earlier. Cantrell, let me know about where for lunch to make sure I'm out of sight. The feds also say they have messages between Vappy and Cantrell planning a trip to a conference in California. Cantrell wrote to Vappy, SF is April 6th through 8th. It officially ends at 4 p.m. on the 8th. Do we return on the 8th and stay at apartment or return on the 9th? Later, Vappy replied, we stay and do the Napa Valley like you said. Cantrell, perfect. Thumbs up emoji. Fox 8 obtained travel records from that California trip and found Cantrell, Vappy, and the mayor's digital director all stayed in California through April 9th. Records show the entire trip cost taxpayers nearly $10,000. The indictment also contains a picture of the two of them together when they traveled to several California wineries. Other WhatsApp messages in the indictment include the pair planning a trip to D.C. together. Cantrell wrote, So I will have to go to D.C. on Monday. Vappy, I know.
Oh, I want to pull this up real quick. I saw this at G Sharkman says he's simping. I think he getting paid. All right. I think just like Nathan Wade with Fannie, Nathan Wade was getting paid. He was in it for the money. This guy's in it for the money. He was getting paid overtime, different stuff. He was getting assignments, getting put on boards. I mean, she looks, no offense to this mayor, this woman. She's not what I would call, conventionally attractive. And the guy is not ugly. He's not an ugly man. He doesn't look like he's overweight, and he's not that old. You know, I'd say he's in his 40s by the looks of him, and he looks like he's probably, under 200 pounds. Oh, you caught me. I didn't want you to know that I had feelings. Oh. You can't hear any of this? You can't hear me? What's going on? I paused it. What can't you hear? Seriously? You can't hear me? Does everyone can hear the sound? She's not all that. She's got a hoochie. Know what I'm saying? The background's quiet? Okay, you can hear me, but the background's quiet. Okay, I thought the background came in really loud, so I turned it down. All right, I'll fix it. I'll fix it. Sorry, let's see. I had turned it down because it was like way, way, way loud when the commercial came on. It was like uber loud. Let me know how this is.
Cantrell, will you be going? Prosecutors appear to specifically mention Fox 8's investigation on or about September 23rd, 2022. Cantrell and Vappy discussed a public records request seeking information about Cantrell's schedule and whether a particular local investigative reporter was, quote, on to us. Lee Zurich and Fox 8 submitted public records request to Cantrell's office asking for details about her schedule and Vappy's timesheets, both on September 23rd and in the days before that. After Fox 8 began airing reports on Vappy and Cantrell's time together in the apartment, federal investigators say Vappy conducted multiple online searches about
Can you hear the video good now?
Lee Zurich live. The feds say Cantrell and Vappy also discussed they needed to be careful and to be straight together, allegedly to avoid having their relationship detected. The feds say when a city associate tried to warn her and stop the mayor.
Yeah, he was doing some gardening. He was doing some gardening, He was hacking through the brush like a bushman of the Kalahari, as they say. Hey, what's up, Tim? How you doing? Good for you? Good. Okay. All right. A little low. What's low? Me or the video is lower than me? Okay. I could turn myself down a little. See if that helps. Is that better? Am I better now? Video better? Not equal with Mike yet? All right. Let me up.
Texting, quote, spending public funds and using public resources for your personal relationship was illegal. Cantrell responded that her relationship with Vappy was not about a personal relationship. Now, this indictment also says Cantrell and Vappy repeatedly lied about their relationship and says Cantrell supplied false documents and lied in her testimony to the grand jury. John, Meg?
Thank you, Stephen. Prosecutors say it's the alleged corruption, not their relationship, that led to today's indictment.
As Gabby Killett reports, they say corruption has crippled our community for years.
And today's indictment outlines a betrayal of that trust by Mayor Cantrell and Mr. Vappy.
FBI agent Jonathan Tapp investigated New Orleans Mayor LaToya Cantrell and her former bodyguard, then senior police officer Jeffrey Vappy, for years. On Friday, Tapp stood with two colleagues from the FBI and acting U.S. Attorney Michael Simpson, proclaiming the investigation a duty to the city.
But the FBI is committed to the people of New Orleans and Louisiana.
It's easier for me to turn myself down than it is to turn the video up. I have the video cranked to 600 right now.
And that's exactly what we did here.
Simpson agreed with Tapp, saying he's not concerned
You
with
can barely hear the
Cantrell
news
and
report.
Vappy's
All right,
personal
I have it turned up to
relationship,
600.
but rather
So
that he says they benefited from taxpayer money.
It's irrelevant that it's romance or that it's a female what is relevant is that it is an incredible breach of the public trust.
Despite Cantrell and Vappy's past frequent and vehement denials of a personal relationship, Simpson says the case against them is strong.
So I won't comment on specifically the evidence, but one thing I've learned as a federal prosecutor over a long time is that you really don't say anything unless you can back it up pretty definitively.
In the 18-count indictment, prosecutors say Vappy lied to federal agents and Cantrell lied to the grand jury. The feds also say Cantrell attempted to obscure and obstruct the investigation. In the past, Cantrell has said allegations against her were politically motivated.
I'd say that's a nice defense. That's a defense that you would use in court.
Cantrell's office says her attorney, Eddie Casting, is reviewing the indictment. Vappy's attorney, Harry Rosenberg, didn't answer a phone call request for
look at
comment.
that.
The U.S.
That
Attorney's Office
attorney
says
looks
the
good.
investigation into Vappy and Cantrell is ongoing.
The FBI has a duty and obligation to investigate and work with the U.S. Attorney's Office and our partners to hold individuals accountable who put their interests ahead of those they've sworn to serve. No one is above the law.
Gabby Killett, Fox 8.
No one is above the law. That's awesome.
Counts 2 to 13 focus on the mayor's alleged scheme with Jeffrey Vappy to defraud local taxpayers from October of 2021 to June of last year. Prosecutors say that Vappy submitted false time cards to the NOPD and false travel expenses to the city of New Orleans. They say...
I think we've got into this enough, so... Superseding indictment filed Friday accuses New Orleans Mayor LaToya Cantrell and former NOPD police officer Jeffrey Vappy of exploiting their positions to carry out a years-long scheme. Yeah, she's a two-bagger. Close enough now. My mic's about the same as other casts. Okay. Audio, two plastic baggers. Yeah. August 15 marks the first time in city history a sitting mayor has faced criminal prosecution. So she faced 1 count of conspiracy, 6 counts of wire fraud, 1 count of conspiracy to obstruct justice, 1 count of obstruction of justice, and 2 counts of false declaration before a grand jury. So here's a breakdown. 18, you're good. Boost the video. I boosted it as much as I could, so that's about all we got. So, and then the AP story we'll get into. I'm probably just going to breeze through this because I think we've got to the story as much as we're going to get. We've spent probably way too much time on it as it is. New Orleans mayor indicted over allegations of trying to hide relationship with bodyguard. They were stealing money, though. And then it's usually the cover-up to get you. She was indicted Friday in what prosecutors call a years-long scheme to hide a romantic relationship with her bodyguard, who was accused of being paid as if he was working, even though they met in apartments and traveled to vineyards. The first female mayor in New Orleans' 300-year history was elected twice, but now becomes the city's first mayor to be charged while in office. Wow. Public corruption has crippled us for years and years, acting U.S. Attorney Michael Simpson said, referring to Louisiana's notorious history, and this is extremely significant. Her bodyguard is already facing charges of wire fraud and making false statements. He pleaded not guilty. A grand jury returned an 18-count indictment Friday, adding Cantrell to the case. Wow. App captured dreamy chat, so they were probably talking all sweet to each other. And they met in apartments and together on an island. They went to Martha's Vineyard. Yeah, so, all right. And then New York Times, basically same story. You know, Maryland's indicted, her lawyer says she's been under a corruption investigation that cast a shadow over her final term. Specific charges were not immediately clear. Not immediately clear which specific charges Cantrell faces. Edward, well, that was updated today, but they said they haven't seen the indictment yet. It's a developing story. Check back for updates. All right. All right, now we're going to jump over to it says lawfare. Instead of working with Trump, the Washington, D.C. Attorney General is suing Trump to stop his efforts to get crime under control. Wow. the lawsuit is ironic because earlier this year, A.G. Schwab explained that you can't arrest your way out of crime. He simply doesn't believe in punishing the bad guys. The D.C. Attorney General Brian Schwab filed a lawsuit against President Trump claiming he exceeded his authority granted to him in D.C.'s Home Rule Act. Schwab filed the lawsuit just 12 hours after General Bonney installed Terry Cole as D.C.'s emergency police commissioner. Let's see here.
During the discussion, residents did not hold back, voicing their frustrations.
I blame the system.
Many questioning why kids aren't being held accountable.
We as a city and a community need to be much more focused on prevention and surrounding young people and their families with resources if we want to be safer in the long run. We cannot prosecute and arrest our way out of it.
During the discussion, residents...
So this is the guy that's responsible for arresting people and prosecuting people for committing crimes, and he says you can't arrest and prosecute your way out of crime problems. So that right there is what you call woke DEI garbage. Law for DC sues Trump admin over move to sideline the MPD chief, calls it a hostile takeover from NBC News. And the DC Attorney General's lawsuit reeks of political theater. Schwab invoked the Home Rule Act to block federal oversight while ignoring the District of Columbia Prosecutors' Home Rule Act that mandates local accountability for prosecutions. He can't arrest his way out of it rhetoric directly contradicts his duty to enforce laws Trump administration is upholding through necessary federal intervention. Crime stats may dip, but DC's revolving door of prosecution enables repeat offenders. The lawsuit isn't about public safety, it's about protecting a failed status quo where progressive prosecutors prioritize ideology over victims. Bonney's emergency measure restores order where local leadership advocated responsibility. The facts behind their prosecutorial failures and a federal response demand a closer look. Definitely. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I think it's the source video. Like, I can only boost it. I have a booster that I can boost it 600%. I had that last one up 500 all the way up to 600%. And it wasn't really, to me, it didn't sound loud enough, so I turned myself down. So now, just let me know if it's out of whack. I'll try to correct it. I don't hear myself in the headphones, so I have to. Okay, yeah, I think it was just that video clip too. So I'm hoping so. So I guess the DC was absent the day they taught law in law school. The DC Home Rule Charter says the president may direct the mayor to provide him, and the mayor shall provide the services of the DC Metro Police as the president deems necessary. This is frivolous. So yeah. Oh, hey, look at that. J.H. Walwood says, it'd be nice if these politicians would just come out and say, yeah, I was banging my bodyguard. I took him on trips with me. What do you want me to do? Live with it? We'd have more respect for that. Yeah, we would if they just told the truth and said, hey, whatever. We'd have more truth. And J.A. Schwalbeck coming in with 10. Thank you so very much. So that means right now we have 7 chats towards the second additional hour. So we need 3 more $10 chats, anywhere, shape, form, or $5 chats or whatever, reaching the, for every $50 that comes in, we add an hour to the show. Right now we are $30 away from a 4th hour. Thank you very much. Yeah, I have that story to Baltimore with the 13-year-old with 18 felonies. I have that story. Hey, Sunshine, nice to see you. Good to be here. Ooh, that's a good idea. Break them up. Trump should pass an executive order for citizens to breathe more oxygen. Them would wear plastic bags over their heads. He should do some stuff to really get into it. He really should. He should really make them. We're suing to block the federal government takeover of DC police. DC is a federal district. Volume normalization is a fickle wench. It is. Oh my Lord. I guess I'm going to have to say, Brian Oldenkamp comes in with 20 Jim Tells You memberships. That has to be $30, more than $30. What, Brian, type in, what did that cost, please? It's great to see how fast the show is growing. I'm glad to be here to watch that. I really appreciate it. It really does. It warms my heart to see the amount of people that show up night after night to hear me talk and to actually enjoy it. It's a great feeling. It really is. Brian, what does that come out to? That's got 120. Holy fuck. Okay. So that means that we have $120. Wow. So that means we are $10 away from 6 hours, right? Because that's we have 1, 2, 3, 4. So yeah, we are $20. Oh, sorry, $10 away from a fourth extra hour. So 6 hours. We are $10. Oh, actually no, because Patrick 7 came in with 5. So we are $5 away from a 6-hour show. No, not noon tomorrow. No, I can do math. Let's see who got, and Patrick 7, thank you for the 5. Yes. And Brian, thank you so much for those memberships. Let's see who got them. You're effed. No. That's good. Thank you so much, Brian. Yes. Who's bringing the donuts in the morning? No. We'll be here till, so that's a 6-hour show. Let's see. We have nothing in the ghetto, just to make sure. And let's see who got these memberships. We got, wow, that's a lot of memberships here. We got Limey got a membership. 556 Tsunami got a membership. Granola Grin got a membership. Matt Druid got a membership. Little Mom Fessel got a membership. Black Angus Reviews got a membership. Kelly S got a membership. Janet Lee got a membership. Handmade by Ang got a membership. Brindor Rain got a membership. BS Unfortunate Initials got a membership. John Robert got a membership. Daughter Shar got a membership. Stanley Stark got a membership. Cowboy 4572 got a membership. Sorry, Cowboy 4572. Mr. Chemo got a membership. USMC Canoa 91 got a membership. SB Farmer 8 got a membership. Patrick 7 got a membership. Sharon Tyler got a membership. Wow, thank you so much. That puts us, whoa. That puts us $5 away now. We are $5 away from 6-hour show. Woot. I can do math. I can't do meth. Smash the like button. Like the smash button. Yeah. It's weird because, like I said, D.C. is a federal conclave. By legally declaring a takeover of MPD, the administration is abusing its temporary limited authority under the law. This is the gravest threat to home rule D.C. has ever faced. Well, I want to say that I'm going to be really, and their Trumpinator comes up with the 5. So yes, we are at a 6-hour show. All right. Nobody do anything. I got to reset this. I got to reset the goal thing because I'm going to reset it. And all right, I want to reset it and do a remove the goal. All right, and I'm going to reestablish the goal. We're going to set the timer. We're going to say 5 yellow super chats, and that will be right now. We're at a 6-hour. A 6-hour show. The next 50 gets a 7th hour. All right. New goal. Boom, boom, boom. That goes the lights. All right. So I got that right fixed up there. So for every 50 donated across all platforms, the show will be extended an extra hour past the normal 2-hour show length. Right now, I didn't get a T in there. Right now, we are at a 6-hour show. The next 50 gets a 7th hour. But I didn't spell right correctly, so don't hold it against me. It's at Chicago Public School Education. I don't type well. Not going to stay awake for the full show. We'll leave the show running. Hey, don't worry about it. You can always watch tomorrow. You can always watch on the replay. I have been doing, I don't know if anyone noticed, I have been putting out some shorts that I made. I'll try not to do too many a day, maybe like 4 or 5 a day. I have like 20 of them that I'll put out. That way it doesn't bombard your shorts feed, because I know that can bother people. And sometimes they'll be like, hey, I don't want to sub because this guy keeps doing stuff that, doing stuff and bothering me. So there's a TRO hearing at 2 p.m. Eastern in the U.S. District Court. I'm told by Julie Kelly that's assigned to a Uruguayan-born Biden appointee, Judge Anna Reyes. So we have a Uruguayan-born Biden appointee who's going to decide whether or not the Home Rule Act gives the president the authority to take over D.C. Newsflash, my opinion, just as a layperson who can read and understand English, is that the Home Rule Act is actually unconstitutional, because the Constitution specifically says that D.C. is a federal district that will have no state or local government. But then, for whatever reason, in the 1970s, Congress just decided, like, hey, we're tired of having to deal with D.C., and we know Congress is supposed to be in charge of D.C. and everything that happens in D.C. and basically be like the city. Congress is supposed to be the city council in D.C. and, you know, like the Speaker of the House is supposed to be technically the mayor of D.C., or maybe the president's supposed to be the mayor. But hey, we're just going to pass it on to someone else and ignore the Constitution itself. So, and the Constitution supersedes any statute or regulation. You know, she's the subject of a judicial misconduct complaint filed by the DOJ that fixes in. Oh, the DOJ filed a complaint against her? I didn't know about that. I have to look more into that. Breaking, listen live to today's critical court hearing. Thanks for sharing. Since the Obama and the Dems have prioritized appointing foreigners to the bench and the GOP just rubber stamps them, it should be noted that the black on the table only when judges made their race central to their nominations and their presence. So look at, this is, Obama appointed one American, a Cuban anchor baby, a black American, a Jamaican American Indian. Trump appointed American. Biden appointed a black American, a Uruguayan, an Indian anchor baby, Canadian-born Egyptian Muslim, Trinidad, Tobago. It doesn't say who appointed these other people. Indian, Muslim, Indian anchor baby. Wow. That's who's on the D.C. Circuit Court or D.C. Federal Court, right? Or is that the Circuit Court or is that the District Courts? I don't know. I don't even know. Yeah, the foreign board judge things needs to stop. We have 360 million Americans. You know, why we can't find people in America to handle it? Reyes is apparently poised to issue a TRO against the federalization of D.C. Reyes, a Biden appointee who's openly hostile to the Trump administration, can't seem to read an unambiguous statute. So let's see what the statute says, because it's unambiguous. Notwithstanding any other provision of law, whenever the President of the United States determines that a special condition of an emergency nature exists, which requires the use of the Metropolitan Police Force for federal purposes, he may direct the mayor to provide him, and the mayor shall provide such services of the Metropolitan Police Force as the President may deem necessary and appropriate. In no case, however, shall such services made available pursuant to any such direction under the subsection extend for a period in excess of 48 hours unless the President has, prior to the expiration of such period, notified the chairman and ranking minority members of the committees of the District of Columbia and the Senate and House of Representatives in writing as to the reason for such direction and a period of time during which the need for such services is likely to continue. Subject to the provision of subsections, such services available in accordance with subsection of these shall terminate upon the end of such emergency, the expiration of a period of 30 days following the date on which such services are first made available, or the enactment into law of a joint resolution by Congress providing for such termination, whichever first occurs. So Congress can actually stop it. Yeah. Okay, well, hold on. So we have, let's see, 12% of the population creates 80% of the crime. Lock up 12% of criminals and crime drops by 80%. What a concept. You know, it's actually, there's a name for it. I understand they wouldn't let you send it. And it's a 24-hour gym. We can make it happen. Ooh. Well, technically I can't go for 24 hours because I have to drive someone to the airport at 2:00 Eastern time tomorrow. So I have to be done by then. But so 24 hours can't happen right now, but I will at some point do a 24-hour show if people think that would be something they would, you know, yeah. No federal judge should be foreign born or member of Congress. Okay, so there we are. So now we are $10 towards the 7th hour of the show. So yeah, DC's Attorney General lawsuit reeks of political theater. Schwab invoking the Home Rule Act to block federal oversight while ignoring the District of Columbia's Prosecutor Home Rule Act that mandates local accountability for prosecutions. His can't arrest our way out of rhetoric directly contradicts his duty to enforce laws, and the Trump administration is holding through necessary federal interventions. Crimes. I think we read this. Yeah, I think we read this already. Well, how do I keep getting doubled up here? What is happening? DC sues President Trump, claiming he cannot take over control of the city. Metro Police Chief files a document to court saying, in my nearly 3 decades in law enforcement, I have never seen a single government action that would cause greater threat to law and order than this dangerous directive. Perhaps you can use whatever hours you can on the next life. No, I'll be able to go like 8-10 hours tonight if we get to that, or 12 hours even. I could go to like, if that came to that, or even whatever. I'm just saying at 2 in the afternoon, I have to leave to go drive someone to the airport. So, I mean, I don't think I could transfer to my phone on the ride, but. Yeah. Oh, famous words. I was going to say too about, it's not even the 12%, it's a percentage of the 12%. People estimate around 3 to 4% of the 12%. It's actually less than that, you know, because really, I mean, they're saying the subsection of the people, like, but that's still a whole group. It's probably only like less than, you could, they know who the people are too. That's the sad thing. Like the vast majority of the crime, like when you look at a city like DC or a city like Baltimore or Chicago, they know that it's about 200 or 300 people that are doing the vast majority of the crimes, but they can't just go, they can't just do things, you know, like that are on violation of the Constitution. But I will say there's a thing that, like what Elon Musk did when he took over Twitter, what he said about the federal government, basically all big systems, that 20% of the people always do 80% of the work. Whether it's, you know, any type of business, any type of code, whatever job you're at, it's like 80% of the work is being done by 20% of people. So I guess that also can apply to probably crime, like 80% of crimes being performed by 20% of the criminals. But when do I sleep? Well, I usually sleep when the show's over, and I sleep 3 or 4 hours, and then I'll take a nap usually during the day. But it all depends. Like I can stay up. I've stayed up for 72 hours before. You know, yeah, repeat offenders are generally the biggest problem. You have these people that have, like, we're going to get to a story of a 13-year-old kid who was, you know, had committed 18 felonies and got arrested because he committed some carjackings and armed robberies while he was on an ankle bracelet, you know, a monitoring, a GPS monitor. He was doing carjacking. So that's the problem, is those people, like that person, should probably never be free again. The home rule bill is unconstitutional, way past time to repeal it. Yes, Eric E., I agree. Yeah, Pareto's principle, that's what it's called, yeah. It applies to most stuff, definitely to any type of employment or work or anything. You can see it in your work, see the people, and, you know, especially that rules even more like any type of union or anything like that. When you got union workers, it's, whoa, big time, 80-20. Washington, D.C. has just sued Trump to stop federal takeover of the city's police, meant to stop crime. So they're suing to reinstate crime. Can you believe it? By declaring a hostile takeover, the administration is abusing its limited temporary authority under the Home Rule Act, infringing on the district's right to self-governance. The district doesn't have any right to self-governance in the Constitution. Do you understand? It specifically has zero self-governance. It doesn't have any representation in the Constitution because there's not supposed to be any people living there. It was supposed to be a 10-mile by 10-mile diamond that was all going to be federal buildings and offices, parks, museums, you know, stuff like that. It wasn't supposed to have any people living there. You know, that's why in 1840, Arlington and all the Virginia portions of it got returned to Virginia, because it's like, hey, we want representation, we want this stuff. And so it's like, here you go back to Virginia. For whatever reason, the Maryland portion didn't go back. It needs to go back. It says, I went to D.C. once as a teenager. I was roughed up and robbed, and then a few hours later jumped and beaten up by a half dozen people for absolutely zero reason while waiting to get on the subway. I'll never go back to D.C. It might be 10% doing 90%. When it comes to union work, it's probably closer to that. That's why if you ever see like especially like city people, when you see like city people working on something, you'll see 6 or 7 people standing around, and you'll see, you know, one guy working in a hole doing something and 6 or 7 people standing around watching him. It's like, what's going on here? I am not transporting any illegals. The only place I would give them a ride to is Alligator Alcatraz. It's right down the street. Schwab, a Democrat, sent a statement: the administration's unlawful actions are an affront to the dignity and autonomy of the 700,000 Americans who call D.C. home. Well, according to the Constitution, they don't have any autonomy. This is the gravest threat to the home rule districts ever faced. Well, home rule was just passed in the 70s, dude. The Constitution was passed over 200 years ago. You're a 90%er? Okay, well, we are fighting to stop it. Yeah. Make DC safe again. That's literally fascism. Yeah, that's a big joke. Why build roads out of reinforced concrete that can last 50 years when they can build them out of blacktop, and by the time they're done the project, they have to start fixing them again? That's a whole thing, especially in places like Chicago or Illinois. It's brutal. They which they did. I was shocked. They actually, when they redid the Dirty Dan, the Dan Ryan, I think it's I-94, the Dan Ryan, I think is what it is. Yeah. They actually did it with white topping, where they did the blacktop asphalt, and then on top of that, they did like 8 inches of reinforced concrete. Last I seen, that was really good. That's how they did the Autobahn, if I'm not mistaken, because the asphalt will give and the concrete can stay solid, because concrete breaks from the freezing and expanding and stuff, because it doesn't give, and the asphalt can give a little. So, you can give a little, and here we go. This guy's going to do like in Detroit, we have some freeways that are original still that are just fine. Meanwhile, other areas have been rebuilt completely over the last 24 years. Yeah, it's crazy. Like, it costs a little bit more money, probably like 40% more money to do it the correct way, the way that they did the Autobahns in Germany, which those, I hate to break it to people, but those are some of the best built roads ever. And that's why we have the interstate system, is because Eisenhower saw the Autobahn system and were like, hey, we need that in the U.S. But they didn't build the roads like that, which they should have. I mean, they probably did some that lasted quite a long time, some of the original roads, but then when they kept redoing, and then it became a whole thing where, companies are getting contracts to build the roads. It takes 5 years to build the road, and every 5 years there's a new contract, and the company keeps getting a contract. And then they keep giving money to Democrat politicians to keep giving them the contracts, and yeah, because it's always the same couple companies doing all the work. You look around the country and all these different job, projects in states. It's the same company doing the project pretty much around the whole state stuff. Road paint lines that only last 6 months. Yeah, it's crazy, right? And we're underway. Judge Raz has taken the bench to consider DC's emergency bid to block Trump's takeover of the city police department. Raz notes that the attack on the Doge employee and the prior claim by Trump and his allies that crime in DC has been significantly down this year before, and the prior claim by Trump plus allies that crime in DC has been significantly down this year. Oh, so she's saying that crime is down. She's telling them, no, crime's down, even though that they got caught cooking the books, and the and the sergeant just got a deal, just saying, because she blew the whistle. But now she's saying she'll assume for today that emergency claim is legit. Arguing for DOJ is Yakov Roth, Principal Deputy Assistant Attorney General for the Civil Division. ICE raids occur outside Newsom event in LA, Fox 11. I did that last night, Trumpinator. I had that story last night. You're talking about the one where the guy ran and got hit by the car? You're talking about the Newsom event yesterday, right? That was I was covered on yesterday's show. Unless this happened today, another event by Newsom, they did an ICE raid. Raz is skeptical that the Home Rule Act gives Trump power to commandeer MPD. He can ask for services, she says, but the law doesn't seem to allow a full takeover. So another one happened today, huh? All right, let me see. No, everything I see is from yesterday. Right here. Everything I see is from yesterday, Trumpinator, just so you know. The ICE raid at Newsom event. Oh, here we go. One day ago. See, that was all yesterday. I had this yesterday. So nothing today. Yesterday, so. Okay. Reyes notes that all parties agree she is the first judge to ever weigh in on the president's authority through the Home Rule Act to direct MPD. Reyes not leaving a lot of mystery here. The statute would have no meaning at all if the president could just say we're taking over your police department. No, it says it could take it over for 48 hours. See, she's like straw manning stuff here. It's 48 hours and it could be up to 30 days. That's it. I mean, what? Holy crap, man. Yeah. They're saying there are more investigations into the books being cooked as far as crime data. Yeah, no, I know. I saw that. You know, the number of cities that have stopped reporting crime stacks, the FBI, COVID, a big issue. Yeah. That's how they played the number. I play Panzer Corps, SB Farmer. I told you that. Statute would have no meaning if the president could just say we're taking over. Reyes continued to be skeptical of the Home Rule Act provision allowing the president to use DC police for federal services permits a wholesale takeover. Asking for discrete services is different than saying police can't do anything without president's permission. Brockhoff says he thinks the language of the Home Rule Act is broad and may allow for the president to take over the entire police department without any judicial review. Reyes has some issues with that. I still don't understand on what basis the president, through the attorney general, through Mr. Cole, can say your police department can't do anything unless I say you can. That cannot be reading of the statute. Panzer Corps is real close to what there was a game. I don't know if you guys remember, like years ago, called Panzer General, Allied General. It was on like the original Xbox and PlayStation, stuff like that. That was really good. It's the closest thing to that that I found, and I enjoy it. I like Panzer Corps. I don't like Panzer Corps 2. I think it is. I don't really like it. It's a Steam game, yeah. Reyes is now trying to encourage a short-term agreement between DC and the Trump administration to stave off immediate crisis and revisits more fully next week. If she can't, though, she's likely to issue a restraining order. Mm-hmm. People are already feeling the benefits of the Trump takeover. Let's hear. Oh, let's see. Let's see what this guy has to say.
This morning, so peaceful, yeah. I don't smell no weed, young. I don't see no homeless people. I mean, I came all the way through the southeast side, all the way down here. You can see now I'm at the White House jump, man. It's quiet, yeah. It's a shame that it takes somebody to have to sit in your classroom in order for you to be in order, yeah. Because that's what it feels like, yeah.
Yeah.
You got to be a babysitter to do your job, yeah. Stuff been out of control for years. You got to do better, yeah. You got to do better, yeah. And mainly, young, you got the problems. It's us, man. It's always us giving everybody a bad name, yeah. We'll see how long this lasts, yeah. How many murders was it last night? How many carjackings was it last night? Talk to me. And y'all keep on posting all these data numbers and things of that nature that y'all see everybody else reposting. The stuff that came from the Metropolitan Police Department and the mayor, yeah. Let me tell you something, yeah. Let me tell you something. You can't be that stupid. You can't be, man. Who enters that information to get that data analysis, yeah? People do. You can enter whatever numbers you want to make whatever report show what, but you can't hide the crime, young. You can't do it. Let me give you something to break it down to you for those that don't understand. I retired from UPS, right? So what they used to do to play with the numbers or whatever, we have mission packages. You'll have drivers over the hours. They'd go in and enter the information and the report would show whatever they needed to show to keep their bonus that week for their bosses not to fire their ass. So stop believing that stuff. And I don't know if you ever had to deal with the DC government, young, but they suck, young. They have got a lot more better now that the officers have did what they had to do and got all of these people out of the government and got rid of the riffraff and things of that nature. People actually do work now. Let me give you this for example, right? You got carry and conceals or whatever that were being issued by the DC separate department that was handling the gun licensing and things of that nature. They went from turnaround time for like 4 months, 5 months for you to have to get a gun registered in DC and get a carry and conceal to 2 weeks. It used to take you 3 months just to get an appointment to talk to somebody and take your information and your gun down there. Now, you go online right now and they got appointments available tomorrow. How does that happen? What changed? You put some fire under their asses and now they want to do some work.
Wow. Yeah, so that guy, said that. So yeah, I think they did come up to some. Let's go. We're gonna go. New York Times says breaking news: the D.C. Attorney General filed a federal lawsuit against about the police department takeover. D.C. Mayor warns Trump crime-fighting measures will unfairly impact criminals. Hey, morning, retirees. How we doing? That guy's based. Yeah. There's another guy I really like. There's a guy called the Masculine Man or something on Twitter. That's great, man. This guy just, he's just, he's great. Okay. And then same thing here. Breaking news. They sue NBC. Same thing. Let's see. Is there anything good under there? Washington D.C. AG is an idiot. We can't arrest our way out of it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, perfectly in character. D.C. Mayor warns Trump's crime unfairly impacts criminals. Washington, D.C.'s lawsuit to retake control of the Metro Police from President Trump has been assigned to Biden Judge Anna Reyes. You got to be kidding me. Yeah. Federal judges blocking accountability measures? Shocking. Anna Reyes, Biden's pick from Uruguay, already blocked military readiness reforms. Now she's meddling in D.C. law enforcement. This isn't about judicial independence, about activist judges stonewalling Trump's historic border security. Oh, this is the judge that said about the trans stuff that got thrown out. Yeah, and so they filed a complaint. The D.C. court's foreign-born block is 5 of 15 judges, consistently undermines enforcement. Time to expose how unelected jurists protect bureaucratic bloat over public safety. See which rulings and judges are tipping the scales. This case should be dismissed immediately. It's frivolous. Ignore them. Biden did. Well, I don't know about ignoring them. For the Federalist, it says the D.C. Attorney General sues the feds to stop the Trump administration from cleaning up crime. Definitely. So we'll look at the Federalist story first. District Court rules against nuns. Trump to block religious exemption from contraception. I thought this was already, wait a minute, I thought that was already decided. D.C. Attorney General sues feds to stop Trump administration from cleaning up crime. My opinion that the Bondi order is unlawful and what you're not legally obligated to follow, Schwab said. Washington, D.C. Attorney General Brian Schwab, D.C.'s not supposed to have an attorney general. He's announced that the city is suing the Trump administration to stop its takeover. We're suing. Yes, we're going to sue. It says they just changed the words around and put it in a new lawsuit. I thought that was already ruled on, that they had exemption, that they didn't have to. Little Sisters of the Poor, right? I thought that was already taken to Supreme Court. Am I wrong? President Trump's announcement of an executive order invoking Section 740 of the District of Columbia Self-Government and Governmental Reorganization Act. It gives the federal government the authority to control MPD. Trump also declared a public safety emergency. The final straw for the city was when Bondi ordered to name the DEI administrator as emergency police commissioner. Cole will assume all the powers and duties vested in the District of Columbia chief of police. Schwab will fight in court for MPD's chief Pamela Smith's position. In my opinion, the Bondi order is unlawful and you're not legally obligated to follow it. I mean, I think all they were doing was assigning, because Bondi was in charge. Oh. I think what might happen, unless somebody in the Trump administration hasn't thought of it, is they should be challenging the constitutionality of the act to begin with, and the fact that there's a mayor, and the fact that there's a city council, and that there is an attorney general of D.C. There's not supposed to be any of those things. It's not supposed to have any local government. It's supposed to be controlled by Congress. It's supposed to be strictly a federal district. It's supposed to be like a territory that's controlled, you know what I mean, without any, like a federal territory would be before any, without any, no local government, because they're not allowed local government, because it's not supposed to have it because it's too much power. Who knows? Regardless of the Bondi order, no official other than you may exercise all the powers and duties of the chief of police. or issue any executive orders or other written directives that apply to members of the MPD. Asked Washington, D.C. U.S. District Court to prevent Cole from assuming any position of command. Federal government's power of D.C. is not absolute, and it should not be exercised itself. The federal government's power over D.C. is absolute. What the hell was that noise? Someone was trying to video chat me. That's weird. Give D.C. back to Maryland. Keep the diamond. Yeah. The federal government's power over D.C. is not absolute. Well, yeah, it is, but can only be done temporarily for emergency purposes, solely for federal purposes. Does not understand that everything that happens in the capital is of national interest. The city hosts many tourists who ought to feel safe for what may be a trip of a lifetime. The city has a huge population of young adults hoping to build a future with an internship or a dream job at the capital or work from a nonprofit. Plenty of people from around the nation are connected. Hold on. Oh, I saw what you sent me. I have that too. That was in the other days. I'll see if I can pull that up, Patrick. The guy running for governor of South Carolina. I think that's also the guy that was threatening Nancy Mace, if I'm not mistaken. Hey, we've got 80 people here. Please hit the like. Make sure you subscribe. And yeah, Maryland would be pissed. Yeah. Yeah, D.C. was seized from the state of Maryland and the state of Virginia. Part of it, two sections on the Potomac. They picked it. They said this is going to be this. And those two, Virginia and Maryland, gave up portions of the state to create the 10 mile by 10 mile diamond, like that. But then in 1840, the Virginia portions were given back to Virginia. In the northern portion, that's why D.C. looks the way it does. It's supposed to be a diamond like this. The bottom got kicked off, and then Big Balls has entered the chat. Yeah. Hey, hello from Lincoln City, Oregon. Nice to see you. Okay. Plenty of people from around the nation are connected to someone who lives and works there. It should be a shining example of the best America has to offer, not a cesspool of crime and homelessness. Oh, exactly. Okay. Then we have John Solomon says DC sues over Bonnie's emergency police commissioner appointment. Yeah. AC/DC, Big Balls, great song. Who's got the biggest balls of them all? Mm-hmm. DC sues over Attorney General Bonnie appointing DEI chief as emergency city police commissioner. I think they probably just wanted to do that. District of Columbia on Friday morning sued General Pam Bonnie's appointment of emergency commissioner for the DC police. The suit appeared inevitable since Bonnie made the announcement Thursday afternoon as part of President Trump's initiative. Why would it be inevitable? Initiative to send federal agents to the nation's capital to curb violent crime. DC Attorney General Brian Schwab sent a lawsuit that Trump's overreaching his authority. Yeah, see, basically, like these people in DC, they think they're a state. They're not. It's a tiny little section there's in no way, shape, or form are they a state. They have no agriculture. They have no manufacturing. They have no economic base. Their economic base is entirely the federal government. So ask the judge to find the control of the MPD remains with DC's authority. Mario Browser on Thursday calling the move unlawful. They issued a directive. See, they knew they didn't have. They just had to probably find a judge that would rule on it, and that's what they were waiting on because everyone was telling them there was nothing they could do about this. And then all of a sudden now they got a judge, and they found a judge that will rule for them, I guess. So Bonnie's director Bowser said on Thursday that let's be clear, the law requires during a presidential declaration requires the mayor to provide the services of the MPD for federal purposes at the request of the president. We have followed the law. Bowser shared Schwab's letter. In my opinion, Bonnie's order is unlawful, and you're not legally obligated to follow it. Yeah, I know. Look at all the green. There's so much green in the chat. You know, we should go on a jihad against the green. or on the gray. I mean, we got to pray the gray away, as they say, you know, like pray the gray away, or in this case, it would be pay the gray away, because you'd have to pay for memberships to get the gray to go away. Make sure you guys, if you haven't already, make sure you enable gifted memberships, because we have a lot of people actually that give memberships because they want to share, you know, they want to not only give to me, but also help people get the memberships. The Home Rule Act does not authorize the president or his delegate to remove or replace the chief of police, to alter the chain of command, to demand services directly from you, MPD, or anyone other than the mayor, to rescind or suspend MPD orders or directives, or to set the general enforcement priorities. The Bondi order is therefore ultra vires, which means it's unlawful. I don't think so. Bondi had also rescinded Smith's order that permitted MPD officers to assist U.S. immigration and customs officers in a limited capacity, along with MPD policies that limit inquiries into immigration status and prevent MPD from arresting suspected illegal migrants based solely on federal immigration warrants. U.S. Attorney General's order also said MPD must receive approval from Commissioner Cole before issuing any orders. Having been duly appointed by the mayor and confirmed by the council, you are a lawfully appointed chief of police of the District of Columbia. Well, considering that the whole District of Columbia and the city council and the mayor are in unconstitutional position, and you, Attorney General, is an unconstitutional position, anything you say is ultra vires and should be ignored. How do you like them apples? President Trump on Monday ordered federal law enforcement officers in the city, saying the crime in the capital is rampant, and he's taking control of the D.C. Police Department. Okay. And we have this from D.C. sues over Trump takeover of the city. The suit argues that the move to federalize the police was brazenly usurpation of district's authority. Well, the district has no authority. It's strictly and completely under the jurisdiction of the federal government. Look at this. It says the suit argues that both the president's executive order federalizing the police department and the follow-up order were brazen usurpation of the district's authority, far exceed the president's authority under the Home Rule Act of 73. But what about the Constitution? What does the Constitution say? Yeah, Brian Schwab, a Democrat who was elected in 2022, has been outspoken from the onset, criticizing it. Yeah, all right. Well, that's that. What this Times says, and then this story from it says Bondi backs off initial order to take over DC Police, issues a new directive that keeps chief in place. Let's see.
DEA Administrator Terry.
Wait, what? Come on.
Tonight in the nation's capital, an escalating standoff between the White House and City Hall. D.C.'s Attorney General suing the Trump administration after U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi installed DEA Administrator Terry Cole as emergency police commissioner.
D.C. will not remain a sanctuary city actively shielding criminal aliens. Will not happen. Under Donald Trump's directive, D.C. will become safe again.
Following the Trump administration's takeover of the police department and deployment of hundreds of National Guard troops, late today, D.C. officials said their police chief was back in charge after closed-door discussions with the Justice Department to avoid a judge's ruling.
We don't need a hostile takeover from the federal government to do what we do every day.
He argues the Trump administration was violating the 1973 Home Rule Act, which allows D.C. residents to elect a mayor and city council, while Congress oversees the district's budget and the president appoints its judges. While some locals welcome the crackdown on crime,
around here, especially in this neighborhood in Shaw, the streets seem a lot quieter.
Others
Our streets! Our streets!
are protesting the federal intervention.
I think it is terrifying to have a federal presence in D.C. that is taking away our local autonomy.
Today in court, the Justice Department said if Congress does not extend this, the federal takeover will end after 30 days. Tom.
Wow. No, I did not. Let's see. I did not see that. So I'm going to look for that. What? Come on, get out of here. What are you doing? I'm going to look for that. What? Police chief is a force's top official once again. Part of the agreement. Terry Cole will now be considered Bondi's designee instead of the emergency police chief. Agreement, the police chief, Pamela Smith, to maintain control of the day-to-day operations of the department. A new order Bondi issued Friday. The key today is to know that our effort to avoid a hostile takeover, Chief Smith remains in control. Okay, well, we're going to see about this because I think they need to read DC's lawsuit. Here's DC's lawsuit for the Trump. I'm going to look for that. I'm going to try to find that. I'm going to try to find that right now. So here's the lawsuit. Basically says, video is still a little light. Okay, I'll try. More than 50 years ago, Congress empowered the people of District of Columbia to govern themselves through the District of Columbia Home Rule Act, which is unconstitutional, by the way. Congress can't do that without amending the Constitution. Because the Constitution specifically says that D.C. is a distinct federal district with no local or state governance. Yeah. How does a federal territory sue their source of government? And the lady in the video, D.C. is a federal. People not know D.C. is not a state. No, they don't. They think it is. They want it to become a state. By contrast, the president gave exceedingly narrow role in governance of the district. Well, but the Constitution says another thing. So, yeah. Anyway. And this one says, Trump administration agrees to keep D.C. police in place. D.C. was victorious, the attorney general said, after D.C.'s lawsuit sought to block Pam Bondi.
The DOJ, rather, published a rewritten order in which they say, or basically, rather, recognize Pamela Smith is in charge of D.C. police. The News 4 team's Ted Oberg begins our coverage tonight. Ted, you were in court all day. So, yes, this document, you and I were talking about it, pretty much it makes it official. Pamela Smith is still in charge of the D.C. police, right?
It does. She is in charge, and that the district will count as a win, Alberto. The question is, she is in charge, and the orders that she issues will be to do what? And that, I think, is the question that we have tonight. So Chief Smith back in charge, Terry Cole back as the designee, sort of the go-between between the Attorney General and the police department. But this, make no mistake, is an argument about the way MPD will enforce immigration rules, immigration laws, and the homeless encampments across the district. Last night's order rescinded the general orders of the D.C. Police Department, meaning they couldn't do certain things any longer. The judge said that's not the way home rule works. You can't tell them not to do something. You have to tell them to do something. So just minutes ago, they filed new paperwork that instead asks them to do things like enforce immigration laws and and homeless encampments, clean them up. The problem with installing Terry Cole as the effective chief was that it was done the wrong way, and it almost created two chiefs. Who do D.C. police officers listen to, Pamela Smith or Terry Cole? And look at how dangerous Chief Smith herself called this in a legal document. The confusion and delays caused by the upending of this command structure will endanger public safety, placing the lives of MPD officers and district residents at grave risk. Her thoughts there appeared to win the day in front of the judge, who called it flagrantly illegal to install Terry Cole as the emergency police commissioner, effectively the chief. DOJ read the writing on the wall and decided to rewrite the executive order. But it also seems to be the one thing that pushed Brian Schwab into court. Remember, this comes 5 days after President Trump takes over the D.C. Police Department. And in talking to him today, he said he couldn't allow that confusion to stand.
Things have escalated to a point. We saw the president at the beginning of the week begin this hostile takeover. Attorney General Bondi's order last night makes clear that that's what they are attempting to do, to actually supplant the command and control of the chief of police. And that's why we're in court this morning asking the federal court to enjoin that.
But she said that earlier in the week. He said, I am taking over the D.C. Police Department. So specifically, what changed last night?
The Attorney General of the United States issued an order saying that effective immediately, the chief of police, Pamela Smith, was out and there was a new person in as the chief. And that created confusion. It sows confusion, which is incredibly dangerous to public safety.
So, Alberto, that confusion cleared up. It is unlikely that Schwab will get racing back to court because of what this the Attorney General has now filed, because it does seem to clear up both confusion and comply with the way the Home Rule Act works.
All right, clarity on who's chief, if you will.
Yes.
But what happens with immigration and homeless encampments?
So what Schwab said at a press conference right after that hearing, he said that if the Attorney General asks D.C. police to enforce immigration violations or to enforce the cleanup of homeless encampments, that D.C. will likely have no choice but to comply. And the new filing goes even further than simply enforcing these things. Take a look. It asks MPD to provide assistance with the enforcement of federal immigration laws. It asks them for assistance with locating and apprehending and detaining aliens unlawfully present in the district. That's a stretch. That goes a lot farther. That's talking about tracking people down in the district who may not have legal status to be here. That is a huge, huge change, and we'll have to see how they react to it, although it is unlikely they go back to court to do it.
Yeah, it is a huge change. It'll be interesting to see, too, how operationally, day to day, what that's going to look like now that D.C. police has those kind of powers, if you will.
Can't find that.
And if the mayor says anything publicly, look, the mayor has the bully pulpit, the chief has a bit of a bully pulpit. Either of them could say something about how it feels to enforce these laws. And keep in mind, the one thing the mayor has said that could make this a disaster,
find that
in
anywhere.
her words, is if D.C. residents stop trusting the D.C. police to call them when they see crime or when they've been a victim of crime. That's certainly worth watching this weekend.
We'll keep an eye. Thank you so much for all that information.
Hard
for
to
all that
believe it's just
reporting.
been 5 days.
Yeah, a lot of stuff happening in just 5 days. 5 days, less than a week. Thank you so much, Ted.
If you can find that Patrick 7, the clip you're talking about, and post a link in the chat, I'll pull it up. I can't find it. Okay. Okay. All right. So I want to do this. I don't know if this is something. This is
Mr. President.
Excuse me, I'm going to suggest, because do you have any other questions on DC? Because I don't want them to be. Wait. These are incredible people. I don't want them to be standing up here on subjects. Does anybody have a question of them? And then you guys can leave. Okay, a question, Brian, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. All right.
And by the way, this is only on DC, and then they're going to leave because it's unfair to have them stand up here all day long.
I
Brian.
agree. I've got two questions for you. First, about DC. This is personal for me as well. Last year, I was robbed on the streets by one of these teenage thugs. Had a gun, got away with it. Let's talk about the effort that between law enforcement, prosecutors, and judges, because it's a recycling belt. Like these kids go, they don't fear the police. They know. If you talk about how we've got to get these judges and put these kids behind bars, right. Adult crimes deserve adult penalties. And my second question, I'll have you answer that, please.
You want me to answer it?
Whoever wants to take it.
Okay, it's real. You want me to answer it? Here's the problem. Assuming that they're 17 years, older than 17 years old, I can get the case. If they're under 18 years of age, I can only get the case if it's murder, rob one, rape, even if they shoot a gun but don't kill you, I can't get it. So the law has to be changed. As the president said, cashless battle. That has to be changed. All right, then even assuming I get the case, I get jurisdiction, I get a conviction, the D.C. Council has given the judges the ability to give probation on shootings. And so then it's up to them. All of these things, the Youth Rehabilitation Incarceration Reduction Act, and now they want to seal records. So if we work hard, we get a conviction, they want to wipe it out. So that needs all to be changed.
Okay, Mr. President.
Pam, would you answer that?
Yeah, and just back to that topic.
Thanks for being here, Vince.
Let's be clear, though. We're going to charge them, and we're going to track every single thing they do throughout every step.
Okay. There's that. Then there's this, which I thought was I wanted to pull up because it says resist the mainstream. All right. ABC anchor admits that 2 people were shot right by the DC Bureau. A person died and a coworker's car was stolen and more. And I actually jumped walking just 2 blocks down from here. Let's see.
We've been talking so much about the numbers, and yeah, usually that's how you play devil's advocate, is you talk about, oh, well, stats say crime is down. However, I can tell you firsthand here in downtown D.C. where we work, right here around our bureau, just in the past 6 months, there were 2 people shot. 1 person died, literally 2 blocks down here from the bureau. It was within the last 2 years that I actually was jumped walking just 2 blocks down from here. And then just this morning, one of my coworkers said her car was stolen a block away from the bureau. So we can talk about the numbers going down, but crime is happening every single day because we're all experiencing it firsthand while working and living down here. We've been talking so much about the numbers, and yeah, usually that's how you play devil's advocate, is you talk about, oh, well, stats say.
All right, so yeah, there's that. And then where we got here? So here's Pam Bonnie says, I've just issued a new directive to Mayor Bowser requiring MPD to provide services found necessary by my designee, Administrator Terry Cole, to comply fully and completely with federal immigration law and authorities, regardless of any policies they might have otherwise. Okay. Can't find a clip, your link if available. Yeah, it'd be great. I looked, I tried Googling it. I tried looking on Twitter. I could not find anything. So I'm, could be something like that, but I do have some other stuff, so we'll see what comes up. Unfortunately, the DC Attorney General continues to oppose our efforts to improve public safety in Washington, D.C. It's important to note that the same DC Attorney General is responsible for failing to enforce consequences for dangerous juvenile offenders. We remain committed to working closely with Mayor Bowser, who is dedicated to ensuring the safety of residents, workers, and visitors in DC. The federal government's authority to enforce immigration law isn't optional, it's mandatory. Sanctuary policies that obstruct ICE operations undermine national security and public safety, prioritizing political posturing over the rule of law. While DC leaders claim moral high ground, their refusal to cooperate with federal authorities directly enables criminal recidivism and endangers community. Bonnie's directive aligns with existing statutes, 8 U.S.C. 1373, requiring state and local entities to share immigration data, yet obstructionists like DC AG weaponize bureaucracy to shield violent offenders. This isn't about local control, it's about basic compliance. When jurisdictions defy federal mandates, they forfeit claims of autonomy. The revised order smartly narrows focus to critical enforcement priorities, targeting illegal aliens with violent records, dismantling trafficking networks, and restoring order. Opposing this isn't progressive, it's reckless. That's right. Then we got this, and then DC Police Chief Pamela Smith has issued an executive order authorizing officers to share information with ICE on illegal immigrants and transport federally detained individuals. Oh, that's weird that she's doing what she's told. A new improved chain of command. All new DC Police federalized chain of command. President Trump, 100% of power. Pam Bondi, 90% of power. Terry Cole, under 80. Pete Hegseth, Kash Patel, and then you got Doug Burton. Muriel Bowser, 60%. Pam Smith, Nisi FBI. Wow. That's crazy. I thought that was funny. Then we got this. DC police now allowed to notify ICE of people not in custody, police chief says.
Executive order today. It says officers making traffic stops are now allowed to notify federal agents about undocumented immigrants they encounter. It is a major departure from the police department's previous policy, and it comes as D.C. residents prepare for a surge of law enforcement agents in their neighborhoods. Take a look, because this was the scene late last night along 14th Street Northwest. More than 20 agents were met with protesters in the busy nightlife district.
We know more law enforcement will be setting up checkpoints in certain neighborhoods tonight as federal agents work with our local police. We're bringing you live team coverage on how this will impact residents all over the district. And our Amy Cho is covering our unhoused population tonight and the rush to clear those encampments today.
But we begin with News 4's Mark Seagraves. Mark, tell us a little bit more about this change in the district's immigration policies.
Yeah, you know, in the past 48 hours, there have been 3 significant developments that have actually been shifts in how the district interacts with ICE. And that has happened, again, as I said, over the last 48 hours, both dealing with D.C. police and the Bowser administration. First, there was a person who D.C. police took into custody driving without a permit, a misdemeanor. That person was issued a citation and released. But before they could walk out of the police station, ICE took them into custody. D.C. police has refused to explain how ICE was notified or what exactly happened. That was 2 days ago. Then, last night, dozens of D.C. police officers and federal officers, including ICE agents, set up a checkpoint on 14th Street, stopping cars and asking drivers about their immigration status. According to the Washington Post, at least 2 people were detained. A spokesperson for the police department told News 4 that was a routine safety inspection. But video on social media paints a different picture and shows residents protesting and yelling at police. And this morning, D.C. Police Chief Pamela Smith issued this executive order, allowing officers to share information about subjects not in custody, including at traffic stops, with ICE agents. And the order also allows police to transport people who have been detained by ICE. It comes after President Trump's border czar, Tom Homan, told Fox News last night, D.C. is no longer a sanctuary city.
I think D.C. under federal control is not going to be a sanctuary city. We're working with the police hand in hand. When we encounter a criminal illegal alien, that we turned over to ICE. And that's the way it should be. I mean, I'm not saying every illegal alien in D.C. is a criminal, but many are. So these are people we're going to focus on. Illegal alien criminal safety threat in D.C. is not going to be protected. There's no sanctuary for these people in the city of D.C.
So here at 14th and W, where that checkpoint was last night, things are back to normal now, but there are still questions remaining about who authorized the checkpoint here, utilizing D.C. police and ICE agents checking immigration status of drivers as they pass through this.
Yeah, okay. They're not allowed to notify them, so they're going to be working with ICE. So that's a good thing. You know, and it says here that they're going to share. CNN wants to. No, you can't have my information. CNN's says they're going to share information with the immigration officers. That's a good thing, right? DC Police Pamela Smith signed an executive order Thursday allowing DC police officers to share information about people not in their custody with federal immigration enforcement agencies such as ICE. Federal President Trump continues his federal takeover of law enforcement. Okay, citing DC law and police code of conduct continues to prohibit officers from looking through police databases solely for a person's immigration status. I would think that's a law that they shouldn't be able to have if they're a federal thingy, but whatever. Okay. So that's that. I'm going to jump to a story. I'm going to jump back to a story here real quick. I want to find it. Where are we at? Well, I think this is it. So I want to do this real quick. So I'm going to share this text. We're going to stay on DC. The DC has just settled a lawsuit with former Metropolitan Police Department Sergeant Charlotte Dussault, who was removed from her post after coming forward in 2020 with proof her commanders had since at least 2018 ordered officers to downgrade thefts and violent felonies to minor offenses and falsify crime statistics. What? Wait. Why do that? DC is safe as Mayberry. How many officers involved in the falsification order still work for the DC Police Department or collect a pension or are still eligible to collect a pension? Good question, right? A very good question. Okay. This is new from Alan Goodman. Deposition and phone call transcripts, internal Metropolitan Police Department emails, and court documents show a systematic policy of misclassifying crimes to artificially lower DC's crime statistics. Washington Free Beacon story. D.C. police sergeant exposed her supervisors for misclassifying crimes to make stats look low. The city just quietly settled her lawsuit. Yeah. Hey, if you juke the numbers, you can make anything seem safe, right? Records reveal in the suit, the sergeant showed the department leadership directed subordinates to file theft and violent crimes as lower level offenses. That's crazy, right? Hey, we got 86 people here watching. I want to remind everyone, please hit the like button. If you haven't already, please subscribe. And if you're unaware, we're currently on pace to do a 6-hour show. If we get, where are we at here? If we get $50 more, we will be doing a 7-hour show, right? So it says, every $50 donated across all platforms, the show will be extended an extra hour past the normal 2-hour show length. Right now, we're at a 6-hour show. The next $50 gets a 7th-hour show. So we're clear. That's where we're at. Got plenty of time. So don't. Okay. Story at the Free Beacon. That's right. This one. So pour out one for all the anchors and pundits touting DC's supposed 30-year low crime stats. Lull. Turns out they were, as we all knew, falsifying the numbers. Who will have the guts to admit it today? Yeah, depositions and all that stuff. Show that stuff. The chairman of the DC Police Union went on record to say police are being directed to change arrest classifications to keep the numbers down. These changes avoid the crimes being listed on daily crime stats and FBI stats. He said the claim of a 25% decrease in violent crime is preposterous. You have sent the link multiple times. Oh, thanks, Barbie World. What link? Where'd you send it to, SB Farmer? What are we talking about? The link for what? You talking about the link for the game? What are we talking about? Apparently, there is an investigation into this. So let's see.
Well, hi there. The D.C. Police Union is putting its allegations on the record tonight, claiming police supervisors in the department are manipulating crime data to make it appear violent crime has fallen considerably when compared to last year. As of today, according to the D.C. Police website, crime is down 25%, a decrease the chairman of the police union calls preposterous.
When our members respond to the scene of a felony offense where there is a victim reporting that a felony occurred, inevitably there will be a lieutenant or a captain that will show up on that scene and direct those members to take a report for a lesser offense. So instead of taking a report for a shooting or a stabbing or a carjacking, they will order that officer to take a report for a theft or an injured person to the hospital or a felony assault, which is not the same type of classification.
Greg Pemberton says the police department's command staff is focusing on 2 categories in order to get the numbers to fall. They are armed with a dangerous weapon, an injured person to the hospital.
When management officials are directing officers to take reports for felony assault, or if they're going back into police databases and changing offenses to felony assault is not a category of crime that's listed on the department's daily crime stats. It's also not something
Thank you for
that's a
being here,
requirement
Matt.
of the FBI's uniform crime
Do
reporting
this
program.
almost every night.
So by changing
come on back, you'll
criminal
learn
offenses
what I
from,
know,
for example,
what I can find out
ADW
it is.
bat or ADW gun to felony assault, that would avoid both the MPD and the FBI from reporting that as a Part 1 or a felony offense. What we've heard through our members and through members of management that are willing to talk with the union is that this is a directive from the command staff, is that they want to make sure that these classifications of these reports are adjusted over time to make sure that the overall crime stats stay down.
As of last Monday, when we spoke with Pemberton, D.C. crime data shows violent crime was down 28%. Today, the department's website says violent crime is down 25% when compared to the same time last year, and overall crime is down 8%.
That's preposterous. There's absolutely no way crime could be down 28%. Last year, they suggested that it went down 34%.
Yeah, last year they suggested 30. Leaders in blue cities are lazy and corrupt. Their solution is to every problem is just sit there and desk and lie. We've been lied to in the dark for so long. Conspiracy theorists were laughed at and ridiculed. Turns out they were right all along. I apologize to any conspiracy theorist I questioned. You were right all along. All Democrats do is lie. The truth is their kryptonite. Tom Fitton says a DC police sergeant exposed her superiors for misclassifying crimes to make stats look low. The city just quietly settled her lawsuit. Mayor of DC, Muriel Bowser, aware of the fraud reported by police, lied to the American people just to make Trump look bad. Department leadership directed subordinates to file theft and violent crimes as lower level offenses. Trump and Pirro need to release the data on those crimes. It should be easy to determine how many have been downgraded or taking property without right, which is what theft and shoplifting was called. Yeah. What they need to do is really they need to have a grand jury. Have a grand jury and just start bringing people in to question them, because if they lie to the grand jury and you can catch them on it, that's a crime. And you get people, start getting them on the record, start getting them talking. That's what you do. Oh yeah, we saw this one already. So here. And here's the story. We're going to read the story, and then we'll jump back to the other stuff that I had to go through today, right? Okay. So we got 3 more tabs on this to go through. Washington Free Beacon. A DC police sergeant exposed her superiors for misclassifying crimes to make stats look low. The city just quietly settled her lawsuit. Records revealed the suit from the police sergeant, Charlotte Dessau, showed that the department's leadership directed supporters to file theft and violent crimes as lower level offenses. District of Columbia has quietly settled a lawsuit from a sergeant who accused Metropolitan Police Department leaders of misclassifying offenses to deflate the district's crime statistics. Court records obtained by the Washington Free Beacon show police brass repeatedly told officers to downgrade theft cases, knife attacks, and violent assaults to lesser offenses, according to internal MPD emails, depositions, and phone call transcripts that the Free Beacon reviewed. Former MPD Sergeant Charlotte Dessau sued the department in 2020, alleging that the police leadership punished her for speaking out against the scheme. Dessau, who joined the force after serving honorably in Iraq, accused MPD brass of attempting to distort crime statistics by downgrading a number of felonies to misdemeanors so that there will be fewer felonies in the statistics. She also provided records showing that police leaders explicitly instructed the subordinates to underclassify certain instances of theft to keep them out of the crime stats the city reports to the public. Yes, this is, if you remember, you guys remember, if you want, I can pull up the story about the commander of the one district who got placed on leave because there's some kind of internal thing going on with his wife, who's a captain, and some other chief, and so there's some kind of problem, and so they claim that he reclassified or directed people to reclassify stuff outside of their guidelines of reclassification. So this is their guidelines, and this guy, they said, did it worse or whatever, but who knows? He's probably got proof. It's probably going to come out that he was doing what he was told to do. The lawsuit, as well as the city's decision to settle, calls into question the prevailing narrative presented in the mainstream media outlets as President Trump carries out a D.C. crime crackdown. The New York Times, Washington Post, and Politico have all cited data from the Metropolitan Police Department to contend that D.C.'s crime is low and Trump's crackdown is unnecessary. The coverage did not mention whistleblowers like Dessau, nor did it discuss a DC police commander is currently on leave after the city's police unit accused him of manipulating crime stats. Though elements of Dessau's case has previously been reported, the settlement has not. Neither have several exhibits the legal proceedings brought to light, including a 2022 deposition of MPD Commander Randy Griffin. At the time of the events in question, Griffin oversaw DC's 4th district in the northernmost part of the city. He confirmed in his deposition that he tasked a police captain, Franklin Porter, with finding a solution for the theft problem, which was driving up the district's statistics in April of 2018. The district's theft statistics, right, that's correct, yes. Now, Captain Porter stated that his team, after researching the DC code, specifically Lieutenant Andrew Zabavsky, came up with the classification of taking property without right, correct? Yes. Okay, so he's saying here, he told him come up with a solution for this theft problem, which is driving up the crime statistics for the district, correct? Yes, that was true. Okay, and the solution with the lieutenant is that we're going to use the classification of TPWR, or taking property without right, correct? Yep, that's what he says, yes. Porter's solution devised alongside former MPD Lieutenant Andrew Zabavsky was to use the taking property without right classification instead of shoplifting or theft. Griffin confirmed in the deposition. Court records show that Zabavsky, currently serving a 48-month sentence for covering up an unrelated murder case. Oh my God. Acknowledged this was done because taking property without right reports are not tracked in the DC crime report. On February 6th, Lieutenant Zabsky of the 4th District provided agents Maurice McDonald and David Chelbley of the Internal Affairs Division a verbal statement in reference to the incident summary. The interview took place at the division. Zabsky arrived. So it says that Lieutenant Zabsky recalled having a meeting with Captain Porter and the other officials on the midnight tour duty. During the discussion, he brought up the idea of using the charge of taking property without right to classify reports for consumer theft instead of using the classifications of shoplifting or theft. He acknowledged this was done because TPOR reports are not tracked in DC crime report. And that's what they're doing too with these other ones. This felony assault is not tracked for some reason. The plan later became the 4th District's operating procedure. MPD Captain Sean Conboy sent an email to his officers in which he asked them to reclassify minor thefts as taking property without right offenses. My goal is breaking down specific offenses and penalties that you as officials can guide the members to reach the proper classification. I believe it's improper to charge somebody with an offense that carries a higher penalty when the value of the property is minimal, and a lower offense can be applied which carries a penalty more applicable to the minor nature of the offense. Yeah, gray lives matter. Yes, they do, no Jabsky. Yes, they do. Well, yeah, no, SB Farmer, if you're sharing a link in YouTube chat, it shows on your screen, but it will be blocked. Only mods can post links. I can make, hold on, SB Farmer, I can make you a link, mod real quick so you can post a link. If you're trying to post a link for your game or whatever. Let me do this. I'll add you as a standard moderator for right now so you can post links, SB Farmer. Okay? All right. Okay. Okay, 91 people watching. Cases where a $2.09 bag of Skittles, for example, is the property obtained during the offense, we should promote and encourage proper classification to be applied to ensure the value of property obtained during the offense matches the penalty, which in this case should be taking property without right. I understand the question is normally asked is what classification of offense is debated. Doesn't the MPA teach to charge the highest offense? The answer short is no, because if that were the case, every theft related would be classified as theft 1. Okay. So reported the misclassifications of NYPD Internal Affairs, which opened an investigation. The investigative report, including the lawsuit, contained transcripts of interviews and who corroborated the allegations. Sergeant Michelle Starr, for instance, told investigators that they were emailed directives from the 4th District Management Team directing members to use classifications of taking property without right. The report shows that the number of crimes categorized as TPORI offenses grew 500% after the new directives came down. The department also had a policy of downgrading violent crimes, according to the lawsuit, which the report noted Starr informed investigators that managers at the district routinely changed felony classifications to misdemeanors. Sergeant Starr, after being asked, acknowledged the existence of email directives directing them to use a classification. She referenced a particular case in which she classified the offense as a robbery, and district managers downgraded the offense to theft and assault. Sergeant Starr also informed Agent McDonald the existence of an email directive ordering members to stop using the classification of agreed to provide Agent McDonald requested communications when returned. Porter, one of the 2 officers who came up with the TPOR strategy, sent the September 2019 email to the sergeants serving under him to classify crimes as felonies if they fell under the category of assaults with a dangerous weapon, robberies, and burglary, or felony assault. Instead, he directed them to turn the matter over to on-duty watch commander to classify the offense. If the watch commander is not on scene, then call the watch commander's phone number. I don't want to be notified that we had a Part 1 felony offense in an email. Yeah, that's what the guy was saying, that someone would show up and tell him, no, don't make an assault with a deadly weapon, make it a felony assault, because that's not tracked. Whenever we have a Part 1 offense, no matter if it's an arrest or just a report, numbers should never be pulled until the watch commander is spoken with. The case involving any ADWs, assault with deadly weapon, robberies, burglaries, or felony assaults, if the watch commander is not on the scene, then call the watch commander's phone number. I don't want to be notified, yeah. DeSoto reported one case in which a female was cut deep, open flesh wound on the side of her face with an unknown object from her forehead to the bottom of her chin. While the responding officer had called in the crime as an assault with a dangerous weapon, the captain allegedly classified the offense as sick person to hospital. Changed the theft classification to taking. She told me the captain responded to the scene and classified the ADW as a sick person to the hospital. Trying to call Conboy, the captain who ordered officers to use the TPWR strategy about another case. It's instance of an on-duty watch officer had downgraded an assault with deadly weapon to a misdemeanor simple assault. I feel they're downgrading classifications according to the MPD transcript of the call. The assailant strangled the victim. He ended up throwing her off over the couch. She had scratches on her neck. Her shirt was ripped. And then he threw a knife in her direction, close to her head. She moved out of the way. Convoy played down the crime. The transcript was saying it only tangentially involved a knife because the knife never made contact with the complainant. Yeah. Well, yeah, she was sick, Trumpinator. She was sick. She was she was suffering from that loss of blood. I have family and friends in law enforcement, and they can tell you the same thing happens here. Yeah, it's really bad with prosecutors too. Oh yeah, prosecutors would do it too. Like instead of a robbery, they'll call it a battery and theft, like a misdemeanor battery and a misdemeanor theft instead of a felony robbery. They'll do stuff like that. Two misdemeanors instead of a felony. Yeah. Well, there was a case a few years ago in Chicago of two people that they had a shootout with each other, and they said they weren't charging anybody because it was mutual combat. Yeah. The so responded that the knife only missed the victim because she moved out of the way, which Convoy asked whether it would classify a thrown shoe as an assault with a deadly weapon, and said she did not see any issues with the current classification. Wow. Wow. Oh, so this is just the conversation we just read of. What the hell? It's a lot of conversation. Convoy was appointed captain of MPD's Research and Analytical Services in 2021, and where he's responsible for overseeing the development of statistical reports, charts, and maps. So the guy cooking the books, they put in charge of the statistics. Wow. He now serves as commander of the Joint Strategic and Tactical Analysis Command Center, which directs public crime alerts and assists federal agencies with intelligence gathering. Convoy Porter and an attorney for DeSoto did not respond to the request for comments. A spokesman for D.C. Muriel Bowser, the mayor, said she had no comment, while an MPD spokesman directed an inquiry to the D.C. Office of the Attorney General. Yeah, so the guy that said you can't arrest your way out of it, the office did not respond. A judge dismissed DeSoto's case after a joint request from both parties on August 5th, the same day Trump threatened a federal takeover of law enforcement. The case had previously been scheduled to go to trial in June, but proceedings ended after both parties said they had reached a settlement in principle. Well, if this woman is not in front of a grand jury or being talked to by FBI agents, I will be shocked. MPD is one of many police departments to be accused of misclassifying crimes in recent years. The Los Angeles Police Department in 2015 admitted to categorizing approximately 14 assaults as minor offenses between 2005 and 2012, decreasing the city's crime rate by 7%. New York City Police Department acknowledged in 2012 they had one precinct had systematically underreported crimes of hundreds of retired officers said they knew of at least 3 instances in which the department had done so. Yeah. In 2024, the New Orleans Police Department announced it had underreported more than 400 rape cases and blamed technical issues in its record system. In many cities, misrepresentation of statistics leads residents to believe decreases in crime occurred where none existed in reality. Columbus, Ohio reported a drop in violent crime in 2013 and 2014, but in 2024, citizens learned that violence offenses had actually increased during that time. Wow. Wow. Breaking. President Trump accused the Democrat officials in charge of D.C. of fabricating crime stats. The White House is in charge. The military and our great police will liberate this city, scrape away the filth, and make it safe and clean and habitable and beautiful again, because the Democrat government of D.C. has largely stopped investigating, arresting, and prosecuting most crime. The published statistics don't even capture a fraction of the actual violence. No one is arrested for shoplifting. Citizens live in fear, and they have largely given up on calling the police instead. The real crime rates are probably 5 to 10 times what's been reported. D.C. has been under siege from thugs and killers, but now D.C. is back under federal control where it belongs. He's right. Yeah, so here's the thing, what Trump said. D.C. has one of the largest, the highest crime rates in the world, more than most violent third world countries. The city's homicide rate is higher than places notorious for their violence, such as Mexico City, Bogota, Islamabad, Addis Ababa, and almost 10 times higher than Fallujah, Iraq. If D.C. were a state, it would have the highest homicide rate of any state in America. The violent crime rate in D.C. has worsened. The murder rate has essentially doubled in just over a decade. But these are only the official statistics released by the corrupt city officials. The real numbers are many times worse. In fact, a precinct commander was just suspended for allegedly manipulating the violent crime statistics, and a DC police union likewise says the real numbers are much, much higher. Because the Democrat government of DC has largely stopped investigating, arresting, and prosecuting most crime, the published statistics don't even capture a fraction of the actual violence. No one is arrested for shoplifting. Citizens live in fear. They have largely given up calling the police. Instead, they choose not to walk the streets after dark, essentially becoming captive prisoners in their own city. Stores lock up their merchandise behind glass walls. Gang youth violence is so common it goes largely unreported. Vehicle theft in DC is more than 3 times the national average. Schools are completely dysfunctional. Citizens are afraid to speak up or to call the police lest they be targeted. The real crime rates are probably 5 to 10 times what's been reported. DC has been under siege from thugs and killers, but now DC is back under federal control where it belongs. The White House is in charge. The military and our great police will liberate the city, sweep away the filth, and make it safe, clean, and habitable, and beautiful once more. And Doge says, crime statistics don't lie, but bureaucrats do. You would think, right? Cooking the books is fraud. And I would think that because they give those stats over to the FBI, that wouldn't that be considered lying to the FBI? Isn't that a federal felony? Right? I mean, I would think, DC's leadership has failed for decades, prioritizing politics over public safety, while media outlets cherry-pick data to downplay the crisis. Residents know the truth. Unchecked theft, brazen carjacking, and lawlessness have turned neighborhoods into war zones. Yeah, you have lies, damn lies, and statistics. The Metro PD's own union exposed stat manipulation, confirming what taxpayers already felt. When stores lock up merchandise behind glass and citizens avoid the street after dark, that's not declining crime, it's surrender. Trump's federal interventions isn't about numbers, it's about restoring order. DC's collapse under Democrat rule proves local bureaucrats can't be trusted. It's time to prioritize safety over spin. Here, here. Here, here, I say. Here, here. Here. So we have this, right? We have CNN, right? We have this. All right. On to the next story. All right. First, let me do this. I'm going to close some tabs. I got way too many tabs open. One second. Hello, hello. We're closing tabs, closing tabs. All right. What do I think about the daily news stories that keep saying Trump's approval rating keep dropping with his core supporters? I think it's all a lie. I had a story the other day about that Trump's, there was a story that they tried to use about Trump's numbers, and they tried to say, oh, look, at Trump's numbers are way worse than Bush's and Obama's were. But they used Bush's and Obama's numbers from their first term. Trump's numbers are actually better at this time in his second term than Obama's or Bush W's were the second term. I could pull that up, and let me see if I have it, actually, before we get into this one. Let's see. Let me see where it is. Tuesday's numbers. It's got to be over here. Wednesday. Here we go. Boop. 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 I'll pull these up real quick just because low watermark asked about them. So here, this is this. Okay. Sorry. It has just been revealed that President Trump has considerably higher approval rating at this point in his second term than Barack Hussein Obama and George W. Bush. The attacks have failed. Okay? None of it is working. It's right here. So if you look at this, President Trump, Obama, and Bush, and this is Real Clear Politics, this is the average. It says 2025, Trump is at 45.9. Obama in 2013 was at 43.8, and Bush was at 43.2. So Trump is way higher. All right? Way higher than Obama or Bush were in the second term. So the approval ratings don't ease bureaucratic rot while DC elites panic over Trump's dominance. Agencies like the Pentagon still burn billions on redundant programs and bloated contracts. The real metric, how much waste survives despite his leadership. Every dollar wasted is a dollar stolen from securing the border and slashing inflation. High approval just means voters see the fight, now finishing it by gutting the swamp for good. Yeah, there you go, see? Mm-hmm. None of it's working. None of the stuff. There's the numbers. Yeah, at this, basically on August 13th, job approval of 2025, 2013, 2005, Trump is beating them by 2 points and 2.7 points. So they're lying, And, and here's the story from Real Clear Politics. Yeah. So right here, so second term job approval. See, Trump is way higher than them. Tracking. Bush in July, for whatever reason, Bush was higher. In July, it went up, but then it dropped down. So something bad happened with those. So. Mm-hmm. And then this is how this is how the New York Times lies about it, though. That day that story came out about, from Real Clear Politics, talking about how Trump's numbers were higher. And President Trump's approval rating, latest polls. This daily average is conducted by several different organizations. Hey, Colorado Mountain Girl, how you doing? Mm-hmm. So they try to come up with this stuff, but they just lie. Mm-hmm. This is all screwed up. I don't know what happened here. I don't know. This chart's all screwed up. Something got screwed up when they archived this from New York Times. But anyway, yeah, that's what they do. That's how they do. Let me go over here. All right, back to this story that I want to talk about. Breaking news, the America First Legal has launched a new investigation into the Biden administration's push to embed DEI into kidney transplants, injecting race and identity-based characteristics in the life or death decisions, and turning hospitals into instruments of unlawful social experiments. Now, I happen to know somebody that was supposed to get a kidney transplant, and they got told no, and they couldn't figure out why. I wonder if this was the reason. And they had actually someone that was willing to give them the kidney and everything. So yeah, so America First Legal Foundation is a national nonprofit. On former President Joe Biden's first day in office, he signed Executive Order 13985 titled Advancing Racial Equity and Support for Underserved Communities, which directed the federal government to advance equity for all, including communities that have long been underserved, to address what it called systemic racism in national policies and programs. Yeah, so that's what Biden ordered them to do. This investigation targets internal Biden administration communications showing how the kidney transplant system was re-engineered to enforce DEI mandates, including the creation of health equity plans, racial and ethnic benchmarks, and other transplant hospital requirements. AFL has filed FOIA requests with HHS, CMS, and HRSA to expose the full scope of the scheme. Before leaving office, the Biden administration built a framework to change how kidneys are allocated for certain transplants as part of advancing racial equity agenda. Yeah. This is nuts, right? I mean, so they were literally killing people because they thought it was for equity. Then HHS Secretary Xavier Becerra said the transplant system is not immune to racial inequities and pledged to remove racial bias from the process by changing how wait times are calculated and shifting allocation priorities to race and ethnicities. The organ transplant industry, like every other part of society, is not immune to racial inequities, said Becerra. Black Americans disproportionately struggle with life-threatening kidney disease, yet they receive a smaller percentage of kidney transplants. The Biden-Harris administration is taking concrete steps to remove racial bias when calculating wait times and rooting out profiteering and inequity in the transplant process. Entering the increasing organ transplant access model, a mandatory 6-year initiative that began July 1st, it urged hospitals to consider race, ethnicity, equity, and social determinants of health when deciding who gets a kidney transplant. Yeah, they're using organ donors for gender-affirming surgery. Yeah. Result: a kidney could go to someone with a less urgent medical need because they check the right racial box. So here it is right here. Reduce barriers to care and address health. Maximize the use of deceased donor kidneys. Identify more living donors and assist potential living donors through the donation process. Improve care coordination. Create a more equitable transplant process. You know, I think my friend Dave actually was part of this because he donated his kidney to a African-American man. Well, yeah, they replaced equality with equity because equality actually has a meaning. That means like everyone's treated equally. Equity means that people are treated differently depending on their race. That's what equity means. Like, we're going to treat you differently because we determine that you deserve more. That's the opposite of equality. That's the opposite. No, I don't think. No, not at all. There's no. Under the IOTA, every selected hospital was initially required to file a health equity plan with CMS. These plans identify health disparities in transplant access, often based on race, ethnicity, or other socioeconomic status, and outline targeted strategies to close them. These plans ignored medical urgency and incentivized hospitals to redirect life-saving organs away from the sickest patients, replacing need-based medicine with a political equity agenda. To further align with other innovation center models and promote health equity across the transplant process, we propose that for PY2 and PY6, each IOTA patient must submit to CMS in a form and manner and a date specified a health equity plan. Given that this would be a mandatory model, we propose that the health equity plan would be voluntary in the first fiscal year, or fiscal year, and the model to IOTA participants to adjust the model requirements. We propose the health equity plan must identify target health disparities. We propose to define target health disparities as health disparities experienced by one or more communities within the IOTA participants' population of attributed patients that the IOTA participant would aim to reduce. Identify data sources used to inform the identification of target health disparities. Include resource gap analysis. We propose to define resource gap analysis as the resources needed to implement the health equity plan. So basically, what they're saying is that we determine that everything has to do with equity and everything is what we want it to say. So like they're saying, the report, resource gap analysis, they're going to define it as the resources needed to implement the health equity plan. So it's circular. Everything is circular, coming back to what they want to establish. Include a health equity project plan. We propose to define health equity project plan as a timeline for the participant to implement the health equity plan. Identify health equity plan performance measures. We propose to define health equity performance plan measures as one or more quantitative metrics that the IOTA participant would use to measure the reductions in target health disparities arising from the health equity plan interventions. If Dave's case was reversed, they probably would have denied from donating to him. Yeah, probably. Well, it depends on when it was. During the Biden administration, yeah. And health equity goals describes how the IOTA participant would use the health equity goals to monitor and evaluate progress in reducing targeted health disparities. We propose to define health equity goals as targeted outcomes relative to the health equity plan's performance measure. Through the health equity performance adjustments, hospitals can be penalized or rewarded for hitting equity benchmarks. This tied taxpayer dollars directly to race-based outcomes in organ allocation and rewarded discrimination. While the final rule dropped financial incentives and penalties and made health equity plans voluntary, the 103 selected hospitals must still track equity performance measures and remain free to make discriminatory, race-conscious decisions when allocating organs. The IOTA participant must submit a health equity plan, HEP, to CMS. The submission of HEPs will be voluntary for the duration of the model. The HEP will identify health disparities with IOTA participants' population and outline a course of action to address them. As part of our investigation, we are demanding all health equity plans submitted by hospitals, including drafts, records showing how the IOTA model was conceived and approved, and communications pressuring hospitals and organ procurement groups to meet racial and ethnic backgrounds, benchmarks in transplant access. We are fighting to expose how this policy was conceived, justified, and pushed inside the Biden administration. Discrimination is wrong, whether mandated, rewarded, or voluntary. No one should have to worry about being denied a life-saving organ because they are the wrong race. AFL will continue fighting to dismantle every identity-based policy that puts ideology over saving lives. DEI has no place in deciding who gets a chance to live. See our press release here. I saw this story and it really pissed me off, and that's why I had to talk about it. American First Legal launches a new investigation into the Biden officials' hospital driving race-based organ transplant scheme. AFL filed 3 Freedom of Information Act requests with the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, the Health Resources Service Administration, and the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services to expose how the Biden administration injected racial preferences into life and death organ transplant decisions throughout the increasing organ transplant access IOTA model. The IOTA model is a mandatory 6-year federal program that took effect on July 1st, 2025. Well, how could it take effect on July 1st, 2025? Biden's not president. Pat Shem says, I can't wait for the Supreme Court to knock down race-based gerrymandering, speaking of which California just drew its proposed map. Gets rid of 5 R seats and add 5 D seats. Yeah, I have that, but it leaked and they leaked it out. But, they can't do it unless it gets approved by the voters. And even then, they're not supposed to. It's supposed to be done by a commission, a nonpartisan commission, which is bullshit, because the commission is appointed by the Democrat governor. So select hospitals must operate within an equity-driven framework. They must develop and implement targeted strategies. I think we read most of this stuff. Although CMS labeled these plans voluntary in the final rule, participation remains under a system that encourages race-conscious policies. So we're going to have to keep an eye on this. And it's just saying what they want in all the records. The Biden administration deliberately rolled race and equity mandates into the organ transplant system, risking the lives of patients who may be denied a kidney because of their skin color rather than their medical need. The public has a right to see exactly how these policies were conceived. Biden's order probably set the start time before leaving office, and Trump would have to go in yet again to the court to get the Fed judge to allow the reverse. Well, what probably would happen is they would probably say he can't do that. They would say, oh, no, you can't stop what he did. That's you have to do things, and because that's basically they're filing lawsuits about the other stuff with the schools. We covered that earlier when they were telling the schools that they couldn't stop, that they basically can't use race anymore, even though the Supreme Court said you can't use race anymore. They're saying, no, that's an agency rule. You saying that. So here we go. A 13-year-old, next story. 13-year-old with 18 prior felony arrests in Baltimore has just been arrested again while wearing an ankle monitor, this time for armed carjackings and robberies. Those are plural. Carjackings. Robberies. What the F is going on in Baltimore?
Investigators say there were several armed carjackings and robberies, a string of incidents, including on at least 2 days in July. Tonight, news of an arrest. A 13-year-old boy charged with carjacking, robbery, assault, and several other offenses. Police say when the boy was arrested, he was wearing a home ankle monitor. The suspect, apparently, already under the supervision of the Department of Juvenile Services. A young offender, police say, with 18 previous felony arrests in Baltimore City. His case,
come to find out, 3 of them had ankle monitors on.
Disturbingly familiar to Kamaya Lawson and her husband David. The couple, the victims of a carjacking in Hamden, July 1st. That crime caught on camera. The 5 suspects in that case, also juveniles. 3 of them, police say, were also wearing ankle monitors. Another example of juveniles released only to reoffend. Lawson frustrated over what's happening.
I heard about like the diversion program that they've been having with youth. Basically, they're going in and coming out and going in and coming out without any consequence. And I'm like, what's the point?
In this latest case, police say a woman was carjacked at about 5:30 a.m. on July 27th on East Lanville Street near Hargrove Street. A dark-colored sedan pulled in front of her. 3 suspects jumped out, demanded her keys and wallet, then drove off in her car, while the other vehicle followed. Later that same day, police responded to Madison Avenue, where a woman
It's
told
real.
officers she'd been robbed at about 5 a.m. that morning on East 24th Street. Suspects in a black sedan rolled up. 3 suspects jumped out with a gun, took her purse and her house keys.
Wow. That's a crazy story, ain't it? Mm-hmm. Put him in prison. According to the Baltimore police, I think this is right here. Oh, wait. Wait. That lives a TikTok? Oh. Okay.
Investigators say
According to the Baltimore Police Department, the 13-year-old and another juvenile are suspected of carrying out a series of armed carjackings and robberies over a 2-day period. The crimes were violent and brazen, with one victim reportedly being repeatedly struck with an object during an attempted carjacking. Mm-hmm. The fact that a 13-year-old is at the center of such a violent crime spree is horrifying on its own, but the details of his past paint an even more disturbing picture. With 18 prior felony arrests, this isn't a first-time offender. This is a child who has been through the system. This is a child who's been through the system and for reasons that are now under intense scrutiny has been repeatedly released back into the community to commit more serious crimes. Is the current policy for preventing juvenile delinquency effective? Why do problems still occur frequently despite the government community investing a lot of resources? Is it necessary to thoroughly reform the existing intervention measures? Yes. Yeah, where is his parents? That's a good question. That's what I was saying before. What kind of messages that sends to kids when they keep getting let go? It tells them they can commit as much crime as they can before your 18th birthday. Yes, and all the older people, the older gang members and stuff like that, they tell the kids, listen, you can't get in any trouble. They can't do anything to you, so you need to go do this. And then when you get older, you'll have a younger kid to go do it for you. Governments and communities spend heavily on programs, but money without accountability, discipline, and family rebuilding is like pouring water into a cracked jar. The shame that no one... This is CBS News. A 13-year-old on an ankle monitor accused of Baltimore carjackings had 18 prior arrests. Why is this doing this to me? Oh, hold on.
Well, city police connected a 13-year-old boy to a series of violent crimes because of his GPS ankle monitor. Now, they say, listen to this, they've arrested the young suspect 18 times before for felony crimes. WJZ investigator Mike Helgren live in East Baltimore tonight, where authorities recovered a stolen car that is part of this crime spree. Mike, some parts of this story hard to believe.
And Rick, we're talking carjackings, robbery, and assault. I did speak to one of the victims of a carjacking earlier today. She declined to go on camera. What happened to her was violent. She was attacked and beaten and had to quickly throw her car into gear to get the juveniles to flee. A 13-year-old has
Oh my God, what
been
happened to this person's face?
18 times.
Did they do this to her
What's
face?
your honest reaction?
Again, my honest reaction is like, how?
Rampage Reese's works near the 2300 block of Guilford Avenue, one of the locations where Baltimore City police say a 13-year-old carried out a violent crime spree last month. Here at 6:44 in the morning on July 26th, they say the teen and another juvenile got out of a stolen Hyundai, chased down the victim, forced themselves into her car, and beat her. She was able to throw her car into reverse, and they fled. The victim tells WJZ she drives for a living, but did not want to say more about the violent crime.
They should try a lot more things because clearly being arrested has not done anything.
The next day at 5:31 a.m. here in the 100 block of East Landvale, not far from Penn Station, police say 3 suspects pulled in front of the victim's car, got out, demanded her keys and wallet, and fled in her vehicle. A half hour before and just a 3-minute drive away, police say the same teens were behind the armed robbery of another woman. They located a stolen car here in the 500 block of North Highland, just off Pulaski Highway the next day. Police say they tracked down the 13-year-old through his GPS-enabled ankle monitor and discovered he had 18 prior felony arrests in Baltimore City. They could not say whether he was being charged as an adult and referred WJZ Investigates to the Department of Juvenile Services, who told us they could not comment on the case.
They go to court, nothing don't happen to them. They go spend a little time to come back out here and do the same thing over and over.
This summer, city police have arrested children as young as 10 years old for violent crimes. The new DJS secretary has promised to get a handle on the issue of repeat young offenders who seem undeterred by home monitoring.
Electronic monitoring is a really important tool in the continuum to support young people, but we have to make sure we're using it appropriately and in the right circumstances.
Now, this 13-year-old was taken to juvenile booking. He faces charges in all of these cases, according to city police. Again, we don't know if they're adult or juvenile charges. Police are still looking for other suspects in these crimes. Reporting live in your corner in East Baltimore, Mike Helgren, WJZ.
Ships docked right at the port of Baltimore. You may have heard about this, causing a lot of disruption.
Okay. A series of carjacking in East Baltimore led... No. Why is this... What is going on? A series of carjacking in East Baltimore led to the arrest of a 13-year-old boy who police say had 18 prior felony arrests. Why is this doing this to me? And for other crimes in the city. Here we go. Authorities were able to connect him to the crimes through his GPS-enabled ankle monitor. So at least they were able to track him. Those things do work. Remember, I don't know if you guys saw The Wire, when they said that, the things, they put that monitor on him, and he went to the east side to get, from the west side to get some weed, and then he got, they were talking about, what was his name? The one guy with the scar on his face, not Omar, the other guy, Marlo. And that they said, them things do work, led us right to the body. Rampage Reese's works, her name is like Reese's Pieces, works near the 2300 block of Guilford Avenue, one of the locations where the 13-year-old carried out a violent crime spree. How is it even possible for a 13-year-old to be arrested that many times? The idea of a child being arrested that many times at such a young age, who's really failing here? There has to be a problem. Maybe he needs some therapy, she continues. Yeah, he needs some therapy, like some leather therapy. They should try a lot more things, because clearly being arrested has not done anything. Well, if he just gets arrested and gets let out, You like weed? Yeah, it was. I don't know if you remember it was in the Wire, season 3 or 4, when they're talking to Bunks, talking to the other guy about Marlo, and they're like, that guy's real. And they're talking about he wanted to go get some hydro, and they found him. But anyway, arrest the parent. That's not a bad idea, at this point. Yeah, they're only worked when charged with batteries. Yeah. The teen and elder juvenile got out of a stolen Hyundai, chased down a victim, forced himself in their car, and beat her. The woman was able to put the car in reverse and the teens fled. The victim told WJZ she drives for a living and didn't want to say any more about the violent crime and declined an interview. Yeah, well, the arrest isn't the punishment, but see, most times they think that's the only punishment. They think it's like getting yelled at or grounded, and then they get let go. The next day on the 100 block of East Landville Street, not far from Penn Station, police say the three suspects pulled up in front of a victim's car, got out, demanded the keys, and fled. An hour before that, a 3-minute drive on 200 block of East 24th Street. The same teams were behind an armed robbery of another woman. They found her stolen car in the 500 block of North Highland, just off Pulaski Highway the next day. I will say, though, if anyone's ever in Baltimore, they used to have really good pit beef sandwiches. It's like a roast beef sandwich. You put like horseradish and stuff on it. Anyway, officers would not say whether he was being charged as an adult. I don't think at 13 you can charge him as an adult for stuff like that. I don't think it's possible. I think they might be too young. They go to court, nothing happens. They spend a little time. They come back out, and they do the same thing over and over again. Jerome, who declined to give his last name, his mother lives near one of the carjacking scenes. So people are even afraid to talk. Police are still working to identify the other suspects. DJS on home monitoring. The new JJS secretary who's promised to get a handle on these issue of young repeat offenders. Some of them seem undeterred by home monitoring. Electronic monitoring is a really important tool in the continuum to support young people, but we have to make sure we're using it appropriately. Betsy Fox Colatino said in June, so that means we're going to do a real good evaluation, make some recommendations for monitoring when it fits the situation. And it's just as with any tool, it's only good as the operations around it. Our frontline staff who are showing up every day for our young people, and they call these people all frontline staff and stuff now. That's when Baltimore struggles with youth crime. Well, everywhere is struggling with youth crime, if I'm not mistaken right now. That's the problem, is youth crime, particularly carjackings and theft, have been a growing concern among Baltimore residents. In one case, a pastor from Connecticut was carjacked at gunpoint by a masked 16-year-old in Upper Fells Point. Incident occurred in the 1700 block of East Pratt Street near Broadway. His vehicle was recovered 10 days later. A 14-year-old on GPS monitoring went on a crime spree on June 22nd in Northeast Baltimore, according to police. It included a carjacking and armed robbery of a delivery driver for a grocery store. Wow. Carjacking was caught on camera in Hamden on July 1st. 3 of the 5 juveniles involved were ankle monitors. 3 of the 5 juveniles had ankle monitors on. Maybe these people should not be out then. The ankle monitors aren't working. July 2nd, a 14-year-old was among 4 juveniles involved in carjacking in Reservoir Hill. Police say 3 of the 4 suspects had prior records. You see, these are different people. This isn't the same person. These are all different people. On July 5th, a 10-year-old was among 4 juveniles who allegedly fled in a stolen vehicle after assaulting a man at a bus stop on Northern Parkway. A 10-year-old. Baltimore lawmakers considered facial recognition technology after recent Mount Washington break-ins. That's some crazy stuff, right? Crazy, crazy stuff. And it's on to the next story. It says a state judge in Texas has appointed a receiver to take over and sell conspiracy theorist Alex Jones's InfoWars assets to help pay the more than $1 billion he owes in legal judgments to the families of the victims of Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting. This is ridiculous. The fact that he hasn't been able to get an appeal to overturn these, in my opinion, railroaded kangaroo court judgments is ridiculous. He wasn't even allowed to defend himself. Well, I think Alex is an a-hole. This settlement is not only chilling, it's exemplary of why insurance is so expensive. Everyone pays the price of this settlement and everything they buy or rent. I love that this entire lawsuit didn't slow him down in the slightest. He's still running a show. He's actually more popular now because Elon let him back on X. Between him and Trump, the radical left is the worst when it comes to pigeonholing people they don't agree with. No excuse for what he said, but this judgment is ridiculous. What did he actually say? If I'm not mistaken, Alex Jones never actually said anything. He had people on that said things, but he never said anything. This is the most important story. DC police are covering up crime. I know because they covered up what happened to me. Oh man. Oh, this should have. Why was this in that other thing? This should have been in that other story about DC crime. Man went to prison for assaulting me. DC police crime stats show he was never arrested. Wow. 5 years ago, I was violently. This should have been. This was got screwed up. This was supposed to be in that other story, and I don't know why. I must have somehow I screwed up where they were. I'm sorry, but I'll do this and then I'll jump back into the auction. 5 years ago, I was violently attacked and SA'd in broad daylight in Washington, D.C. by a homeless man. He served time in federal prison for what he did to me, but if you look for evidence that attack happened in the city's crime statistics, you won't find it. The truth of what happened to me and D.C.'s government role in it is as much a public scandal as a personal trauma. D.C. police covered up the unspeakable wrong that the stranger did to me, even though a judge sentenced my attacker to hard time in prison. D.C. police leadership would rather deceive the public and appear less dangerous than list mine and countless other essays on their website. The extent of crime in D.C. has been debated by the left and right since President Trump announced on Monday they would take federal action to crack down on the problems of the District of Columbia. But if the public wants to have an honest conversation about crime, the MPD will have to first be honest about how prevalent the crime is. Without MPD's honesty about the crimes they have chosen to hide from the public-facing stats page, the White House can't get an accurate picture of how bad the problem actually is. For me, the story began long before the attack. I was a Washingtonian for 7 years. I was saving up money to buy a condo and plan to spend the next few decades in Washington. The intersection of politics and media, DC's crime problem was something you lived with. You took Ubers and Lyfts, told others if you were walking after dark so they knew where you were when you were home, and they knew to be aware of your surroundings, almost to the point of paranoia. On Saturday morning in 2020, I walked out of my apartment on Capitol Hill to mail a package at the post office several blocks from the U.S. Capitol. I put on my black sweatshirt, black sweatpants, and headed out the door. I never made it to the post office. Just 1 block from my apartment building's entrance, I was attacked by a large man, well over 6 feet tall. He charged at me for a reason that I still do not understand. In broad daylight on a well-traveled 2nd Street Northeast next to Union Station, I fought to get away as he SA'd me. If I had not been for others in the vicinity, including a construction worker named Donnie, who heard me screaming and came to my rescue, I don't know if I would be here today. Despite my background working with federal law enforcement, it was only through my experience as a victim that I learned personally the 2 ways that DC police and the courts fail the public. I share those now in the hopes that they inform the public and leaders to improve how crime is handled and prevented. My attacker was arrested on the street months later, charged and pleaded guilty to a sex abuse charge nearly 2 years later. MPD's Crime Cards online statistics page omits mentioning it, though. Did you know what the communicates to a victim? Do you know how invalidating that is? When I asked MPD in 2020 what my incident was, not why my incident was not on a crime act, the spokesman said the city only includes first-degree felonies under its crime stats. That would mean for every person robbed, assaulted, and SA'd in anything less than egregious ways, you have not been counted in the total tally. The pain you suffered was not severe enough. In my case, my attacker's crime against me, which landed him in prison, is still not listed. What this is basically saying is the same stuff that go with the other articles. This is somebody who knows for a fact their crime is not listed on there because they're juking the stats. The left and out-of-touch elite reporters have reported this week that things are fine because crime is trending down while the right is maintaining that MPD statistics have been manipulated to paint a rosier picture. It turns out it's actually worse than they knew. The DC police did do something right. The day of my attack, they collected my clothes for DNA evidence. About 2 months later, they contacted me to say they had a DNA match of a homeless man who'd been previously arrested. They arrested him, but he was immediately released from jail by a judge who presided over the case. The assistant U.S. attorney who prosecuted my case told me it was to keep the D.C. jails from overcrowding. Here I was, a single woman attacked from a block from my front door. Not jailing him until after trial felt like a death sentence. How could I leave my home with him out on the streets, living in a tunnel a few blocks from where I lived? Trial proceedings were set to proceed in the fall 2020, but amid the George Floyd riots, it was delayed until 2021. Then, in 2021, it was delayed until the end of 2021, probably because of COVID. And the U.S. attorney assured me that it was not because the federal prosecutors were busy bringing hundreds of cases against January 6 offenders. Oh, no, I'm sure. JT Thompson wants to know if I can summarize some of these articles. I could summarize the articles, but if I summarize the articles, then I'm leaving stuff out, and people could say I'm cherry picking things. So if I just read the article, I can't be accused of distorting anything. So I don't know. I mean, he was arrested in 5 separate incidents and released. The DC police officers on patrol have been aggravated as I was. Over and over again, they arrested a man and only have him right back out on the street a day later. So yeah, there's that. Okay, let's back to the Alex Jones stuff, which is the judge appoints a receivership to sell off Alex Jones's assets. State judge in Texas has appointed a receiver to take over and sell Alex Jones's InfoWars assets. Can Trump solve crime in major cities? I don't think anybody can solve crime in major cities, JT. I think you have to do is I think you have to punish the criminals. You know, you have to put criminals, people in prison for the crimes they commit. I think I'm not against giving people second chances. If somebody's like a first offender and stuff, you shouldn't send them to prison. You should try, maybe someone just made a mistake or something, but 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 18th time, they shouldn't be getting back out on the street.
Some other top headlines we're tracking for you this hour. The DC AG going after the AG. That's right. Attorney General Pam Bondi facing a police chief hearing later this afternoon. All the artificial drop dies, but based on what you're seeing here.
This is not Alex Jones. Okay. A state judge in Texas appointed a receiver to take over and sell conspiracy theorist Alex Jones' InfoWars assets to help pay more than the $1 billion he owes in legal judgments to the families of the victims of the Sandy Hook shooting. Isn't this still up for appeal, though? The order of Judge Maya Guerrera Gamble in Austin on Wednesday has the potential to shut Jones out of his studio in the coming days. It also appeared to restart an effort by The Onion, satirical publication, to buy InfoWars and to turn it into a parody site. We're working on it, Ben Collins said. On his daily show, Jones called the Texas court order improper and vowed to keep broadcasting if he's locked out. He added he has another studio already set up in the event of such a scenario. People want to hear this show, said Jones, who's based in Austin. I'll continue to continue on with the network. They can harass me forever, and they won't get me off the air. Jones said he expected InfoWars to be sold to someone or some entity that will keep it on the air. The Sandy Hook families won nearly $1.5 million in judgments. Well, technically, they were just awarded them because they refused. The judge, basically found Jones guilty or liable without a trial. They defaulted him. In 2022, Free Speech Systems, in a lawsuit filed in Connecticut and Texas, accusing him of defamation and inflicting emotional distress. They sued Jones over repeated comments that the 2012 school shooting that killed 200 first graders was a hoax. A federal bankruptcy court in Houston ordered Free Speech System assets, including InfoWars, to be sold at auction to help pay for the legal judgments. The sale process was derailed when the bankruptcy judge, Christopher Lopez, rejected the outcome of the November auction, which The Onion was named the winning bidder over only one other proposal by a company affiliated with Jones. The auction was by sealed bids, and no live bidding was held. Lopez had several concerns about the auction, including a lack of transparency and murky details about the actual value of Onion's bid. Yeah, because the bid was, we're not going to pay you, but we're going to turn into a parody. And basically they're admitting that it's not about getting whole in money. It's about shutting him down. About basically like this whole suit should have been thrown out as a slap suit, a strategic lawsuit against public participations. They want to silence Jones. What's 20, not 200? I don't know what 20, not 200 means, Marjorie. Hey, look at that. We have 100 people watching on YouTube. So if you're please new here, please hit the like button. If you haven't already, please subscribe. And right now we've been going for 3 hours and 22 minutes. We're going to go for another at least 2.5 hours unless we get another $50 in donations, which are greatly appreciated. We have a goal up on the thing, so pay attention on all platforms. Anything comes in, Cash App, PayPal, Rumble Rants, or Super Chats, or gifted memberships will all be added up. And for every $50 total that comes in, we add an hour to the show. Lopez had several concerns about the auction. The judge rejected holding another auction and said the families could pursue the liquidation of Jones' assets in a state courts where the defamation judgments were awarded. Oh, 20 killed. You read 200. Okay, maybe. The Texas judge order on Wednesday gave free speech system 5 days from when the order is formally served on the company to turn over its assets. Proceeds from any sales would go to the Sandy Hook families. The judge authorized the receiver to change the locks at all locations. She authorized the law enforcement officers to assist the receiver in his duties and take possession of the assets. It's not clear when the order would be served on the company or when the receiver planned to take over the assets and sell them. The receiver, Gregory Milligan in Austin, did not return an email seeking information about the liquidation plans. Jones's lawyer, Ben Brooks, did not return an email. Jones said on Thursday on the air the state court order was not valid because free speech assets are still under the control of the trustee in his bankruptcy court. He also said there was a state court hearing set for September 16th. He said InfoWars could be closed next week, or it may be able to keep operating pending the hearing. He said he wasn't exactly sure what would happen next. Why isn't he? What's going on with the appeals? Last November, after the Onion was named the winning bidder, a bankruptcy court trustee shut down Alex's studio and its websites for 24 hours, but then allowed them to resume the next day as disputes over the auction continued in court. During the shutdown, Jones moved to a nearby studio and continued broadcasting. Jones, who said in 2022 that he believes the Sandy Hook shootings were 100% real, continues to appeal the Connecticut, Texas state court judgments against him, citing free speech rights and improper actions by the judges in the two states. So here's the judge's order, which we're going to read briefly. We're going to get into some of it because I saw some of it and I thought it was telling. The judge's, order granting application for post-judgment turnover and appointment of a receiver as judgment debtor free speech systems. The court has considered the judgment creditor's application for post-judgment turnover and appointment of a receiver. The court finds that it has jurisdiction over the proceeding and can proceed in granting relief set forth. The court also finds a judgment rendered before the Superior Court in Bridgeport, Connecticut is valid, final, and payable. The judgment is jointly owes inseparably $1.2 billion, almost $1.3 billion under the Connecticut family's judgment. There's been no applicable credits or payments or offsets. The court also finds that the Connecticut family's judgment is comprised of seven documents, the jury verdict, trial court's ruling on punitive damages, the Connecticut Sandy Hook's motion for recertification, and the 2023 order granting motion for recertification, and the Connecticut Appellate Court's opinion, Connecticut Appellate Court's rescript, and the Connecticut Supreme Court's denial of certification of review. Connecticut family's judgment has been domesticated under the Uniform Enforcement of Foreign Judgments Act. Yeah, he was railroaded. Yeah, he was totally railroaded. On September 23rd, the bankruptcy court ended a final judgment determining that $1.15 billion of the Connecticut judgment was non-dischargeable in bankruptcy. The Connecticut Appellate Court's opinion that partially amended the original judgment, $965,000 would be non-dischargeable. On March, the bankruptcy court denied Jones's motion to reconsider its October memorandum. So this is just ridiculous. He didn't hurt anybody. I mean, how could they, under what realm could they be entitled to that kind of money? Where's the damages? It's ridiculous. It really is. On to another thing that's really pissed me off. A federal judge has struck down key parts of Florida's law that help parents get books they found objectionable removed from public school libraries and classrooms. So yes, the law that Florida passed that gave parents the ability to go to the school district and say, yeah, I don't want my kids seeing this explicit sex acts between, this books, books I'm talking about, the trans books and the gay love books and stuff. So, yeah, it's a victory for publishers and authors who had sued that after their books were removed. They have a right to keep their books there? What kind of ridiculousness is this, that authors and publishers have a right to have their books in schools now? No, there's no right to be in the school. Yeah. Yeah, it was purely punitive, the ruling. Yeah. Let's hear what this guy says. This is the Angry Frog. Let's see.
This book explicitly details anal sex, blowjob tips, a response to a letter about gay sex, and BDSM. I'll read just a little bit of this perversion. So he bends me over the bed and drizzles some lube on my ASS. I made him wear a condom, of course, and he starts pushing it in. Use your lungs to suck, not your lips to pull. You're not trying to yank the DICK off with your mouth. You're trying to make it feel good. Use your tongue. Doesn't it make you cringe? You don't like it. You don't want to hear it aloud. You don't want anyone to read it. The question today is, who is the pervert that's allowing this to be purchased and delivered to our libraries? Come out from wherever you are. Who are you? You don't have to answer that question. We know who the perverts are. There's one political party in this country that supports this junk. It's the Democrat Party. You all have signed off on this, and it needs to be removed from every school.
Your time is up, sir. Our next.
Your time is up, sir. It will be overturned. DEI will be removed from K through 12. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's now 2025. F off. Nobody cares. Courthouse News Service. Texas judge orders. How did this get over here? What is going on? How did this get all screwed up? A far-right firebrand on the brink of having to give up his family assets, pay 1.3 billion. Yeah, no, I don't know how this is. Something got all screwed up. I don't know how it happened, but we were done with the Alex Jones stuff. Yeah. Judge strikes down key parts of Florida's law that led to book removals from libraries. Yeah. Federal judge has struck down key parts of the Florida law that allow parents to remove books they found objectionable. Yeah, things that they thought were pornographic or, explicitly talked about sex and gay sex acts. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So let's see.
Some other top headlines we're tracking for you this hour. The DC AG going after the AG.
Seriously? Orlando, Florida, a federal judge who was appointed by Barack Obama, Carlos Mendoza, has struck down key parts of the Florida law that help parents get books they found objectionable removed from public school libraries and classrooms. It's a victory for publishers and authors who had sued after their books were removed. What standing did they have to sue from their books being removed from schools? Nobody has a right to have their book in a school. Doesn't exist. U.S. District Judge Carlos Mendoza in Orlando said in Wednesday's ruling that the statute prohibition on material that describes sexual conduct was overbroad. Mendoza, who was appointed by President Barack Obama, also said that the state's interpretation of the 2023 law was unconstitutional. Yeah, I don't think so, buddy. Among books that have been removed from central, this is ridiculous because Supreme Court just ruled on a case about this coming out of another state, a different state, and said there was no right to them having books in a school. Among the books that have been removed from Central Florida schools were classics like Margaret Atwood's The Handmaid's Tale, Richard Wright's Native Son, and Kurt Vonnegut's The Slaughterhouse Five. Historically, but what about the other ones that were removed, like, genderqueer and man-boy love stuff? And yeah. Historically, librarians curate their collections based on their sound discretion, not based on decrees from on high, the judge said. There is also evidence that the statute has swept up more non-obscene books than just the ones referenced here. Mm-hmm. After the Republican-controlled Florida legislature passed the law, school officials worried that any sexual content was questionable, a belief that was enforced by a new state training that urged librarians to err on the side of caution. Florida led the nation with 4,500 removals of school books. Under the judge's ruling, schools would have to revert back to the U.S. Supreme Court precedent in which the test is whether the average person would find the work prurient as a whole, whether it depicts sexual contact in an offensive way, and whether the work lacks literary, artistic, and political or scientific value. The The lawsuit was brought by some of the nation's largest book publishers and some of the authors whose book had been removed from the Central Florida school libraries, as well as the parents of school children who tried to access books that were removed. Well, guess what, parents? You can always buy it. If you want your kid to read that stuff, you could buy it for them. Author plaintiffs include Angie Thompson's The Hate You Give, My Sister's Keeper, author of The Fault in Our Stars, How Garcia Girls Lost Their Accents. So that's it. We'll see. It's going to get appealed, and it's going to get. They're going to lose. Okay, here's some good news. I don't know if you guys remember that when Eagle Ed Martin was the acting U.S. attorney for D.C. and then that crazy leftist spit on him. Yeah. Well, DOJ sources have told me that Emily Gabriella Somner, the woman who spit on Ed Martin on video, told prosecutors that Thursday she would plead guilty to assaulting Ed Martin and 2 police officers. District woman charged with assault for spitting on interim U.S. and it was all on video, her spitting on him. District Coley was arrested today on a criminal complaint filed in the U.S. District Court in connection with a May 8th incident, which she allegedly spit on the former U.S. attorney while he was participating in a video recorded interview. Charged with 1 count of assaulting, resisting, impeding a government official. The complaint was announced by U.S. Attorney Janine Ferris-Pirro, acting U.S. Marshal Ron Carter. Let's wait and watch the time Lori Loomer's disgraceful political careers finding classes in ruins. What does this have to do? Man, come on. Gateway upon unhinged leftist who spat on Ed Martin, attacked U.S. Marshals, pleads guilty to 3 counts of assault. Yeah, this crazy lady. When can we just start saying leftists and not unhinged leftists? They're all unhinged. It's like saying wet water. You can write a book, Mandatory Purchase is a Windfall. Yeah. Hey, Toms, how's it going? God damn it. Unhinged leftist who spat on Ed Martin, attacked U.S. Marshals, pleads guilty to 3 counts of assault. In May, the Justice Department charged the unhinged leftist woman who spat on DOJ official Ed Martin. Yeah, I got that. Yeah, hit the like button, people. There you go. The woman identified as Emily Gabriella Sommer was charged with violation of 18 U.S.C. 111, assaulting, resisting, or impeding officers. In June, the DOJ asked the court to detain her pending trial because she threatened Ed Martin and Janine Pirro in a series of expos. She was put in a D.C. jail after threatening a neighbor with a crowbar. She also physically attacked U.S. Marshals after being removed from the courtroom in May. Sommer became agitated during an initial appearance in May upon learning the prosecutor's office intended to seek a more serious version of the assault charge that required forcible contact and carries a maximum sentence of up to 8 years. While holding after being removed from the courtroom, she allegedly spit and kicked 2 U.S. Marshals. A second superseding indictment was filed in June with 2 additional assault counts. Sommer pleaded guilty to all 3 counts for assault, and the sentencing is set for October. So we have to watch this and pay attention to make sure she doesn't get because it'll probably be the judges that tried to give people 20 years for standing outside praying from the Capitol, that everyone went in. They'll probably give her probation or something, or community service. She pleaded guilty to 3 counts of assault. Sommer spat on then acting U.S. Attorney Ed Martin earlier in the year was interviewing with Newsmax. We need to stay focused, Ed Martin said during the interview. The Newsmax was interrupted by the leftist protester who approached him. He backed up as the woman became aggressive and spat on him. Whoa, he said. You're a disgusting man, the woman says. She walked away with her dog in tow. In an uncensored version, the woman is heard screaming, "Who the F are you? Are you Ed Martin?" and for spitting on him. Yeah, well.
So we need to get really focused.
Who the fuck are you? You are Ed Martin.
How you doing? Whoa.
Huh. In a previous court filing, the DOJ said additional assault charges and a stalking charge would be added because of Sommer's threat to Ed Martin and Jean Pirro. The DOJ filing argued that Sommer's ex-post threatening Ed Martin and Pirro violated her probation. Quite actually, urgent requests for assistance of any types or property has been essentially seized. I don't have any basic necessities nor money to provide for myself and my dog. F you, Ed. But since you've once again made me a hostage in the city, I'll make sure. You mad, bro? you got fired and then caught a loogie on the shoulder, I don't think that makes you any sort of active official. You're in the wrong court. You red nose, Rudolph, stumbling, whatever. You have quite literally no brain. Come at me, dog. Someone issued a veiled threat to Janine Pirro. Well, Judge Janine is the bitch that took your job. That's got to hurt. She's got to talk, and she's got so much trash talk coming her way. Don't worry, bitch. You'll get it too. I don't know. Is that a threat, really? And then ABC News says, woman pleads guilty to assault for spitting on top DC prosecutor during interview.
Some other top headlines we're tracking.
Damn it. A woman who spit on a federal prosecutor for a nation's capital during a videotaped interview pleaded guilty Thursday to assault charges. She's scheduled to be sentenced October 10th. Hey, I think, isn't Steel Toe getting sentenced October 10th too? The trial for Summer had been scheduled to start next Monday. Instead, District Judge Jia Cobb accepted a guilty plea and will sentence her. She later took credit for the spitting incest in a message replying to social media posts of Mark. Yeah, this lady was an idiot. The encounter occurred the same day that President Trump pulled Martin's nomination to remain the U.S. attorney. Martin faced bipartisan opposition in the Senate after a turbulent stint. A key Republican senator said he could not support Martin for the job due to his support of rioters. Yeah, because he was a defense attorney for rioters, so he couldn't have a job. Martin roiled the office with a series of unorthodox moves, firing and demoting subordinates. Trump replaced Martin with Janine Pirro, U.S. Marshal Service deputies who went to arrest Summer at her apartment. She spit in the deputy's face and kicked him. How's that spit? Tastes good? I was just getting over a cold, sir. I hope I gave you herpes, Summer told the deputy. Well, that actually should be more serious. She's admitting that she spit a biological agent, a communicable disease. That should be like a top-level felony. During her initial court appearance, Summer repeatedly disrupted the court with outbursts. Deputies picked her up and carried her out of the courtroom, and she later apologized to the magistrate. Okay. All right, now we're going to talk a little bit about the Trump summit. One way or another, this Trump-Putin summit is going to be historic. I pray it ends in a peace deal where the killing stops. With the personalities involved, it can go wonderfully or terribly, and there's no in between. Pray God guides them to peace. Let's see here. We got a nice meeting of I mean, did you hear those reporters yelling those retarded questions? We stop killing civilians. Did you underestimate Ukraine? Idiot media asking idiot questions. Trump bringing the big stick. Oh, let's see this. I wanted to see this. I didn't think I had this. So they had a B-2 stealth bomber and some F-22 Raptors fly over while they were talking. That's funny. Ukraine, Trump security would have never let him ride in Putin's car. Interestingly, Putin got right into the beast with Trump. Security protocols surrounding U.S. leadership are unmatched, ensuring every interaction serves American strategic interests. Putin entering the presidential limousine reflects adherence to U.S. security dominance, not weakness. Under this administration, every diplomatic gesture is calculated to project strength while advancing concrete objectives. The beast isn't just a car, it's a symbol of American authority. Contrast this with the prior administrations that allowed adversaries to dictate terms. Here, Putin operates within our framework, a deliberate demonstration of who sets the rules. Weak leaders get played. Strong leaders enforce playing the playing field. Oh, thank you. This is great. Jim is my new newsman. There's no GNews. They call me Gary GNews because the new GNews is good GNews. The Great Space Coaster. Whoa, oh, oh. Come aboard. Summit's topics from fighter jets flyovers to protocol adherence reinforce Trump's doctrine. Negotiate from indisputable power, never from concession. How much money is it costing the American people? President Trump announces major progress during the Alaskan Peace Summit with Putin. We had an extremely productive meeting. Many points were agreed to. There are just a few. There's just a very few that are left. Some are not that significant. One is the most significant. We're a very good chance of getting there. We didn't get there, but we have a very good chance of getting there. We're going to stop really 5, 6, 7,000 people a week from being killed, and President Putin wants to say that as much as I do. He whispered, you should see the shit we have that's invisible, but you can't because they're invisible. Oh, let's see.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. That was very profound. And I will say that I believe we had a very productive meeting. There were many, many points that we agreed on. Most of them, I would say, a couple of big ones that we haven't quite gotten there, but we've.
I speeded this up a little bit.
So there's no deal until there's a deal. I will call up NATO in a little while. I will call up the various people that I think are appropriate, and I'll, of course, call up President Zelensky and tell him about today's meeting. It's ultimately up to them. They're going to have to agree with what Marco and Steve and some of the great people from the Trump administration who've come here, Scott and John Radcliffe. Thank you very much. But we have some of our really great leaders. They've been doing a phenomenal job. We also have some tremendous Russian business representatives here, and I think everybody wants to deal with us. We become the hottest country anywhere in the world in a very short period of time, and we look forward to that. We look forward to dealing. We're going to try and get this over with. We really made some great progress today. I've always had a fantastic relationship with President Putin, with Vladimir. We had many tough meetings, good meetings. We were interfered with by the Russia hoax. That made it a little bit tougher to deal with, but he understood it. I think he's probably seen things like that during the course of his career. He's seen it all, but we had to put up with the Russia hoax. He knew it was a hoax, and I knew it was a hoax, but what was done was very criminal. But it made it harder for us to deal as a country in terms of the business and all of the things that we'd like to have dealt with. But we'll have a good chance when this is over. So just to put it very quickly, I'm going to start making a few phone calls and tell them what happened. But we had an extremely productive meeting, and many points were agreed to. There are just a very few that are left. Some are not that significant. One is probably the most significant, but we have a very good chance of getting there. We didn't get there, but we have a very good chance of getting there. I would like to thank President Putin and his entire team, whose faces, who I know in many cases, other than that, whose faces I get to see all the time in the newspapers. You're almost as famous as the boss. But especially this one right over here. But we had some good meetings over the years, right? Good productive meetings over the years, and we hope to have that in the future. But let's do the most productive one right now. We're going to stop really 5, 6, 7,000, thousands of people a week from being killed, and President Putin wants to see that as much as I do. So again, Mr. President, I'd like to thank you very much, and we'll speak to you very soon and probably see you again very soon. Thank you very much, Vladimir.
Next time in Moscow.
Oh, that's an interesting one. No, I'll get a little heat on that one, but I could see it possibly happening. Thank you very much, Vladimir. And thank you all. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
The Alaska summit reflects a strategic pivot from endless foreign entanglements to hard-nosed negotiation. Exactly what taxpayers demanded. Previous administrations burned 113 billion plus in Ukraine with zero accountability. We got a story actually about the accountability in Ukraine coming up a little later in the program about the Starlink satellites and what USAID did with that, and yeah, very interesting. Let's be aware it's coming in a little bit. With zero accountability, fueling a forever war that enriched defense contractors while hollowing out our industrial base. Trump's approach forces Russia to the table without surrendering a dime more to Kiev's corruption-riddled regime. This isn't appeasement, it's leveraging U.S. dominance to freeze conflict lines, preserve American resources, and expose Iran's collapsing influence as their proxy wars falter. Real peace requires adversaries to bleed until they fold, not U.S. taxpayers funding both sides. The progress here, halting the hemorrhage of American cash into a stalemate, redirecting focus to securing the homeland, and proving globalist war hawks wrong again. If Kamala won, what would be happening? Ooh, a lot bigger war, probably. As I agree with his policies, the third-person receptive description of himself really pisses me off. Yeah, I don't know. Putin used the word contact instead of relationship, which Trump used. Okay, I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of times stuff happens like that where they get the disagreements and stuff. This is watch live. Donald Trump speaks at the Alaska Peace Summit. So DuckDuckGo blocked this video to prevent Facebook from tracking you. President Trump's press conference. I'm not here to negotiate for Ukraine. I'm here to get them to the table. The president told reporters. And Air Force One would like to focus on our country, but in doing this to save a lot of lives. Okay. Let's see, should I unblock this for a second? Says unblocking. Oh well, I guess I'm gonna have to go to something else. Trump says no agreement on ending Russia's war in Ukraine. Putin says there is an understanding. President Trump said he and Vladimir Putin didn't reach a deal to end the Russia's war in Ukraine, despite Putin saying they had come to an understanding, as the two leaders offered scant details on what was discussed while heaping praise on each other. In brief remarks, they shared a stage for a meeting after meeting for about 2.5 hours in Alaska. Putin said he and Trump had reached an understanding on Ukraine and warned Europe not to torpedo the nascent progress. Putin agreed with Trump that the war probably wouldn't have happened under his administration. Yeah, because probably not. There's no deal until there's a deal, he said. But he planned to speak to the tyrant Zelensky, the authoritarian dictator, and European leaders. We had an extremely productive meeting, and many points were agreed to. It's just there's a few that are left. Some are not that significant. One probably the most significant, but we have a very good chance of getting there. We continued that we didn't get there. The high-profile summit ended without a deal to end or even pause the brutal conflict, which has raged for more than 3 years. It was an abrupt ending to an otherwise friendly meeting in which a red carpet was rolled out for Putin as he landed at the joint Elmendorf-Richardson base. The two leaders greeted each other with a handshake and a smile. Putin even got a ride in a presidential limo, usually a usual warm reception for a U.S. adversary. They aren't going to discuss the understanding that they reached because there's other parties that need to agree to it. Yeah, it would be inappropriate for them to discuss it without talking to Ukraine or the other people first. President Putin, will you stop? While the two leaders were still on the tarmac, reporters nearby yelled, "President Putin, will you stop killing civilians?" The Russian leader put up his hand to his ear as though it indicated he couldn't hear them. Trump and Putin then shared the U.S. presidential limo known as the Beast for a short ride. Zelensky and European leaders were excluded from Trump-Putin discussions. And the UK president was left posting a video address to which he expressed a hope for a strong position from the U.S. Oh no, not the red carpet. Yeah. And so Putin wasn't arrested as a war criminal. That's what some journalists predicted. Yeah, some wacky, crazy journalists. Yeah, that would really go over well. We arrest Putin, who has diplomatic immunity under the whole UN charter and the stuff that was set up. Then what? Then what would prevent China, and Russia, and North Korea, and all these other Iran from just arresting all the other politicians? Because that's what would happen. Once you break that seal, it's over. Everyone wants an honest end to the war. Ukraine is ready to work to a productive and possible end to the war, he said. The war continues, and it continues precisely because there is no order nor any signals from Moscow that it's preparing to end the war. Trump had both raised and lowered expectations at the time, said it was a feel-out meeting, but warning that there's a very severe consequence if Putin did not agree to end the war. He boasted before taking off and said he could end the war in 24 hours, a comment he later said was a jest. But an opportunity to talk to Putin face to face, he's in the best opportunity to date to get the fighting to stop. Mark to stay in the history books, yes. I love it when they add things like somebody yelled out a question to them and they raised their hands like they didn't hear them. Well, maybe they didn't actually hear them. Yeah, it's crazy, right? So that's the end of that story. This one says, Putin Trump meeting live updates, short stop of announcing ceasefire, but great progress was made. One key party was not in attendance. Yeah, so we are. This is so. Oh, so this won't let me watch this. Okay. So what the F? Fox News reporter is put on directly after the Trump-Putin meeting, saying it was all a failure. It was not good. Did not seem like things went well. The evidence, Putin spoke first at the press conference. What on earth? Do they just want to torpedo peace talks so the war continues? Yeah. Yeah, the left is on X with a full breakdown. Yeah, I'm sure they are. Yeah, I saw Brad Krasnstein, who should get a visit from the FBI, was saying that there should have been snipers getting ready to shoot somebody as soon as they shrugged. It should have, like, who, Putin or Trump? What on earth? Did they just want to torpedo peace? The war continues. Let's see who this person, this idiot is. This idiot.
It was just very unusual, atypical, and I think we're all awaiting, the readout, because the way that it felt in the room was not good. It did not seem like things went well, and it seemed like Putin came in and steamrolled, got right into what he wanted to say, and got his. It was just very unusual.
So who was she? Who, like, Fox News has turned into a left-wing disaster. Update: President Trump said the meeting went well, and this same reporter backtracked big time. Breaking: Fox News host just fact-checked their own reporter after she claimed President Trump totally failed in his peace talks with Putin. Turns out Trump said afterward it went well, and she was wrong. Host: Trump said on a scale of 1 to 10, I'd give it a 10. Reporter: exactly what we needed to hear, because obviously there's a reason he allowed things to happen the way they did. We didn't get a lot of explanation in the moment. I'm happy to hear the president feels good about the progress that was made today. This is just minutes after the same reporter claimed the meeting was not good and it didn't seem to go well. And she claimed that Trump was steamrolled.
Said at the end of his written remarks, and he also said in a scale of 1 to 10, I give today a 10. So that's the president grading what he thought of the meeting.
This, by all of our standards, isn't a news conference.
That's excellent news, and exactly what we needed to hear from the president, because obviously there's a reason why he allowed things to happen the way that they did. He allowed Putin to address the world here and take the stage, even if there were no questions asked by the press. There was a reason for that. We didn't get a lot of explanation in the moment as to why that happened, so I'm happy to hear that the president feels good about the progress that was made today. He did say that he needs to call Zelensky and call up NATO allies and give them sort of a readout of what happened. But also we should note that some of the agenda didn't go today the way that it was expected to. We know that the president was going to have a one-on-one with Putin. It turned into a 3-on-3 that included Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Steve Witkoff. And then on the Russian side, Sergei Lavrov, the foreign minister, and also...
Said at the end of...
Yeah, so yeah, whatever. Media's desperation to sabotage Trump's diplomatic wins is a transparent. Putin speaking first isn't a failure. It's strategic theater. Trump's approach leverages U.S. strength to force concessions, not performative optics. The same outlet that cheered Biden's endless wars now panic as Trump secures real progress. Their bias is exposed. Peace through strength threatens their narrative of chaos. Every negotiation has faces. Dismissing early objects as failures is either ignorance or malice. Trump's 10-10 rating reflects closed-door gains media hacks can't comprehend. Their job isn't journalism. It's protecting the war machine's profit margins. Yeah. What you won't see on the news is Trump motion to Putin to speak. Okay. All right, so we've been going for 3 hours 59 minutes. So I need to say goodbye to Instagram because Instagram has a 4-hour max on live streaming. And when I say goodbye to Instagram, I'm also going to say goodbye to X, Twitter. I normally cut them off earlier, but I've been letting it go a little longer. But if you're on X or Instagram and you want to continue watching, please come to YouTube or come to Rumble or come to Facebook because I'm actually streaming on Facebook also. So goodbye to Instagram and X, Twitter, and come on back or come over somewhere else, and Jim will keep telling you the news. End live video there. Okay, and then here, remove, and then save. Okay, so now we are live on YouTube, Rumble, and Facebook. Yeah. Got to attract the boomers on Facebook. Well, you know what? I don't know. Someone told me Facebook was good. I'm trying TikTok too, but I've been putting videos on TikTok, but you need to get like 1,000 subs on TikTok before you can live stream. So I don't know. We'll see. But anyway, so as we're approaching the 4th hour, we've been going for 4 hours. We still have 2 more hours to go that were paid for earlier by the great support of the community. And we have another goal that was set, and it will expire in exactly 1 hour and 59 minutes. If we get another $50 in the next hour and 59 minutes, we will extend the show by another hour. Right now, it's going to go for 2 hours from now, so 4 a.m. it'll end on Eastern time. But if we get another 50, it'll go to 5 a.m. If we get another 100, it'll go to 6 a.m. If we get 150, it'll go to 7 a.m. and so on and so on. For every $50 we get, it extends an hour of the show. So that's the way we do things here at Jim Tells You. And we hope to keep everybody happy and everyone will enjoy it and like it. And, we go from there. All right, here we go. Trump, Putin, and the Bering Strait. Forget Ukraine for a second. The summit in Alaska isn't just about peace talks. It's about one of the most strategically valuable choke points on Earth. And it's one you've probably never even thought about. Oh. Facebook is good for the over 40 crowd. No, it's on Facebook as Jim Satala. JIMSATALA. Or Satala Consulting LLC. Also on Facebook. Here, I could show you. Hold on. You can go here, Satala Consulting Services LLC, or here, Jim Satala. See, I don't know how you. I don't know. Anyway, so yeah. Oh, keep up the effort. You're appreciated. Thank you very much, Jay Liebgott. I appreciate that. Percent. Share screen. Okay. Add a stage. There we go. Get back to this. The Bering Strait is just 55 miles wide. One side Alaska, USA, the other side Russia. It's a gateway between the Pacific and the Arctic, and control of it could be more. And control could mean control over trade, energy, and military movement in the northern hemisphere. I wasn't really using Facebook at all for anything until I started streaming, and then I just started putting stuff on Facebook. So, you know. And yeah, he knows when you take a shit. That's kind of creepy. In 1867, the U.S. bought Alaska from Russia for $7.2 million, mocked at the time as Seward's folly. It turned out to be one of the best real estate deals in history. 180 plus billion in oil revenue alone, plus priceless strategic location. Now, the Northern Sea Route is becoming a new shipping superhighway. Believe it or not, believe or don't, in global warming, modern icebreakers make it work. It shaves 10 plus days off of trips from Asia to Europe. It bypasses hot spots like the Red Sea. That means big profits and security needs. Hey, look at that. So we got a $10 one here from Just Dawn Soulless Ginger for $9.99. Says, thanks for what you do, Jim. So glad I found you and your chat. I'd appreciate that. And so there we go. So now we have one chat down and anything. So we have $10 towards the 50 for the 7th hour. So $40 more, and we will go to 5 a.m. instead of 4 a.m. So it's right now it's 2:05 a.m. on the East Coast. We have 2 more hours that are been paid for and $10 towards another hour. So keep that in mind, everybody. But yeah, there's the northern route, the southern route, and shows the time of the passage from Glenmark, Alaska. Yes, and that's some good stuff there. Russia has been militarizing the Arctic for over a decade. New bases and airfields, Arctic-proof drones, expanding naval presence. They see the Arctic, including the Bering Strait, as a single strategic domain from Norway to Kamchatka. The U.S. has likewise fortified Alaska, ballistic missile defenses, air bases closer to Moscow than D.C., the Aleutian Islands stretching towards Russia's Pacific Fleet. The Strait is the narrow door between 2 nuclear superpowers. Definitely. It says, thank you for supporting the channel. Yes, thank you very much for supporting the channel. Did you know we had an intergovernmental agreement on constructing a transport corridor across the Bering Strait signed back in 1990 between Russia and U.S.? Check the DM. Okay. Oh, I'll look for that right now. Hold on. I don't see. No. Go. I just had it. Where'd it go? Where'd you go? Okay, I got that. I got it. Allegan News. I got the DM from you, so I have it. I got the DM. I got it. Mhm. Sorry. Trump knows real estate. He also knows leverage. He has a chance to make a joint development deal that might be too good for Putin to refuse. Navigation aside, the Strait also has vast oil reserves. Development near Alaska can be part of the package. Well, they're speculating about that stuff. The bottom line is the Bering Strait controls a growing chunk of the world's trade, energy, and security. Alaska matters more than you think. It's vital to growing global trade. It has oil that can supply allies like Japan. And it may be the key to peace halfway around the world. If you enjoyed this content, please do that. Yes. So here's this. It says, let's take a train to America. The project of the century could be discussed in Alaska, building a rail link between Russia and the U.S. An intergovernmental agreement on constructing a transport corridor across the Bering Strait was signed back in the 1990s. Back in 1990, but the real prospects for the implementation will only emerge now. The world's #1 bridge between Russia and the U.S. will be discussed in Alaska by Putin and Trump. In 1990, the USSR and U.S. signed an intergovernmental agreement to build a transport corridor across the Bering Strait. Under the terms of the agreement, which remain in force, both sides were to develop a railway and transport infrastructure leading to the strait, which, on the Russian side, meant constructing a bridge over the Lena River. However, due to the engineering complexity, the bridge was never built. Now the project in its final stages of construction. 50 miles is kind of a long bridge. Were they going to do something and go under the water or something? Like a tunnel type of thing? According to Peter Kuznick, director of the Institute for Nuclear Studies at the American University in Washington, who shared his views that Izvestia, the upcoming meeting between Putin and Trump in Alaska, could give a momentum for the construction of a tunnel under the Bering Strait. Okay, so a tunnel. Russian analyst Gregory Menshin, writing on the Empire of the Smoker channel, expresses the same view. Yeah, they plan a tunnel as the winter sucks up there. Yeah, they would have to, because of water. They have terrible storms up there, so it would have to be something under the water. Manchin notes that the long-delayed Lena River Bridge held up the intergovernmental agreement could be completed as early as 2027. The height of its central support pillars will surpass the Lakhtha Center in St. Petersburg and the Federation Tower in Moscow. The bridge will connect eastern Siberia with the ports of the Sea of Okhotsk, forming a transport corridor from Irkutsk to Magadan and Chikoita. Manchin recounts that someone directly involved in the Lena Bridge project came across the parameters of the USSR-US agreement, which technically remains valid, and almost as a joke wrote a letter to the governor of Alaska proposing to move forward with implementing it, emphasizing that Russia was fulfilling its part. Surprisingly, the Alaska governor responded. Manchin believes this topic has now reached Trump, and the businessman turned president likely sees the project's enormous future prospects and commercial benefits. The last feasible assessment for the Bering Strait Transport Tunnel was conducted in 2010. The preliminary cost was estimated to be $63 billion, though now it's projected to be $100 to $120 billion. Like the tunnel, yeah. The expected freight volume of 60 to 70 million tons or 3 million containers with a payback period of 50 to 60 years. However, these estimates only accounted for shipments between Russia's Far East, Alaska, and parts of Canada, not potential cargo from South Korea, Central Asia, China, and Japan. Manchin insists this was a mistake and Asian countries would have actively used the corridor. He explains that currently shipping from Seoul to Los Angeles takes 25 days, while Seoul to New York takes 43 days via the congested Panama Canal. These times assume ideal conditions. Delays can extend transit to 1.5 to 2 months. Like the channel would be great. Yes, Putin-Trump meeting much more than peace talks, which are big. Remember, Trump wanted control over the Northeast Passage with his Canada 51st state and Greenland comments, yes. Nord Stream tunnel. Manchin then calculated the distance and travel time from Seoul to New York via the proposed Bering Strait corridor, Seoul to Andaya, then across the Bering Strait to Anchorage, continuing to New York or Chicago. 7,000 kilometers from New York by road and 58 kilometers to Chicago, kilometers. Seoul to Andrick to China 78 by road, and Anchorage is 1,500, roughly the same as it would be by the future railway. Therefore, the total distance from Seoul to New York via the Bering Strait would be 15,000 kilometers, and Chicago's 14,000, with an estimated transit time of 1.5 to 2 weeks. Currently, most cargo from Asia to America travels through the Panama Canal. The Russia-Alaska route is 10% shorter and 2.2 to 2.5 times faster, though it is certainly more expensive than shipping by a container vessel. However, certain goods shaving 20 to 30 days in transit is critical, and the reliability and predictability of delivery times can significantly impact costs. Another factor making the Bering Strait project promising, including for cargo from Southeast Asia, is the mitigation of political risks in the context of conflict in Taiwan, and potential disruptions around the Panama Canal. The global volume of maritime shipping, 12.3 billion tons, with 20% moving to North America via the Pacific. Even if just 5% of this volume is redirected through the tunnel or bridge across the Bering Strait, it adds 120 to 130 million tons to the original 60 to 70 million, coupled with potential to charge higher tariffs and reduce the project's payback time to 10 to 15 years. Huh. Sunshine, thank you for being here. And it says, I'll have to watch the rest later, though I'm too sleepy to pay attention. Well, thank you. I'm not sleepy. I'm not in no way tired. By the way, chat is much more pleasant tonight for some reason. I haven't seen Choosy. I wonder where Choosy is. Speak to any place that requires passage through North Korea, but assume take the boat around that. Okay. He adds this exact kind of mega deal Trump loves, a $120 billion construction project, develops Alaska, increases influence over Canada, reduces dependence on the Panama Canal, neutralizes the risks of conflict in Taiwan, and separates Russia from China. And one could even claim that Russia will pay for everything, for example, from its frozen foreign reserves. Trump wins, flexes on everything, brokers the deal of the century, and even makes Russia pay. Yeah, that could be truly the peace bridge. Source right here from the Russian. It says, in perfect Russian. You have to get the Amber Road built with an added railway to connect in Fairbanks. Canada needs to extend their railway from Alberta to Alaska. Oh. Well, yes, they could go to the ghetto chat and just see a wall if you spur. But, your spurging is quaint. Yeah, Hillary had a way of insulting Southerners because she was a highfalutin Chicagoan. She's a North Sider, not a real Chicagoan. She was from the burbs. Okay, on to the next story here. We have doxing. For the second time, reporters from the Washington Post have released the home address of DHS Secretary Noem, with 1,000% increase in daily threats to Christie, was forced to move again. That's my Chicago accent. Now that these fearless reporters have alerted the cartels and criminal gangs and terrorists to her new home address, she'll be forced to move again. How much you have to hate someone to keep this would-be assassins to find them? Walpole released the Secretary Noem's address twice. Secretary Noem has 1,000% increase in death threats. These people are nuts. Walpole revealing basic lack of humanity for another person's safety. Yeah, I keep hot sauce in my purse. Or Hillary insulted Americans with her treason. Yes. Oh, reason, the treason. Department of Homeland Security, Christy Noem is living for free in a military home typically reserved for the U.S. Coast Guard's top admiral. This highly unusual arrangement has raised concern within the agency and from some Democrats. Oh, this is truly sick. The media doxed Christy Noem's precise apartment location as she faced daily threats, including from terrorist organizations, cartels, and criminal rings. Due to the increased threats and safety concerns, she's been forced to temporarily stay in a secure military housing. As the DHS officers, Secretary Noem leads a face. A 1,000 Okay, I thought they were saying her face had 1,000% increase. So I was like, what is this? What we're showing on South Park, that her face was attacking people? And the Washington Post chooses to again publish where she lives, revealing lack of basic humanity for another person's safety. All government employees should live in government housing, would solve a lot of the issues in Congress needing a home in D.C., convert some empty government offices into dormitories. Then they could come up with something. Yeah. My mother was from Chicago, and I do the same thing with my friends from New York. I pick up their accents, and I talk just like them. The White House should pull Washington Post access to their briefings. They should do something. That qualifies a federal crime. It's not enough to simply share information that is publicly available. Prosecutors must prove malicious intent to threaten, harass, or cause substantial emotional distress. For the second time, reporters from the Washington Post have released the home address of DHS Secretary Noem. With a 1,000% increase in daily threats, she was forced to move. Now these fearless reporters have again alerted the cartel and would-be assassins to find them. Wow. The media's reckless doxing of Kristi Noem isn't journalism. It's a death sentence by headline. Cartels, gangs, and terrorists don't need search warrants when WAPO hands them targets. Noem's facing a 1,000% surge in threats because she's enforcing the law, arresting predators, and dismantling criminal networks. Every leak of her location is a betrayal of basic decency and a gift to violent gangs and groups that she's vowed to destroy. If the press wants to hold power accountable, start with the cartels, not officials risking their lives to stop them. What are the repercussions for reporters who endanger the life of a law enforcement officer? There's zero accountability. That's the real reality for reporters who put law enforcement lives at risk through reckless doxing. While Kristi Noem pays taxpayers for emergency relocation costs and security upgrades, WAPO faces nothing but criticism from DHS. No criminal charges for endangering federal officials, no financial penalties for forcing costly security measures, no professional sanctions for handling terrorist organizations and cartels, a roadmap to their targets. Congress could pass federal anti-doxing legislation with criminal penalties for publishing personal addresses of law enforcement and national security officials. Media organizations that endanger lives should face hefty fines equal to the cost of the emergency relocation and enhanced security. Professional journalism license should be revoked for life-threatening violations. I didn't know there was a professional journalism license. All right, what hour are we on? We are in our 5th hour. So right now we have an hour and 38 minutes and 20 seconds left to go in the show, unless we get another $40 in donations on any of the platforms. Which, let me double check. Just make sure nothing came in on Cash App or PayPal. I don't see anything. Hey, Kevin, how you doing? Nope, nothing on the PayPal. Nothing on the Cash App. So. Journalists who purposely endanger the lives of law enforcement and national security officials deserve prison time and a fine. It's worse than publishing classified information because it directly leads to possible murder of those persons by America's enemies, and the journalists knew that before publishing the information. Yeah. Here's a Washington Post, story saying Department of Homeland Security, Noem is living for free in military home typically reserved for the U.S. Coast Guard's top admiral. Not putting her as much danger as her family. She's out on the streets cleaning up the mess. It's her family that has to live in fear. Yeah, they don't care, though. That's why the left is so big on wanting all the ICE agents' faces to be shown, not to go after the ICE agents, to go after their families. Okay. So we'll read this article just because Kristi Noem living rent-free in Coast Guard Commandant's house. A DHS spokesman said Noah must live on the military base because she's been so horribly doxxed and targeted that she no longer is able to safely live in her own apartment. Oh, so let's say where she's living now. Department of Homeland Security Secretary Chrissy Noem is living for free in a military home typically reserved for the U.S. Coast Guard's top admiral. Officials familiar with the matter said the highly unusual arrangement has raised concern within the agency and from some Democrats who described it as a waste of military resources. Well, how's it a waste of resources? The government, if she's has active threats, wouldn't they have her under protection of like marshals or something, or living in a safe house or something? It's just easier to have her on a military base. It's probably cheaper. So that's the whole story. That's what they wrote. That's it. Wow. I think putting ID numbers on all government agents is okay. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with them having an ID, but they want their faces exposed so they can find their names, and then they can find out who they live and who their family members. That's what the left wants. That's why they want to dox the, yeah. She's alive. They're not wasting money. Yeah, exactly. All right, on to the next story. We have FBI classified leak inquiries into false Russiagate stories failed to hold anyone accountable. Yes, definitely. Admiral Levine was a bigger waste of money. Definitely. Yeah, definitely. We need to correct that outcome. Comey, Brennan, et al. Need to be arrested, tried, convicted, and sentenced and put away. That's because everyone whose job it is supposed to be to do so was in on it. They were all aligned versus Trump, up and down the list, all of them. Yeah. And an ID number displayed is fine. No need to dox, but they can make complaints. Yeah, they should have some kind of a D number, a badge number, or something like that. Question will be, will anyone be held accountable? There's a lot of talk. When people go to jail, I will believe in justice. Until then, there's no justice for the rich, people in power, and celebrities. FBI classified leak inquiries into false Russiagate stories failed to hold anyone accountable. Huh. Is this going to actually be about this?
A lot of moving parts. I want to start with this timeline that we were able to get our hands on yesterday. The FBI director, Kash Patel, found it recently. There are some whistleblowers that are also cooperating with the Justice Department. You've got a timeline where every time 3 separate field offices, each with career agents, one had a fully predicated criminal probe, 2 had preliminaries, they got shut down. The leaders in Washington said, you will not do this, shut it down.
No, this is about the Clinton campaign cash. So it's not about this. The FBI launched more than a dozen wide-ranging investigations into leaks to the media as numerous legacy outlets deployed the classified information to push false claims of Trump-Russia collusion. But the Bureau failed to hold anyone accountable for the classified leaking. A Just the News investigation shows. The newly declassified FBI memos detail a host of failed or botched classified leak inquiries with revelations from at least 7 leak inquiries contained within the bombshell documents first obtained and now released by Just the News. The FBI concluded that numerous news stories were contributed to the false Russiagate narrative contained illegally leaked classified intelligence, but the Bureau investigators repeatedly failed, or perhaps willingly, to definitively identify the leakers. The problems that the FBI investigators said they faced included large pools of potential leakers within the federal government, sometimes numbering in the dozens or into the hundreds due to the wide dissemination of the intelligence, uncooperative Justice Department partners, restrictions on the use of data from spy agencies which were victims of the leaks, investigations being launched only many months after the leaks occurred, congressional staffers invoking speech or debate privilege to stymie inquiries, the DOJ declining to pursue prosecutions, and more. Despite the failures of all these FBI leak investigations, Just the News revealed this week that FBI agents did force a stunning admission that ex-FBI Director James Comey used a special conduit to the Pulitzer Prize-winning New York Times in his bid to polish his image and push for a special prosecutor to take down Trump. Columbia University law professor Daniel Richmond admitted to agents that he routinely communicated on behalf of Comey, his longtime friend, with the Times reporter Michael Schmidt, whose work was among the newspaper's 2018 Pulitzer Prize-winning stories on the Russiagate saga. The goal, Richmond said, the FBI, was to correct stories critical of Comey and the FBI and to shape future press coverage. Rickman insisted that he did not believe he had confirmed or provided classified intelligence to reporters, but said he could not be 100% certain. The memos state, noting he could only make the leak denial with a discount. The revelation about Comey and Rickman were revealed as part of the FBI classified leak investigation dubbed Arctic Haze, according to the declassified memos obtained by Just the News on Tuesday. The inquiry did not result in any prosecutions, although significant details about the investigation remain redacted. Pat Hacker says, "Night all. I think I'm caught up on all the news now." Well, not all the news. We still got a bunch more stories to go through, actually. Just had to do an aptitude test for the Navy, one of those semi-psychological tests. I hated it. Yeah, you know, they have ways of weeding out people who might have some kind of problems. That's what they're designed to do. If you answer something goofy, a red flag goes off, and they'll want to do more testing. In a separate investigation, a career intelligence officer who worked for Democrats on the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence for more than a decade repeatedly warned the FBI in 2017 that then Rep. and now Senator Adam Schiff, a California Democrat, had approved leaking classified information to smear Trump over the now debunked Russiagate scandal. According to FBI memos first obtained by Just the News on Monday, the FBI interview notes stated that the intelligence staffer, a Democrat by party affiliation who described himself as a friend to Schiff and former House Intel Chairman Devin Nunes, considered the classified leaking to be unethical, illegal, and treasonous, but was told not to worry about it because Schiff believed he would be spared prosecution under the Constitution's speech and debate clause. Schiff has denied the allegations. Well, if he actually believed in the speech and debate clause, he's just admit to doing it. Just the News can reveal that the Democrat whistleblower's witness testimony was contained within a broader FBI investigation dubbed Genetic Christmas, which looked into leaks of classified information to the media. Yeah, this is only the official channels. How many non-official comms did they use? Personal email, etc. Yeah, did they use, Snapchat or WhatsApp or what's the other one? Telegram or a Signal? These numerous other FBI leak inquiries, Genetic Christmas, along with ones dubbed Siren's Lure, Foggy Falls, Riding Hood, Echo's Fate, Tropic Vortex, all also came up short in finding the source of the classified leaks or prosecuting anyone for leaking. You can read all the FBI memos here. Genetic Christmas. The FBI's failed Genetic Christmas classified leak investigation focused on NBC News article written by 3 reporters, William Arkin, Ken Delanian, and Cynthia McFadden, which was published in mid-December 2016 and was titled U.S. Officials Putin Personally Involved in U.S. Election Hack. The inquiry would come up short in part due to the dozens of people who could have been the source of the leak. Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard harshly criticized the specific leak to the NBC News, arguing it fed a false narrative that the Russian intelligence community had already reached a conclusion on Russian leader Vladimir Putin's intentions during the 2016 election, when the intelligence community assessment had not yet been completed. This was 2016, so no Snapchat, but you have a second Gmail. Wasn't Snapchat around in 2016? I could swear Snapchat was around. Let's see. When did Snapchat come out? Snapchat first launched in July 2011 under the name Peekaboo and was rebranded as Snapchat in September 2011. So Snapchat was around. In 2012, Snapchat reached 20 million images shared daily. So. The deep state officials in the IC began leaking blatantly false intelligence to the Washington Post, as proven by the unpublished PDB and previous IC products, claiming that Russia used cyber means to influence the outcome of the election. Another leak to the Washington Post falsely alleged the CIA concluded in a secret assessment that Russia intervened in the election to help President Trump. The Gabbard-led Office of the National Director of National Intelligence assessed last month. ODNI added, at this point, there is no official IC assessment that contained that conclusion. IC officials again leaked to the media, this time claiming to NBC News that IC officials believed with a high level of confidence that Russian President Vladimir Putin was personally involved in the U.S. election hack. The classified FBI launch document for this media leak investigation was dated October 2017 and said the FBI's Washington field office launched the inquiry based on a redacted information from July of 2017, detailing an unauthorized leak of classified information to NBC News in mid-December 2016. The FBI's request to close the investigation in late February 2020 showed the Washington field office had concluded that all local investigative techniques have been exhausted. The memo said that 34 interviews were conducted, which yielded no investigative leads to date, and that the subject pool interviews revealed the list of people who had access to the genetic Christmas information was much larger than estimated. Investigators conducted open source searches of any tangential news article, either by the same publication or written by the same reporters during the 2016 election cycle for additional leads. The case agent wrote a timeline of events attempted to encompass all relevant activity of involved actors in an effort to connect people and events with the alleged disclosures. The FBI memo said due to the voluminous reporting on Russia and Russian intelligence activities during the 2016 election cycle, it is difficult to parse out the articles from sheer speculation versus legitimate source reporting with the various news outlets covering the same topic. The Bureau memo claimed that no leads were identified to pursue further investigation, that because there's no way to adequately narrow down the subject pool, additional investigative techniques would not be effective. The memo said there is insufficient evidence to pursue a search warrant on any individuals in the subject pool. The decision was made not to pursue a media subpoena at this time. Can't they put all the people in the IC on the box though? Any of the people from the intelligence community, they can put them on a polygraph and ask them questions if they leaked. It wasn't except doing that to people in the Pentagon they thought were leaking, have a polygraph, and they pissed, everyone was bitching about it, saying, you can't do that. Well, actually you can. You know, the FBI memo also noted that classified leak occurred in mid-December 2016, but the crime report was not signed until August 2017, with the Bureau memo stating that because the disclosure was not reported until well after its release, the investigation was hampered. The memo concluded that based on the investigative activity conducted and the futility of future investigative steps, WFO recommends closing captioned case. Just the News reported last week that President Barack Obama made public statements as early as mid-December 2016 indicating he was endorsing a predetermined CIA view which was leaked to the media about Vladimir Putin allegedly wanting Trump to win and Hillary to lose in 2016. What was that noise I just heard? That was weird. I just heard something go burp. Despite Obama's public pronouncements, the intelligence community assessment had not even been completed at the time and was still being debated and drafted. Sirens Lure. The FBI's unsuccessful Sirens Lure classified inquiry focused on 3 Washington Post stories. The Bureau would say its investigation failed due to nearly 200 possible leak sources, a House staffer looking to block further investigations, and more. The first Post story in question was by 4 reporters, Matt Zapotosky, Sari Horowitz, Devlin Barrett, and Adam Entwis. Hey, ahoy, RBM Entertainment. How are we doing tonight? The second was an article by 3 reporters from late May. A Russian ambassador told Moscow that Kushner wanted secret communications channel with the Kremlin. Ghosted it. Yeah. Explanations for Kushner's meeting. The Bureau launched a memo dated in August 2017. They had opened a full investigation. Sirens Alert dealt with 3 specific Post articles. The purpose of the communication is to recommend closing the caption. Yeah, so they opened an investigation just to close the investigations. They said, we tried to investigate, but it was so late that we opened the investigation a year later, so we couldn't really do anything. They believe all logical investigators, yeah, so they just say it's all been exhausted, we can't do it. Restrictions on use of victim agency data. So they wouldn't let them find out who got the stuff. Field Office said they identified over 192 individuals in the subject pool. Gang of 8, all these people. I could tell them it was all Swalwell and Adam Schiff. It was those 2. Hey, Barbie World. All right. Thanks for coming by. Right now, we have an hour and 20 minutes left to go unless we get another $40. So that's where we're at. That's very at. Former HPSC staffer contacted the FBI about the leaks, and they interviewed persons of interest for over 3 hours. And a person of interest freely admitted to contact with media as part of his job responsibilities, denied leaking any information, classified information. The team concluded it was unlikely he was the source of the unauthorized disclosure. So that was probably Adam Schiff. Probably talked to Schiff, said, "Oh no, I didn't leak anything." And they go, "Oh, we trust you. We take your word for it." And the FBI memo states that further efforts to follow this particular line of inquiry were soon stymied by a House Intelligence Committee lawyer. I wonder who that was. Oh, is it Dan Goldman that's now in the House? Yeah. After interviewing the POI, WFO attempted to speak with another former staffer, but HPSCI counsel intervened and objected to any interview in a criminal investigation without further information from WFO based on speech and debate privileges. Further investigative efforts, including former and current members, Congress members, and staffers, would have required advanced coordination and waivers through their legal counsel due to the speech and debate privilege. There's no speech and debate. Speech and debate privilege is for talking on the floor, not leaking to the media. So that's bullshit. Investigative team addressed a waiver was not like to ultimately decide. At this point, the only remaining logical steps to conduct interviews with the remaining 192 persons and other clearance holders. Let's see, Foggy Falls inquired a Washington Post from 3 reporters. FBI obtained FISA warrant to monitor former Trump advisor Carter Page. Bureau wanted to investigate would fail in part due to a lack of responsiveness from the Justice Department. Obtained specific classified statements from a Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act application targeting Carter Page. Yeah, how did that get out there? FBI's closing letterhead dated April 2020 made it clear that the leak inquiry was not successful and provided more details about the investigation, about how the DOJ seemed lackadaisical about assisting. But yeah, because the people in the DOJ were the ones leaking it. Memos released by Republicans. The Bureau pointed to a dueling FISA memos released by Republicans, Nunes and Schiff, from the Intelligence Committee in March 2018. Nunes said, and a GOP majority released their FISA memo, finding that Steele anti-Trump dossier formed an essential part of the initial and all 3 renewals. Schiff and the Democrat released their own rebuttal memo, wrongly contending that the FBI and DOJ officials did not abuse FISA, omit material information, or subvert the vital tool to spy on the Trump campaign. In fact, the DOJ and FBI would have been remiss in their duty to protect the country had they not sought the FISA warrant. Oh, yeah. They also said the Justice Department met the rigor and transparency. FBI's newly declassified memo that following the declassification of the FISA memos, FBI's Washington field office sent a memorandum requesting a written opinion from the DOJ's Counterintelligence and Export Control Section and from the U.S. Attorney's Office regarding the viability of prosecution and willingness of 2 DOJ elements to prosecute. But key DOJ offices never provided a written response. Of course they didn't. Wow, we're down, man. We're down to only 71 people watching from we had 99 people watching. That's crazy. I must be talking too long. Steele had been hired by the Opposition Research Fusion GPS, paid by Clinton campaign lawyer Mark Elias. Horowitz found the FBI also concealed exculpatory information from the FISA court. Well, we get the gist, right? On this, we're gonna move on. Here we go. Ukraine. New IG report reveals, now we're down to 69. Oh my God, what's going on? Or they went to bed. Yeah, they probably went to bed. Because, it's late. It's almost 3 a.m. here. New IG report reveals that gross negligence by USAID resulted in half of the Starlink terminals in Ukraine being located in Russian-controlled territories, likely being used by Russian forces. At the recommendation of the Inspector General, the State Department asked Ukraine to determine which of those terminals are in the hands of Russian forces so they can be disabled. Ukraine has agreed in part to conduct an audit, but they probably don't want to because they probably sold most of them. Reports by Reuters that Elon Musk Starlink disabled approximately 100 terminals back in September in Russian-occupied territories were likely due to issues related to USAID's failure to mitigate the risk of misuse of Starlink terminals. Misclassification issues likely prevented Elon from defending himself, and the drive-by media took every chance they could to attack him, despite the fact that he donated the vast majority of the terminals in Ukraine in the first place. USAID was not shut down soon enough. It is unimaginable that Russia might have half of the Starlink terminals provided to Ukraine in the first place. Was it negligence, or did someone provide them to Russia on purpose? Audit, sure. Womp womp. USAID provided 5,175 Starlink terminals to Ukraine. Half are in Russian-controlled areas. USAID partnered with SpaceX to provide 5,175 Starlink satellite terminals, 1,508 from USAID, and 3,667 donated by SpaceX to Ukraine's State Security Service of Special Communications and Information Protection to support critical civilian services and connectivity. USAID failed to mitigate the risk of misuse of the Starlink terminals it delivered to Ukraine, with nearly half of the active terminals located in Russian-occupied territories. Office of the Inspector General report, USAID did not fully mitigate the risk of misuse of Starlink satellite terminals it delivered to Ukraine. With nearly half of the active terminals present in territories fully or partially occupied. The final August 11th Inspector General report on USAID's failure to safeguard Starlink units sent to Ukraine, with half of them now in Russian-occupied territories. Well, see, that's what they don't know. Someone would have to find out which ones are in Russian hands. They would have to get a hold of Starlink to see if someone's actually using them. Were they destroyed? Because I'm pretty sure the ones that they sent over there were just basically like, I'm sure at least some are. Oh yeah, some are, definitely. I don't think Elon should be held responsible for the security of the terminals. The Ukrainians did this to themselves. I could be wrong. Starlink doesn't have control or responsibility. USAID was supposed to ensure that Ukraine followed the rules. They decided not to share the rules. The IG report is damning. It was provided to Congress today. Thanks. Important context. Easy to determine where these terminals are located. Do we know if they are Russian or Ukrainian controlled? Ukraine has the ability to figure that out. USAID's incompetence is staggering, but predictable. Nearly half of all the Starlink terminals ended up in Russian hands. Classic bureaucratic negligence. The OIG report confirms what we already knew. BC can't manage a lemonade stand, let alone wartime technology. USAID's failure to track $55 million in taxpayer-funded hardware isn't an oversight. It's systematic rot. Systemic rot. Musk donated terminals to keep Ukraine connected. Yet media hacks attacked him while ignoring USAID's blunders. Shuttering this agency was long overdue. Audits won't fix cultural decay. Permanent closure does. Redirect every dollar to securing American interests, not funding foreign fiascos. Receipts on USAID's Starlink disaster are public. See the evidence for yourself. Here's the report. Yeah, Starlink could shut them down if they know which ones to shut down. It's not exactly secret tech. The schematics are available online. Starlink could shut them down, but they need to know which ones, unless they just go like geolocate them, and Starlink just, and that's the thing, the Starlink just decide on their own, like, oh, we think this is where Russia's controls, so we're going to shut it off. What if it's actually being used by somebody that's behind enemy lines or something? I mean, they got to somehow communicate stuff. Fraud, waste, and abuse. Ukraine responds. USAID did not fully mitigate the risk of misuse of Starlink satellite terminals that delivered to Ukraine. Inspection. Why we did the inspection. On February 24th, 2022, Russia launched the invasion of Ukraine. Yeah, we know all that. Starlink satellite terminal. Starlink provided 5,175 Starlink terminals to the government of Ukraine. Starlink, a dual-use technology with both civilian and military application, has played an important role. We initiated inspection to assess the oversight of the terminals. USAID procured 1,500, while SpaceX donated 3,667. We reviewed their activities related to the acquisition, donation, delivery, transfer, and oversight of the terminals between March and July. March 2022, July 2024. What we found: USAID did not fully mitigate the risk of misuse of the satellite terminals, and nearly half of the active terminals present in territories that Russia fully or partially occupied. USAID did not fully define clear expectations and conditions for Ukraine's use of the Starlink terminals it delivered. SIP's letter, the final transfer agreement did not include conditions from USAID's original draft, such as the safeguards to prevent misuse or written assurances from secondary recipients, including regional governments and cities, to ensure proper use. In addition, it excluded location restrictions from SpaceX terms of service for the Donetsk and Luhansk regions of eastern Ukraine. As a result, SSSCIP transferred terminals to high-risk locations in eastern Ukraine areas occupied by Russians since the invasion began, increasing the risk of misuse for military or intelligence operations or theft by Russian forces. They can just watch the traffic on the terminal. If they start looking at Adidas, dubstep, and vodka, then they know. And knowing's half the battle. G.I. Joe! We also found that USA did not monitor the terminals after delivery because it accepted more risk in challenging wartime environment and transferred responsibility for the terminals to the government of Ukraine upon delivery. As a result, USAID did not know where the terminals were or how they were being used. What we recommend that USAID Ukraine request the SSSCIP access with USAID delivered Starlink terminals are a high risk of misuse or theft and coordinate with SpaceX to suspend service of those terminals. The agency partly agreed with the recommendation. Partly. They only partly agreed. They only partly agreed. Here's this, Ukraine's response. USAID did not fully mitigate the risk. So it's the Office of Inspector General for USAID. It's dated August 11th. So just a couple days ago it came out. Yeah, so that's what we just read from. So I'm not going to go through this whole thing, but we knew there was corruption. Who knows? Ukraine might have sold a bunch of them to the Russians too. All right. On to the next story. And this story is the Dems sure know how to pick them. Video shows Dems pick for South Carolina governor race being arrested. Womp, womp, womp. My favorite was the guy running for governor of Florida. Sure, I was passed out naked in a hotel full of drugs, but those weren't my bodily fluids covering every surface. I love my wife. They might have been left there strategically in case Russians come across free hotspots and try to use them for comms. I think they're whatchamacallit, here. Wild video shows Dems pick for South Carolina governor being arrested in his underwear while calling himself God and Superman. And he wanted my teeth kicked in because I'm protecting our daughters. Nancy Mace. Democrats finally found a candidate with transparency. Too bad it's just his underwear. Oh, Nancy Mace is running for governor of South Carolina? This guy, I can save South Carolina, vote Democrat, I'm Superman. And then Nancy Mace says, graphic video, Dems candidate for governor of South Carolina, Mullins McLeod, threatens Nancy Mace. Violence against women has no place in this country, especially not in public office. We hope he gets the help he needs. I guess we're going to have to watch this as a... I guess we have to watch this.
Hey, Nancy! Right now, because I only promised that I would not do this once I started this campaign. Because I can't do this once I start a campaign. You better tell the world right now that what you did in the wall of the Congress was the greatest sin ever committed in the history of this nation. Where you went and blew Lee Atwater's dog whistle in President Donald Trump's house, and you thought the system was so corrupt, the president himself would not be able to take you out. You better hope you're not anywhere in Washington, D.C. or Manhattan, wherever President Donald Trump is, because I'm telling you, my friend, he would kick your teeth in. He don't give a what your gender is. So let's go back to the teeth thing. I'm going to kick every one of them in. All right? If I do kick them in, I don't know any dentist. Find me a dentist. Then they're going to put all your teeth, before you swallow them, you dumb fucking coward, back in your teeth. Now, this is the way we're going to do this. You don't get Novocaine, you dipshit. And if the holes for your teeth, if they're not properly sized to the teeth, you don't get new teeth, you dumb. You got to put your whole work in right here.
Wow. He seems angry. He's definitely going to win the Democrat primary. He's right up there with the rest of them. He's right up there, You speaking of third person, or is this an aide? Yes. Is he not familiar with what a dash cam is? Wow, yikes. That guy lost it. Arrest video of Charleston lawyer candidate. Oh, from Live News 5. Well, I'm going to have to watch. Look at this. See what this is. Arrest video of Charleston lawyer, governor candidate, prompts calls to drop out. Campaign releases statement. The campaign alleges the arrest was unlawful. Yeah, the arrest was unlawful. South Carolina Democrat Party has called for its only candidate for governor to drop out of the race following the release of a police video of his arrest. South Carolina Democrat Party has called for its only candidate for governor to drop out of the race. The video released by the Charleston Police Department shows an arrest of a prominent Low Country attorney, Mullins McLeod, who announced his candidacy for Democrat Party for governor. I just want to remind everybody, too, the Low Country attorney, this guy, there was another attorney in the Low Country, a guy by the name of, damn it, I can't remember his name, the guy that supposedly killed his wife and kids. Damn it, name is, oh man, it's weird. Murdaugh, Alec Murdaugh. That Murdaugh guy that they said he killed his wife and kid. I don't think he did, but anyway, this is the same people. They're all the same, low weirdos on the Low Country. In the video, McLeod used a racial slur, profanity, and goes on an hour-long rant, prompting the South Carolina Democrat Party to release a statement and attributes to its chair, Christian Spain. McLeod is a skilled attorney and former county Democrat Party chair who worked tirelessly for our values and a member of the proud Low Country family with a long tradition of public service. After reviewing the transcript of the dashcam footage from his recent arrest, it's clear he is navigating profound challenges and should focus on his mental and emotional well-being and have a serious drug problem. We offer him compassion and pray he finds the support he needs. Charleston police responded to battery on May 2nd for a report of a man in his underwear yelling and causing a disturbance. Officers found a man later identified as McLeod and placed him back in a police cruiser. Oh, yeah. Once inside a cruiser and cameras were rolling, he launched an hour-long diatribe, sometimes speaking to officers, sometimes speaking to no one at all. His conversation ranged from berating officers, using profanity, to calmly talking about legal cases or conversations he had with prominent figures. Much as the scene is unhinged, unintelligible, and difficult to make out. At one point, he used a racial slur, but who or what he was talking to is unclear. In other moments, he spoke about his run for governor, Spicky calling out Attorney General Alan Wilson. Wilson's also running for governor. I want to kick his teeth in. He's talking about Nancy Mace, though. He wasn't talking. What are they talking about? The first Democrat to join the governor's race said he wants to kick his teeth in. Want to give him the benefit of whatever. Wilson's campaign. Oh, okay. What about Nancy Mace, anyway? Whoa, what is that? Wow. Oh, that doesn't look good. Tropical traffic. Hurricane Aaron forms in the Atlantic. Got to keep an eye on the hurricanes. Oh, my God. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lord. New York Post says, wild video shows Dems pick for South Carolina governor race being arrested in his underwear while calling himself God and Superman. And you might be call me Superman, and I go by myself, and you will not be holding my hand. And I get drunk at night and sit in my underwear in police cars. I'm screaming out, saying the N-word and referring to himself as God. The married father of four, William Mullins McLeod, 53, is facing calls from his own party to step down from the gubernatorial race that he has only formally entered Monday, as video verged of his bizarre arrest just months earlier in May. The prominent attorney was stopped in downtown Charleston while yelling at the top of his lungs and wearing only underwear and shoes, according to a police report. Well, it was hot. It was very hot out and humid, and he didn't want to get all sticky, and he needed to get some air. He needed air on his body. We suggested he showed signs of a typical individual under the influence of a stimulant narcotic. So he's on the cocaine, or the methamphetamine. The Democrat referred to his upcoming election race and even threatened to kick an opponent's teeth in while refusing to tell the cops his name. Instead, referring to himself as God and Superman. The hour-long video released through a Freedom of Information Act request shows it's hot Atlanta. Copyright strike averted. Oh, for me singing? Okay. At least he'll have some time to mull that over. Yes, he will. You can call me Superman. Doesn't matter, my friend. Trust me, he told one police officer, asked his name. I'm one of the most just humans you'll ever walk this soil. And we'll get around. Superman sounds good, he added bizarrely. McLeod also issued threats toward current and former Palmetto State politicians during his profanity-laced rant. I'm going to kick your effing teeth in, he said at one point, appearing to reference Republican Attorney General Alan Wilson, who announced his bid for governor earlier this summer. McLeod, who was heard uttering the N-word at least twice in the video, typical Democrat, because they were running around saying the N-word, also refused to get out of a patrol car when he arrived at the jail and said, telling the officer he would sleep in the back seat. He launched his campaign for governor. So he got arrested he got arrested in May. And after he got arrested, he decided to launch his campaign for governor, and nobody said, hey, buddy, you might want to sit this one out. No, I'm not doing it. No, I'm not getting out of his car. It's time to go to bed, he shouts at the officer shortly before 1 a.m. McLeod's eyes are extremely bloodshot, highly dilated, typical individual and influence of stimulant narcotic. It wasn't immediately clear whether McLeod, who ran unsuccessfully for governor in 2010 and served 2 terms as Charleston County Democrat Party chairman, was tested for drugs during these arrests. I want to say probably not, because he was in the Low Country, which is controlled by Democrats. He is facing misdemeanor charges for disorderly conduct. His party leadership is calling him to step down from the gubernatorial race, in which he is currently the party's only candidate. After receiving the transcript of the dashcam footage for his recent arrest, it's clear he's navigating profound challenges. He should focus on his mental and emotional well-being instead of campaigning for governor. Chair of the South Carolina Democrat Party, Chris Tail Spain, said in a statement Wednesday. It's very interesting. Uh-oh. What do we got here? Former South Carolina Clerk of the Court, Sharon Staggers, a Democrat donor, indicted for allegedly embezzling $119,000 in public funds, mostly child services money. Staggers is facing 10 counts for embezzlement, misconduct, and for using her position for financial gain. Oh, what do you know? Huh. I thought the Democrats said this stuff never happens. Can't believe they would lie. Another corrupt Democrat bureaucrat caught with their hand in the cookie jar. This time stealing from child support services. Say what? $119,000 looted from Title IV D funds meant to protect kids, funneled through a system that lets politicians treat taxpayer dollars like a personal ATM. 10 indictments prove the rot runs deep. But how many more Stagers are out there hiding in county offices? Until we audit every dime of federal grants and jail every bureaucrat who swaps public service for self-service, the theft will keep happening. Child support fraud isn't victimless crime. It's stealing from America's most vulnerable. Hey, what do you know? We've been going for 5 hours and 2 minutes and 35 seconds. So that means we are in the final hour. The final countdown of the final hour. Unless we get another $40 in the next 56 minutes and 37 seconds. We could get some gifted memberships. We could get some low super chats. We could get some Rumble rants. We could get some PayPal. We can get some Venmo. We can get some Cash App. We can get some super tips, super jips, super crips, whatever. And keeps it going. Let's jump to the news. Former Williamsburg County clerk indicted over alleged public corruption. It's just going to actually talk about it. Let's see.
For over 50 years, Trico Exteriors has protected Charleston's homes, roofing, siding, windows, and more.
Get them Trico, cutting it out. Get the exteriors from the Trico. Exteriors from the Trico.
Over allegations of public corruption.
Maitane
Former Williamsburg County Clerk of Court is facing a 10-count indictment over allegations of public corruption.
Maitane Orue joins us in the studio with more.
What? Maitane Orue?
Ann and Raphael, Sharon Staggers was given a $50,000 PR bond during a hearing in Richland County. She's been indicted on several counts of embezzling public funds, one count of using her position for financial gain, misconduct in office, and received anything of value to influence action of public official. Prosecutors say Staggers embezzled almost $120,000 of public funds to be paid to her, in addition to her salary. Most of the funds used were Title 40 funds of the Social Security Act, which is to improve child services. This comes after the Williamsburg County Sheriff Stephen Gardner and former Supervisor Tiffany Cooks were charged with similar charges earlier this year.
Whoa,
in the studio, Maitane Orue.
Maitane Orue. Wow, that's interesting.
Tired, overheated,
No,
or
I'm not
just
tired.
not?
No, I'm not tired. I'm not overheated. What are you doing here? No. 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 South Carolina state grand juries issued a 10-count indictment regarding allegations of public corruption. Sharon Staggers has been indicted on several counts of embezzling public funds. She was given a $50,000 PR bond. What's these personal recognizance? So they didn't even make her pay money to get out. They just let her out. So she stole 120 grand and they didn't even charge her to get out of jail. That's crazy. Mm-hmm. We got ABC4 News take on it. Basically the same thing. County sheriff and county supervisor were indicted after the Williamsburg County sheriff and county supervisor were indicted by the South Carolina state grand jury. What's it? I'm trying to think what it's called. The SLED, South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, right? State Law Enforcement Division, or another lawsuit was handed down Tuesday. Indictment was handed down Tuesday against a former county official, Staggers. Yep. Misconduct in office, embezzlement of public funds, use of official position, receiving anything of value. Misconduct took place between November and October. It's November 2019, October 2023. Wow. Read the full indictment. She lost the primary for county clerk court, eventually general election winner Deetra Johnson. She case will be prosecuted by the state grand jury selection senior assistant deputy attorney general S. Creighton Waters. That's the guy who prosecuted what's his face, Alec Murdaugh. Creighton Waters. Yeah, I thought he was a scumbag actually. In March, Williamsburg County Sheriff Gardner and Tiffany Cooks were indicted. On to the next story. Trump signs order slashing restrictive space industry rules. The goal, slash red tape, speed rocket launches, and make sure America, not China, dominates the final frontier. Here's what's in it, why it matters. For decades, NASA contractors and private innovators have been handcuffed by outdated, overlapping, and absurd federal rules. Trump's orders tells the Department of Transportation to cut the junk regulations, speed up the approvals, and clear the launch pads for liftoff. This means faster licenses for launches and reentries, ending duplicate environmental reviews, streamlined rocket safety checks without the endless bureaucratic delays. Translation, less time in paperwork hell, more time in orbit, faster and cheaper. This also is a direct answer to Elon Musk's biggest gripe. FAA reviews that can ground SpaceX Starship for months after a test flight for no good reason, killing momentum and handing China the edge. Under Trump's order, that bottleneck gets blown up. Biden refuses to rescue astronauts stranded on the International Space Station. Elon Musk comes to the rescue. Trump's vision is a competitive launch marketplace. More private rockets, more often. By 2030, America is leading in every major space sector, from moon bases to Mars colonies. He's saying we win, they lose. The order even challenges state and local governments that block or slow down spaceports. In coastal cities or localities play politics, the feds can yank their veto power over launch sites entirely. Why this matters. Space dominance equals national security. Satellites, missile defense, exploration tech, and things you haven't imagined yet all depend on the ability to launch quickly and reliably. China isn't waiting. Under Trump, neither will America. This is about the Trump economy in a nutshell. Cut the bureaucracy. Let innovators build and launch. Keep America first on Earth, in the skies, and in the stars. Because the only thing more dangerous than a slow rocket is a slow government. You can read the president's order here, along with a quick summary if you don't want all the legalese. Fact sheet. President Donald J. Trump enables competition in the commercial space industry. Promoting commercial space innovation. Today, President Trump signed an executive order to streamline regulations and foster competitive commercial space industry, ensuring the United States maintains its leading role in the commercial use of space. The order directs the Secretary of Department of Transportation in consultation with the Chair of the Council of Environmental Quality to eliminate or expedite environmental review for launch, re-entry licenses, and permits. It also directs the Secretary of Transportation to review regulatory requirements to eliminate outdated, redundant, and overly restrictive rules for launch and re-entry vehicles. It also directs the Secretary of Transportation to review regulatory requirements to eliminate outdated, redundant, and overly restrictive rules for launch and How many times am I going to read that same line? The order instructs the Secretary of Commerce. I read that line 4 times. What is wrong with me? Directs Secretary of Defense. It directs all these people, do all these things. It strengthens the industry. Yeah, so it's great. All right, cool. We'll read what the Hill has to say about it. Trump eases commercial rocket launch regulations benefiting Musk. Oh, so see, they're just saying it benefits Musk, so it's bad. Trump's helping Musk out. So it's bad, bad, bad news. President Trump signed an executive order on Wednesday easing regulations for commercial rocket launches and spaceport development in a move likely to boost Elon Musk's SpaceX. The order calls for eliminating or expediting environmental reviews for rocket launches and exempting launch vehicles from or rescinding license regulations. Fly me to the moon. We can meet among the stars. It also seeks to evaluate state and local restrictions on spaceport development, in addition to expediting environmental and administrative reviews for building infrastructure for launches. This guy. Ensuring the United States what is this?
Donald Trump issued a proclamation Thursday honoring 90 years of Social Security. The program currently.
Ensuring the operators can launch effectively. I don't know. What the hell's going on here? Why do I keep getting screwed up? He signed an order. The call for eliminating, expediting environmental reviews of rocket launches also seeks. Did that already. It aims to substantially increase commercial space launches and novel space activities by the end of the decade. Environmental advocates were immediately wary of the move. The Center for Biological Diversity slammed the order as reckless, arguing it puts people and wildlife at risk from rockets that often explode and wreak devastation on surrounding areas. Bending the knee to powerful corporations by allowing federal agencies to ignore the bedrock environmental law is incredibly dangerous and puts all of us in harm's way. Jared Margolis, a senior attorney at the Center for Biological Diversity. This is clearly not in the public interest. No, it's not in the public interest to get space bound and all that stuff. It definitely wasn't in the American public interest for the environmental people to chase all the chip manufacturers out of the U.S. over the past 30 years. Basically in the 80s and 90s, they chased them all out of the country because they said, "Oh, that's dirty. Go do it somewhere else, not here." After pouring at least $250 million into supporting Trump's 2024 campaign, must join the administration as head of the newly created Department of Government Efficiency. The highly controversial cost-cutting effort weighed heavily on Musk and his company's reputations during 4 months in the White House. Shortly after Musk left the administration, he and Trump began publicly feuding over the president's big, beautiful bill, a dispute that devolved into personal attacks and prompted Musk to announce he was launching a third party. That's the story. That's the story. Man. Here we go. Here's something for you guys. Hollywood's miracle drug just destroyed 1,800 lives. Ozempic users developing a horrifying disease overnight, and it can't be cured. Now Ozempic is facing a $2 billion lawsuit. Here's the devastating side effects they can't keep quiet. Or they kept quiet. Ozempic pen, once weekly. Developed by Novo Nordisk, Ozempic's rise was unstoppable. Launched in 2017, it became a cultural phenomenon when celebrities discovered its weight loss effects. Sales exploded past $20 billion annually, but something dark was happening beneath the scenes.
In the hot seat today, currently testifying there in a Senate hearing titled, quote, "Why is Novo Nordisk charging Americans with diabetes and obesity outrageously high prices for Ozempic and Wegovy?" Let's get to Angelica Peebles with the headline. So a lot of outrage, I would imagine, given the title of the hearing.
Yeah, that's right, Sarah. And Sanders actually has a poster up behind him showing the cost of Ozempic compared to the prices overseas, and to really make the point that the price is higher here. And they've had this really, contentious dialogue back and forth, and him directly asking the Novo Nordisk CEO, why is the price higher here? And of course, Novo has been dodging that question a little bit. But here's what Senator Sanders had to say.
The outrageously high cost of Ozempic, Wegovy, and other prescription drugs is directly related to the broken, dysfunctional, and cruel healthcare system in our country. While the current system makes huge profits for large drug companies like Novo Nordisk, huge profits for insurance companies, and huge profits for PBMs.
And that's important, that last part about the PBMs, because Novo's CEO has been saying that it's not just our fault. We are not the only company involved in the price of drugs in the U.S. The PBMs also play a big role.
Patients were developing NAION, non-arteritic anterior ischemic optic neuropathy. Oh, they were going blind. Sudden permanent vision loss, no warning, no pain. Imagine waking up and able to see with a curtain falling over your eyes. But the worst part? Use of semaglutides, Ozempic, Wegovy. NAION is irreversible. A July 2024 JAMA study dropped the bombshell. Ozempic users face 7 times higher risk of vision loss, yet Novo Nordisk never updated their warning labels. By June 2025, the dam broke. 1,800 active lawsuits flooded the courts, a 5-time increase in just 1 year. Plaintiffs claim Novo Nordisk knew the risk, but chose profits over patient safety. The evidence keeps mounting. Let's see. Over 1,800 Ozempic lawsuits have been filed in federal court alleging gastroparesis, stomach paralysis, vomiting, elusive gallbladder disease, and other gastrointestinal issues. Lawsuit alleged Novo Nordisk, the manufacturer of Ozempic, made billions in sales by marketing Ozempic for weight loss. Failed to warn customers of the harmful side effects. Potential payouts may include damages for past and future pain and suffering. Sorry, I mean the candy. Danish researchers found something alarming. Before Ozempic, only 5% of NAION cases involved diabetics. After its launch, the number jumped to 25%. Annual cases nearly doubled from 68 to 150. But the twisted part? Despite the litigation explosion, demand hasn't slowed. Patients still beg for prescriptions. The weight loss benefits outweigh vision risks in their minds. Scary. This creates an unprecedented situation. Novo Nordisk's potential settlements. 1 million per vision loss case with nearly 2,000 lawsuits and counting. We're talking billions in liability, yet their stock barely flinched. Why? Answer reveals everything wrong with Big Pharma.
That hormone was called glucagon-like peptide 1, or GLP-1. If you could get more GLP-1 into patients' bodies, you could stabilize insulin production and treat the disease. And the same recombinant DNA techniques Novo used to genetically engineer human insulin could be used to make more GLP-1. Clinical trials for the drug started in 2008, and as it was being tested, patients lost weight because their appetites fell dramatically. It took another 10 years for GLP-1 drugs to get through phase 3 trials and be approved. In 2018, Ozempic was approved as a treatment for diabetes. It did over $1 billion of revenue in 2019, its first full year on the market. The only problem was that Ozempic was severely supply constrained. It could have done a lot more. Even today, Novo leadership says that these drugs could do a lot more revenue if they could just ramp production.
If I knew exactly what the demand would be, it would be easy to answer. Most likely, we'll still see a number of years where demand will be larger than what we can supply and probably also what competition can supply.
Why? Well, it wasn't just a diabetes solution. Doctors were legally allowed to prescribe the drugs off-label, so they could give it to you to lose weight.
Wow. That's crazy. Success at the scale creates blindness of its own. When you're printing 20 billion annually, a few thousand lawsuits seem manageable until they're not. The legal process is just the beginning. Buongiorno, Trulicity, Wegovy, Ozempic. Federal court MDLM will determine Novo Nordisk's fate. The key question, what did executive know and when? Internal documents show they buried vision risks. Surely they'll be forced to concede legally, especially considering RFK's crackdown on Big Pharma. Ripple effects are already starting. Other GLP-1 makers, Eli Lilly, face similar scrutiny. FDA may mandate black box warnings. Prescribing practices could transform overnight, but here's what to really look out for. Ozempic went from medical breakthrough to legal catastrophe in 18 months. Decades of research, billions in investment gone. There's a massive opportunity. When corporate brands implode, brands that build trust with millions will emerge unscathed. Why? Because in 2025, people don't buy from faceless corporations. They go here instead. If this is an ad, I'm going to be pissed.
Can you define personal brand and why you think it's so important?
Personal brand is just the things that you choose to associate with. And so you have ideals, some sort of business that you want to associate with, people that you want to associate with. And I think one of the big things that happens early on is we want to say yes to everything, which is kind of tough because sometimes you're like, I don't really like that.
Those who share, no. Well, this guy's some kind of, okay, this is some kind of scam. He's trying to sell something and fucking self-help bullshit. All right. These were some, now I have some comments that were about some Trump comments and stuff that were from yesterday that I wanted to get to. So it says, we have a meeting with President Putin tomorrow. I think it's going to be a good meeting, but the more important meeting will be the second meeting. We're going to have a meeting with President Putin, President Zelensky, myself. We'll see if we get along. So we're going to listen to some stuff that Trump said yesterday.
We have a meeting with President Putin tomorrow. I think it's going to be a good meeting, but the more important meeting will be the second meeting that we're having. We're going to have a meeting with President Putin, President Zelensky, myself, and maybe we'll bring some of the European leaders along, maybe not. It's I don't know that it's going to be very important. We're going to see what happens. And I think President Putin will make peace. I think President Zelensky will make peace. We'll see if they can get along. And if they can, it'll be great. You know, I've solved 6 wars in the last 6 months, a little more than 6 months now, and I'm very proud of it. I thought the easiest one would be this one. It's actually the most difficult. We have a meeting with President Putin tomorrow.
Trump's Alaska summit with Putin is strategic diplomacy, forcing Russia to negotiate from strength, not weakness. Zelensky's theatrics aside, America's leverage comes from Trump's proven ability to broker deals that prioritize U.S. interests. Remember Biden's peace through weakness? Approach failed, leaving Ukraine in shambles. Trump's pressure on Putin, threatening severe sanctions, It isn't an appeasement, it's deterrence. The real win, ending a war, Biden could while exposing NATO's reliance on U.S. leadership. Weak politicians fear summits, strong leaders use them to reset the board. That's right. That's right. That's right. Mm-hmm. We got this. Elizabeth Warren said she was an Indian. We call her Pocahontas. She's a liar. I watched her the other night. She's all hopped up, endorsing a communist in New York City, and she's all excited and jumping up and down. She's got to take a drug test. She really does.
It's so vicious what they do. Elizabeth Warren said she was an Indian. We call her Pocahontas. She's a liar. She lied her whole career. Based on the fact that she was an Indian, she was able to get into certain colleges, get certain jobs, get into certain universities to work there. She's a liar and a mean person. She's a nut job. I watched her the other night. She's all hopped up endorsing a communist in New York City, and she was all excited and jumping up and down. She's got to take a drug test. She really does. She's got to take a drug test. There's no way somebody can act that way and be normal. What she's done to our financial institutions, she destroys people. Do you know that you had a lot of great banks in the Midwest and banks that loaned to farmers and others, and they went out of business? She put them out of business. Stone cold mean. Banks that were open 150 years, family banks that supplied the farmers and manufacturers and others, and she put them out of business. She's a mean, horrible human.
Mean, horrible human being. Mm-hmm. Oh, wow, look at, there's Mondami, the Marxist communist, giving it to old Pocahontas. They're terrorizing the elderly with lies about Social Security. Inside the Oval Office, our reporter asked POTUS why Democrats. Let's see this one. Let's look at Lindell, Mike Lindell TV. Let's see. This is a good one.
What it does, it makes it totally secure and powerful for the people that are on it and need it. And we're very proud of the job he's done, one of the best.
Kara Castro from Lindell TV. How are you today, sir? Democrats like Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren continue to peddle the lie and the claim that you're trying to cut Social Security, despite your repeated promises to protect it. Why do you think they keep pushing this misinformation and literally terrorizing the elderly in America that sadly keep watching the very misleading mainstream media?
I love your question. I should have called you almost first, but I love his questions also, always. But it's such a good question. It's so vicious what they do. Elizabeth Warren said she was an Indian. We call her Pocahontas. She's a liar. She lied her whole career. Based on the fact that she was an Indian, she was able to get into certain colleges, get certain jobs, get into certain universities to work there. She's a liar and a mean person. She's a
mean person.
I watched her the other night. She's all hopped up endorsing a communist in New York City, and she was all excited.
New York City?
She's got to take a drug test. She really does. She's got to take a drug test. There's no way somebody can act that way and be normal. What she's done to our financial institutions, she destroys people. Do you know that you had a lot of great banks in the Midwest and banks that loaned to farmers and others, and they went out of business? She put them out of business. Stone cold mean. Banks that were open 150 years, family banks that supplied the farmers and manufacturers and others, and she put them out of business. She's a mean, horrible human being. Bernie Sanders is Bernie Sanders. I don't mind him so much. He's just a liberal guy, very liberal guy. He's a wacky guy. He's still sharp. I got to tell you, he's 86 or 87 or something. He's still sharp. You compare that to Joe Biden, it's, sort of what happened. So I don't mind Bernie Sanders. With him, you know what you're getting. You're getting a guy, he's a nasty guy, but he's somebody that, I don't know if I call it a fastball, but he's able to throw the ball pretty well. He's okay. I watched him the other day. He was totally on the opposite side of things. I will say this, the biggest issue right now, and an issue that's really taken hold, is crime, stopping crime in the cities, and the Democrats are fighting the stopping of crime. So I think that's like men playing in women's sports is okay, or transgender for everybody, okay. But this is a bigger issue. This is the biggest of all issues. Crime is rampant in D.C. It's rampant in our generally blue-run cities, and they've got to do something about it, or they're never going to win another election. And instead of calling me a dictator, they like to say Trump's a dictator. Trump's a dictator. Well, I had calls from many, many friends including Democrats. I have a lot of Democrat friends, but they're normal people. And they were thanking me so much for what I'm doing in D.C. They feel so safe already. And you know, at the border, we had 0 people come in, and this is done by a liberal group. They're the people that do it. I have nothing to do with it. 0 people in 3 months. We had 0, 0, and 0 for 3 months. And last year we had millions of people pouring in from all countries, from jails, from drug addicts, gang members, drug dealers by the thousands and thousands. 11,888 murderers, half of whom committed more than one murder. They flowed into our country, and for the last 3 months we had none. And I didn't remember when Joe Biden used to always go, I need legislation. I had no legislation. I just said, we're closing the borders, and the whole world understood it because they respect your country again. They really respect this country again. They didn't respect it. When he said it, it didn't mean anything. But now they know it meant a lot. And Mexico does what we tell them to do, and Canada does what we tell them to do, because we had the 2 borders. We have the northern border, southern border, and they were both horrible. But now it's some people say it's a miracle. Well, what Frank has done with Social Security also is something very special. But what we're doing with crime, which will be your next question, I guess, that's because everyone's they're afraid. Half of the people here, maybe all of the people here, most of you live in D.C., you are petrified to go out. And you're liberal, and if you're liberal, you're going to have to change. You're Democrats, you're going to have to change your ways. So we will have crime under control very shortly in D.C., but they're record numbers. And sadly, what I guess the mayor did, but whoever it was, they asked the numbers to be fudged so that it would show less crime than the fact. The fact is, it's worse than it's ever been, and we will have it just like we did at the border, where with borders are totally in great shape right now, the best ever, record-setting shape. We'll have the crime situation solved in D.C. very soon. And we're also going to beautify the city. We have a beautiful city, but you can't have graffiti, and you can't have roads with potholes, and you can't have the medians, the dividers in the roads falling down on the street. We're going to be beautifying the city, making it really beautiful. We're going to be getting the criminals the hell out of here. We don't want the criminals in Washington, D.C.
Mr. President, one on your Putin meeting and then one on D.C. crime. Are you prepared to offer Vladimir Putin access to rare minerals to
Okay. No, that's a very interesting thing, right? Talking about that stuff. Okay. So let's go to the next one. This is a CNN poll. CNN poll says Americans overwhelmingly prefer President Trump's approach to crime over Biden's.
I think this sort of gives the game away here, because Donald Trump is like Air Jordan towering over Joe Biden when it comes to their handling of crime. Look, in 2024, look at where Biden's net approval was on crime. Way underwater there at minus 26 points. It was one of Biden's worst issues. Granted, pretty much every issue was one of Biden's worst issues. And again, look at where Donald Trump is. Way, way, way above Joe Biden. What is that? That's 27 points. So Americans vastly prefer Donald Trump's approach to crime than they did to Joe Biden's. And again, I think it gets back to the point that Americans are far more hawkish on crime than a lot of Democrats want to admit. I think this sort
of... Yeah. That's all right. That's all right. That's all right. Soft on crime, libs are mad about Trump stopping crime. Yeah, defund the police, defund the police. And you go look right here. It says there's real care politics. Look at that. Trump's approval rating higher than Obama or Bush at the same time in their second terms. Americans are loving the president's acts. Only criminals and communists hate the law and order president. This is what we voted for.
This message is for you, Donald Trump. Hey, I'm so proud of you, you going hard, man. Keep going hard for the American people. We appreciate what you're doing. Everybody know they're giving you a rough time, but hey, you keep fighting for us, and we appreciate that, man. This is the first time that I ever really paid attention to what's going on in the White House, and I'm impressed. I'm very impressed. I never thought that the president actually could make stuff happen. I thought it was people around him that had to make the stuff happen, but I see the president can make stuff happen, and I see why they didn't want you to be the president. Because you speak for the American people, because you show leadership. You show leadership through action. You don't bow down. Hey, I'm so proud of you, Unc. You going.
Are you from the area of DC? Or are you a tourist?
Born and raised.
Are you from the area of DC? Or are you a tourist?
Born and raised.
So you're born and raised in DC. Are you here just? Are you working in the area or just tourist right now?
Not far from here.
Where do you? If you don't have to tell me, but where do you work?
I work at a law firm.
So you're an attorney?
No, but I assist.
Oh, cool. So what are your thoughts? Today we're talking about DC crime rates. Is it safe to live in DC? Do you agree with President Trump federalizing for 30 days to sort of stamp down on crime? What are your thoughts?
I agree with it. I was born and raised in the district, and I've never seen the things that I see today with children as young as 3 years old being shot. I mean, where does that happen? I think it's a bad idea to fear what this president is doing. I mean, he actually lives in the city now. I mean, come on. He would be foolish, I think, to ignore things like that. A child 3 years old being shot, or people being shot on the bus. I mean, that happened in upper Northwest Washington, D.C. So, I mean, yeah, I think he's... I
People in upper Northwest and like the areas, because it's hard finding actual DC residents here in this area. It's mostly like bureaucrats and whatnot. It's not the real DC people. Do they generally support this? Do they feel like they want crime to be under control, or are they against it?
I do. I believe that most people that live here, that work hard every day and have families, they want the crime rate to be brought under control. They want the situation of, like I said, children being shot, seniors being assaulted. They want that under control. And I believe that this is the best thing that has happened to this city in a very, very long time, for the president to take control and, of the police, of the crime. I think it's a great idea. I really, really do.
Question for me now. Where in DC, I'm new to DC and I actually live in Virginia on the borderline in Arlington. If I wanted to go talk to real DC people, not bureaucrats, not lobbyists, not people working in the area, like people that are actually born and raised here, where would I go to find them and actually ask questions like this?
I would say, kind of in the, probably just northwest and southeast, from like the higher rate of socioeconomic areas, and then maybe where people were struggling. Right. I think really actually where people are struggling.
If you could give me how about like a shopping area that I could look up, where I could go, there's people walking around that I could walk up to on the street, maybe like a city center area where there's like people just walking that I could talk to?
Say Pennsylvania Avenue, southeast.
What would the cross street be?
That would be it would be more like Potomac Avenue neighborhood, the Potomac Avenue neighborhood.
Let me put that just in case thank you for this information.
Sure.
Hold on. Potomac, what was it?
Potomac Avenue
area. Amongst to Harlem, and people's opinions are wildly different.
Eventually became adults and moved into the suburbs.
That's very interesting. Okay, so yeah, we got some very interesting stuff going on. Man is literally the only true news on CNN. You can tell he leans left from some segments, but he's still honest. I'm surprised CNN is allowing this, but maybe they're desperate to get some viewers. President Trump handles crime at the root of its problems, whether it be the immigration or with the handling of expanding crime problems in D.C. I wish the administration was the best when it comes to protecting Americans. Here's comments from Mr. Stephen Miller. He says, the Smithsonian is supposed to be a global symbol of American strength, culture, and prestige, a place for families and children to celebrate American history and greatness. Instead, the exhibits have clearly been taken over by left-wing activists who have used the Smithsonian as yet another platform to endlessly bash America and erase our magnificent story. These activists have obsessively defaced the beloved institution. The Trump administration will proudly and diligently restore patriotic glory of America and ensure the Smithsonian is a place that once more inspires love and devotion to this nation, especially among young citizens. The White House plans to conduct a wide-ranging review of the Smithsonian Institution's exhibits, materials, and operations to ensure the museums align with the President's view of American history. I think I just want it to be factual. There was a big discussion on that on, oh yeah, this is funny. This is Newsom says, Trump will be running for a third term, mark my word. I received in the mail a Trump 2028 hat. These guys are not screwing around. This guy is a retard. He actually someone sent him a hat. So that means that the Constitution was changed.
Our independent commission, and we're calling for a national independent commission as well.
What's the action outside?
Well, I think it's pretty sick and pathetic. And it just said everything you need to know, the setting that we're under. That they chose the time, manner, and place to send their district director outside right when we're about to have this press conference. It said everything you know about Donald Trump's America. And that was top down. You know that for a fact. And they'll deny it, I'm sure. Maybe they won't deny it. It said everything you know about the authoritarian tendencies of the President of the United States. I said in a moment ago, wake up, America, wake up. You will not have a country if he rigs this election. You will have a president who will be running for a third term. Mark my word. I wasn't exaggerating when I said that I received in the mail a Trump 2028 hat from one of his biggest supporters. These guys are not screwing around. The rules do not apply.
What a joke. What
the most corrupt president in history.
Piece of shit.
Doesn't believe in free enterprise, crony capitalism.
He doesn't believe in crony capitalism. Yeah, he doesn't believe in crony capitalism, you dummy. Yeah. Trump 2028 hat. What a dummy. Gavin Newsom identifies the man responsible for California's problems. It's Gavin Newsom, yeah. Speaking of rigging an election, Gavin Newsom's rigged elections in every possible way. Requiring ID to vote is illegal. Yeah.
I mean, democracy's counting on us. I mean, the founding fathers not live and die to see this.
Oh, whatever. And then while we're at it, we're going to go to this. It's going to say, let's like this. This is illegal. Karen Bass says LA has rapid response network to disrupt ICE arrests. Huh. What do you know? Stop deporting our voters. Karen Bass says LA has rapid response network to disrupt ICE arrests. Well, okay. I got a whole bunch more stuff to read, but I don't think we're going to get to it all. We got about 20 minutes left before we reached the 6-hour point, and we still have we haven't had. I hate to do this. We haven't had anyone do anything, so I guess we're going to probably end at 6 hours because we're still $40 short to extend it another hour. So I guess this is going to be a 4 a.m. end time unless somebody comes through with some super chats or something. So, Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass said in a recent interview with MSNBC's Rachel Maddow that her city has a rapid response network to respond to immigration and custom enforcement arrests in the area. What they're doing is they're random snatching or kidnapping people off the streets. When people gathered, they backed away on many occasions. And so in Los Angeles, we have a rapid response network where everybody's alerted. If you see masked men getting out of unmarked cars, let everyone know. Los Angeles was the center of riots against immigration enforcement earlier in the summer, with thousands of National Guard troops and hundreds of Marines deployed to the area to quell violence. Rioters were seen setting fire to autonomous taxi cars, looting, and attacking law enforcement. Yeah, that's James Brown, baddest man in the whole dang town. In Los Angeles, we have a rapid response network. Everybody's alerted. We see masked men. So let's. Yeah.
You talked also about the protests being important. What do you think people can do that would matter? Can local officials establish any sort of limiting factor? What do you think is the most valuable pushback against things like this for people who object to it?
Well, I can tell you when they were doing the random snatching or kidnappings of people off of our streets, when people gathered, they backed away on many occasions. And so in Los Angeles, we have a rapid response network where everybody is alerted. If you see masked men getting out of unmarked cars, let everybody in the area know.
Yeah, let everybody in the area know so we can go and interfere with Bass claimed that the riots that were reported never happened, adding we did have a couple of incidents of vandalism and looting, but the way it was portrayed nationally was like the whole city was up in flames. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. James Brown was not the baddest man. That was Leroy Brown. Oh, you're right. James Brown was the godfather of soul, right? The comparison in 1992 is completely 100% appropriate, referring to the Rodney King riots. Some activists are using the phone app ICE Block, which was featured in a CNN report. The app allows people to alert others of ICE sightings in the area. In early July, the Trump administration said it had been considered a case against the outlet for a report. What they're doing is actively encouraging people to avoid law enforcement activities, operations, and we're going to actually go after them and prosecute with the partnership of Pam Bondi if we can, because what they're doing we believe is illegal. The DHS Secretary Christine Owen at the time. This comes as the DHS revealed that ICE agents are facing an 830% increase in assaults between January 21st to July 14th compared to the same period last year. Dum 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 dum. Las Vegas tourism officials blame tariffs for fewer visitors as they say the magic's gone. The magic's gone in Vegas. Tourism officials can't blame tariffs for $30 cocktails, $50 a day parking, $20 bottle of water, double zero roulette, $50 resort fees, Nevada room tax of 10.5%, Las Vegas room tax of 1.88%, Las Vegas tourism surcharge of 0.5%, Las Vegas stadium tax of 0.88%, Clark County tax at 12%, and a 42% increase in union wages. I know who it was, and I also know who with two beaver parts on her head, yeah. But I also know who who it was, and I know who Leroy Brown is. I was just making a joke because Maxine Waters was, remember, telling people to get out there, push back on people. She's the baddest woman in town. I remember when O'Reilly got fired for comparing her to James Brown, alluding to her hairdo. No, actually, O'Reilly got fired for saying that it was on a cold winter day, and he came in the office and they had some hot chocolate there, and he said, "Ooh, I love hot chocolate," and grabbed the cup, and there was a woman there, an African American woman who filed a complaint. I'm not going to say her name or who it is, but it's not who you might think it is, and he got fired over that because they said it was sexually racial, whatever, like he was hitting on her or something. Yeah. It says Las Vegas tourism declined significantly in 2024 with a reported 11.3% drop in visitor numbers compared to the previous year. The decline was attributed to persistent economic uncertainty, weaker consumer confidence, and a slower convention month. Yes, and the numbers were down from COVID dramatically in 2021 and 2022, and so 2023 and 2024, it just can declining. Vegas is dead, and all the other little towns are pretty much following them. Every vacation destination raised prices significantly post-COVID, pricing out the riffraff. Resorts destroyed during COVID by guests with stimulus money. Now they're all suffering. Who wants a job at Fox? I don't know. But Fox has turned into basically Fox is now being run by the leftist sons of Rupert Murdoch, and that's why they're just constantly attacking Trump and they're doing this weird stuff. The CNN reporter wants a job with Fox. Las Vegas tourism officials blame tariffs on fewer visitors. Casino owner says the reports that the city's debt are a bit premature, and Las Vegas Convention held its board of directors meetings, and they said that reportedly spoke about the effect that tariffs are having on both returning and potentially new visitors. How could a tariff have any impact on people coming to going to Las Vegas? That's like, just think about that. How is it possible? Our international visitation is flat, but it makes up for a 20+% drop in tourism from Canada, which is the largest international short of visitation. Yeah, corporate casinos couldn't wait to rip out the buffets, resort fees, filling all the bells and valets, charging for parking. Yeah, bellhops. Yeah, sounds like a wonderful vacation. Yeah, the Junkyard Dog. Oh, the Junkyard Dog was awesome. Yeah. So these people are just trying to blame everything on Trump. And it says breaking the California U.S. House Democrat gerrymandered map has been leaked per Politico. It's a +5 Democrat seat, -5 Republican. Well, that's weird how they could have leaked this when it's supposed to be an independent commission that's supposed to draw it. So how could they? Oh, because the independent commission is not really independent. Should it be approved, California would just have 4 Republican representatives out of 52, meaning less than 8% of the state has GOP representation. And they get over 40% of the vote. California's gerrymandering push is exactly a swampy power grab the Fair Representation Act aims to dismantle. It mandates nonpartisan redistricting criteria, not partisan revenge maps. Newsom's plan to flip 5 seats by overriding California's independent commission, created by voters to prevent this exact corruption, proves both parties play the same rig game. Bill's Title III requirement transparency, community input, and bans all mid-day redistricting for political gain. Yet there's Newsom bypassing all of it, mirroring Texas tactics. If fair representation means Dems and GOP alike carving districts to entrench power, taxpayers lose. The real fix: enforce HR 4632's rules nationally. No exceptions for blue states crying foul over red ones. Well, actually, the thing to do would be to lift the cap off the House. And here's the story. It just says, leaked chart reveals winners and losers in California's Democratic gerrymander. More details on California's Democrat proposed overhaul to the state's congressional maps are coming to light. State lawmakers were briefed Wednesday evening on the expected partisan tilt of all 52 congressional districts, providing the clearest view yet of which Republican districts they're going to target. The changes, which are not yet final, were detailed in a chart obtained by Politico, confirmed by multiple legislators and staffers. The rural northeast corner of the state, represented by Republican Doug LaMafia, transformed from safe Republican to safe Democrat. A sprawling district along California's eastern border, represented by Kevin Kiley, goes from safe Republican to safe Democrat. Democrat Rep. Josh Harder's Northern Central Valley district moves from lean Democrat to safe Democrat. So yeah, they're gonna do all this, but Texas can actually do 5. They can do 10 seats. They can get rid of every Democrat seat if they wanted to in Texas by drawing them in. I mean, technically, you could redraw the map any way you want and just do all crazy stuff like Illinois does if that's really what you want to get goofy with it. Newsom, speaking to reporters, said after kicked off a campaign to give voters a final approval, people are eager to see the maps. We anticipate that these maps will completely neuter or neutralize what's happening in Texas. The 9-member California Republican House delegation released a joint statement which found strong bipartisan majorities preferred district lines be drawn by the independent commission. Unveiling the maps as soon as Friday sets the stage for a week-long sprint through the legislature. Legislatures must approve a constitutional amendment to be approved by the voters, as well as companion bills to put the maps in statute, as well as address the cost of the special election and logistics. The bills are expected to be heard by election committees in both houses on Tuesday and appropriation committees on Wednesday before the final floor votes. So yeah, this is the biggest mistake in Vegas was importing all the Oakland sports fan. Ooh, yeah, that could be a problem. Oh, Canada. Why is Canada rushing to become an Orwellian authoritarian state? Canadians cannot hike their own land, and now Canada's Online News Act is restricting press freedom. Carney's elbows up seems to be directed more at the freedom of Canadian people than the U.S. Rubio calls on Canada to end the attack on press freedom. The U.S. Department of State targets Canada for further attack on news freedom. The bill, which requires Meta and Google to compensate news publishers for the use of their content, is cited in the section's report Press Freedom. While Meta pulled news from its platforms in response to the 2023 law, news outlets are now receiving payments from a $100 million Google fund. Carney killed a digital service tax that would apply to many large U.S. tech companies after President Trump halted negotiations with Canada over the tax. Last week, a group of Republicans urged Trump to push Canada to kill a separate bill that forces large streaming companies like Netflix and Amazon to make financial contributions to Canadian content and news. Breaking: Hamtramck councilman Abu Musa is on the tape stuffing drop boxes with stacks of mail ballots. He won last week by 76 votes.
New video obtained by Local 4 shows two men in a black car days before the August primary. A passenger starts handing ballots to an unidentified driver, who then stuffs them into the city's drop box, in total dumping 3 large stacks before driving away. Sources tell Local 4 the passenger appears to be current council member Abu Musa, the same council member that is currently seeking re-election and rose to the top with more than 1,100 votes in last week's primary. He's also the council member accused of not living in Hamtramck and the council member named in the 2023 election fraud case. However, he was never charged. New video obtained by Local 4 shows two men in a black car.
He was never charged. Wow, I wonder why. American people waiting for someone to, just anyone to get arrested. Yeah. We're cooked, and they're doing it everywhere they can. These Hamtramck council members charged with election fraud and forgery. Look at them. Oh, yeah, wow. Yeah. Yeah. Investigation into the Hamtramck city council members wrapping up soon, the Michigan State Police says, but, you know, Hamtramck. Yeah. Thousands of Muslims have settled there, yeah. So they're going to wrap it up soon, but they don't know when. The Michigan State Police are finalizing their investigation of multiple city councilmen regarding the residency questions and other accusations, with findings soon heading to prosecutors. The investigation comes with surveillance video obtained by Channel 7 News. Appears to show Councilman Abu Musa in the passenger seat of a vehicle as another man deposits 3 stacks of ballots at the city drop box just days before the primary election. Yeah. And then 2 Democrat Hamtramck city council members, Muhtasin Sadman and Mohammed Hassan, have been charged with multiple felonies, including forgery and election fraud, for forging absentee ballot signatures and submitting false applications. I wonder if any of those were the ballots that guy was stuffing in the drop box. This is part of Detroit, another Democrat-run city. Their police chief and city manager were also suspended for something unrelated. These 2 guys, and then this guy, it says, the Hamtramck police chief suspended. City council votes to suspend city manager. The city council will meet Tuesday to decide if the police chief, Jamil Al-Tahedi, should be reinstated after he was suspended following a whistleblower email. The city of Hamtramck used to be Polish, but is now all Muslims, and they have broken so many laws. They made Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel recuse herself because she's Jewish. Wow. One of the councilmen charged with alleges bias against Muslim and Bangladeshi Americans. 2 Hamtramck councilmen charged by a county prosecutor. So they made the attorney general. Yeah, that's nuts. 2 Hamtramck city councilmen Detroit were just charged with forging mail ballots. Wow, crazy. But it doesn't happen. They said it doesn't happen. They said there's the most secure election in history. Remember, most secure election. They said that. 2 Hamtramck city council members charged with election fraud for forging ballots. Yeah. Yeah, one time Hamtramck had the highest population of Polish people in one city not located in Poland. Many family members, including my grandparents, who lived there. Not anymore. They say it never happens, but there it is. It's happening. It's happening. It's happening. Hamtramck councilman accused of election fraud arraigned. Councilman arraigned Tuesday of election fraud charges, despite separate hearings in Hamtramck's 31st District Court, where they were arraigned on multiple counts, including forging signatures. A not guilty plea was ended on behalf of the defendants. Judge Alexis G. Krut set a personal bond for both councilmen who must surrender their passports. So, yeah, they didn't even have to pay to get out. Yeah. That's how the UK fell, exactly. The judge also ordered the men to ordered the media to turn off the recording devices during each hearing and ordered defendants to avoid contact with witnesses. So yeah, they didn't want them recording anything. They didn't want the public to know exactly what was going on. Following the hearing, the attorney said they declined to comment. The charges followed a 2-month investigation by the Monroe County Prosecutor's Office. The Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel office requested a special prosecutor to explore the allegations because she had to recuse herself because she's Jewish and they're Muslims, and you can't have a Jew looking into a Muslim. That would be be haram. Sadman forged a absentee ballot application with the intent of fraud. Oh, it's crazy. All right. Well, it's 5 hours and 58 minutes. The show has been going. And we were going to go another hour if we got $40 in super chats or something like that. But I don't think it's going to happen. So I think this will be the last story. The investigation was initiated by suspended city manager Max Gabarino after Gabarino made the allegations amid a visit by the FBI. He suspended the police chief. The city council, prompted by Mayor Amir Ghalib, in turn suspended Gabarino. So wait a minute. So the corrupt people who were stuffing the ballot boxes and cheating suspended the city manager who reported it and told the FBI. That kind of sounds like they all should be arrested for, intimidating witnesses. There's no need to weaponize media, law enforcement, and the court system over the entire community because a few suspected wrongdoings, Ghalib said. However, whoever committed any fraud should face consequences. Mm-hmm. That's all the mayor. So the mayor's saying, no, you can't villainize everybody just because these few people. So that's why. Look, I'm going to, 5 hours, 58 minutes. You owe us 2 full minutes. Love the stream tonight. Thanks, Jim. I'm going to go. That's it. Right. We're right. 5 hours and 59 minutes right now. I wasn't going to end it before the 6 hours. I was just saying we're not going to make the goal. The goal just ended. You got 20 seconds, 19 seconds, 18 seconds on the goal. So yeah, it's not going to make it. It's not going to make it. Oh, no. I guess I can. Members only, so I can't do that. Content. I have to fix something here. It'll take me 1 second, so I'm not going to end right away. I'll go for a little bit. So I have to do this. Save that. I guess I can't. I guess I can't redirect to anybody. Nobody's live. Nobody's live. Oh, well. Sorry. Nobody's live. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Thanks for the show. Rest well. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, look at that. 60107. What do you know? We're going to go a few more minutes. There's something else here I wanted to talk about. Let's see. What's this? DOJ special attorney. Yeah, real quick. There we go. Last story we're going to be right here. The walls are closing in on Tish James. The New York Attorney General, as a grand jury in Virginia, is working on her mortgage fraud indictment. Director of the Weaponization Working Group, DOJ Ed Martin, has already examined her home in Brooklyn for possible seizure and public sale. Yep. That's crazy, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. And Elise Stefanik wrote a letter to AG Bondi saying that about the Standard Chartered Bank funneling $9.6 billion in illicit payment to terrorists, and that China used it to buy sanctioned Iranian oil. And the kicker, whistleblowers say that New York Attorney General Letitia James knew all about the dirty money, approved the bank's annual report anyway, and may have been working hand in glove with the Biden administration to look the other way. Servers in New Jersey allegedly helped move the cash. This isn't just corruption, it's direct pipeline of terrorist financing operating under the noses of America's top law enforcement officials. If true, it's treason-level betrayal behind a deferred prosecution deal. The question is now is, will Bondi act? Special prosecutor Ed Martin went to Tish James multifamily residence property today, which is under investigation for mortgage fraud. There's Ed Martin standing outside looking at it going, oh, this is a house, huh? People live there. FAFO. Bum, 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 bum. New York City is, it's 83, and it kind of looks like snow. Kind of confused, trench coat. Special attorney Ed Martin checks out Tish James mortgage fraud home.
I'm just sure there's like the Pratt building. Is there
You want me to tell you how to access my...
No, I'm just asking. I'm asking. Yeah, I'm interested because usually houses like this.
Tell me why you're here.
We're interested in the houses.
You're not interested in the houses. You know who lives here.
Is this like Second Empire?
It's just a track house. That's what all of these things are.
I know, but when was it built? Do you think?
Oh, look at that, low watermark. Thank you. Thank you for the thank you for the $10. 6 hours of God run. Yeah.
Why are you being so disingenuous about what you're here for? You're not here about the houses. You're here because of who lives here. It's my neighborhood. It's my block. I have a right to know.
It's my neighborhood. It's my block. I have a right to know.
I'm just happy to be on a block looking at a house.
That's not true. Why won't you be
No, he is happy.
Well, why won't you be honest?
Why is any of this lady's fucking business with anybody's doing?
In front of my neighborhood. I'm just looking. And you're not telling me what you're doing. That's not true.
It's not any of your fucking business, lady.
Thank you.
It's not. It's just like every other track house on this block that was built by developers.
Right, they're beautiful. Beautiful neighborhood.
Thank you.
I mean, do you guys call this a stoop?
What do you think?
I don't know. Is this a stoop? We didn't have stoops where I was growing up. Is this a stoop?
I want to know what you're doing here.
It's none of your business, Karen. Beat it.
Very good.
Can you believe that, lady? I want to know what you're doing. This is my neighborhood. You know? Department of Justice Special Attorney was spotted in Brooklyn Friday inspecting Tish James multifamily residential property that's the center of the mortgage fraud investigation. He's conspicuous in a beige trench coat, visited Clinton Hill Brownstone a week after being appointed by Pam Bondi to run a parallel mortgage fraud probe into the New York Attorney General. Grand juries in Washington and Virginia and Maryland are currently weighing criminal indictments for James and Schiff. Dun, 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 dun. James' Brooklyn property at 296 Lafayette Avenue is classified as a 5-unit dwelling, but James is alleged to have misrepresented the building on mortgage applications, building permits, and filings for government assistance and having only 4 units. Yeah, Gutfeld, Gutfeld didn't make that up. That Gutfeld got that from Gavin McInnes. And it's actually AWFULs, affluent white female urban liberals, awfuls. The alleged misclassification allows her to qualify loans with better interest rates and lower down payments through Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, which are only available for properties with 4 or fewer residential units. So I want to thank everybody who was being here. Thank everybody who was here. You know, please check out some of the other stuff I have on the channel, some other videos and stuff. I will be putting out some. Can I send you to a randomized link, potluck? I guess I could. I don't know what's out there. I don't. You can only really send them to people who are alive. So I guess I could send you to AXN News. I guess that's what I could do. Okay, I could do that. Redirect. AXN. 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 Okay, I can do that. Save. Okay. There we go. Good night, everybody. Rumble flags. It's good. How did that get over there? What? No wonder I couldn't find it. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. One thing I want to own. Just wanted to make sure nothing in Rumble, right? Nope, nothing in Rumble. Okay. Bang, bang, boom. All right, everybody. Good night. I want to thank everybody from here. Please hit the like. Please subscribe. Please come back tomorrow, Saturday night, for Jim to tell you some more news.